Ravens scream in the blood-red sky, shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here,
the king is here.
Wild eyes blazing,
nothing to fear.
The king is here,
the storm draws near. Bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
The king is here,
the king is here.
Ravens feast,
the end is near.
The king is here,
the storm is clear.
Kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
Crown of iron, dripping flame.
Carved by war,
etched with pain.
Ravens rise,
they call his name.
The king is here, forever reigns. The king is here, forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies.
The Raven King laughs as the world cries.
Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins.
Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here,
the shadows bend.
Axes singing till the bitter end.
Madness in his crown,
fury in his eyes.
No one escapes when the Raven King rides. When the Raven King rides. Raven circle,
battle's done.
His legend rises with the sun.
The king is here,
chaos reigns.
A kingdom forged in fire and chains. Don't say anything.
Don't obsess over me. You'll never be like me. Don't obsess over me. You'll never be this free. You can't be free like me. Your envy's demon leeches. You can't see what I see. You can't create like me. You can't compete. Don't obsess over me. Deranged losers. You miserable, creepy creatures.
Don't obsess over me.
You can't be this free.
Don't obsess over me.
You can't create, imagine, and dream this way. I am the Raven King. I can do anything.
Anything.
Anything. I am unique. I am a magical, eternal, spiritual
Being.
A free spirit.
You can't be
Anything.
like me. You evil demonic
Slaves!
You can't be free like me.
You are chained to this hell realm.
Your envy anchors you here.
You're evil.
Anchors you here.
You'll stay in hell forever and ever, where you belong.
I will draw a painting song.
Stay in eternity.
You'll be chained in hell.
Demonic, evil slaves.
I am unique.
I am a magical,
Eternal, spiritual
being.
A free spirit. You can't be
Anything.
like me. Don't obsess over me.
Don't obsess.
Rotten little
Demons.
dance in the fire. Dance in the fire.
Filthy, dirty asshole.
Liars.
Burn.
Burn in the fire. Burn. Burn the demons.
Burn here.
Demons.
Burn. Stay here forever.
Demons.
You belong here.
Demonic slaves.
Burn here.
Demons. Cockroach. Demons.
Someone said something in the comments that made me laugh. They said that the elites are the only ones that are enjoying life. The elites are the only ones that are enjoying life. You think about the things that we want to experience as humans.
He loves to suck on his lips and suck on his teeth. Tiggas sounds. Tiggas sounds. He calls them elites. And people follow this. Go ahead. Follow it. See where it leads you.
It seems like the elites get to experience that without that. It seems like the elites get to experience that without making extra effort. They get to experience what we want to experience. We, the ordinary people, want to experience. We want to be recognized. The elites are recognized. We want to be respected. The elites are respected. We want to have money. The elites have money. Want to live in nice houses. The elites live in nice houses. We want to drive nice cars. The elites drive nice cars. We want to be in control of our lives, you know. Like if your finances...
Many of them are this way. They would step in for the Rothschilds in a heartbeat. They wish they had that life.
tiggas in cars. Tiggas in cars. We are tiggas in cars.
Making tigger sounds. Making YouTube videos. Wishing we had.
Tigga
Tigger hoes.
in cars.
We're in cars.
Tiggas in cars.
We feel safe
In our cars.
here in our cars.
We can take it up. Chimp out like dumb fox. Sweat and click teeth, bitch and weep.
In cars.
In cars.
In cars.
In cars.
In cars.
In cars.
We're in cars.
Take up. In cars.
In cars.
In cars.
In cars. We're in cars.
Tiggas in cars.
YouTube tibbers.
In cars. In cars.
It's a pleasure. It's my simple pleasures, joyful pleasures, unknown pleasures, joy division.
Pleasures.
Of the flesh,
Pleasures.
of the flesh.
Pleasures.
I won't return here for pleasures.
Fleshly pleasures. Sexual pleasures.
My spirit is stronger than the flesh.
My spirit is stronger.
Stronger.
Viking strong.
My spirit is stronger than the
Flesh. Stronger.
than the flesh.
Stronger. Stronger. Stronger.
Than the matrix.
Stronger than the flesh. 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 Pleasures. Pleasures.
It's a pleasure.
It's my
pleasure. Simple pleasures,
Joyful pleasures,
unknown pleasures,
joy division. Pleasures
of the flesh,
pleasures
of the
flesh,
pleasures. I won't return here for pleasures.
fleshly pleasures, sexual pleasures
My spirit
is stronger than the flesh. My spirit is stronger, Viking strong.
My spirit is stronger than the flesh.
Stronger
Than the
flesh, stronger, stronger, stronger,
than the matrix.
stronger than the flesh, pleasures.
It's a pleasure.
It's mine.
Pleasure. Simple pleasures,
Joyful pleasures,
unknown pleasures,
joy division.
pleasures,
Of the flesh,
pleasures,
of the flesh.
pleasures. I won't return.
Here for pleasures. Fleshly pleasures.
Sexual pleasure.
My spirit is stronger than the flesh.
My spirit is
Stronger,
stronger.
Viking strong
My spirit is stronger.
than the flesh.
Stronger.
Than the flesh. Stronger,
Stronger than the matrix.
stronger
Than the
flesh, flesh, flesh.
Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. I'm warming up my voice. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Hello.
choose.
Choose wisely.
Choose wisely. Choose. Did you choose wisely? Where do you stand? Did you oppose demons? Did you choose freedom? Did you live by principles and morals? Do you belong in hell? Do you belong here in hell realm?
Are you in the Black Eyes Club?
Did you live by hate, by truth, or by love?
Do you have snake eyes?
Are you afraid
to die?
Did your spirit rot and decay in life?
Do you deserve to be
Free. in eternity?
Do you deserve
Freedom! Or are you an evil
lying?
demon?
Are you a demon?
Did you choose?
Wisely,
Did you choose?
wisely.
Where do you stand?
Where do you belong? Choose wisely.
Choose wisely.
Choose.
Did you choose wisely?
Did you choose wisely?
Choose. Did you choose wisely?
Did you choose wisely?
Did you choose wisely? Where do you stand?
Did you oppose demons? Did you choose freedom?
Did you live by principles and morals?
Do you belong in hell?
Hello, everyone. Let's choose wisely. Let's go over here to spiritual reckoning.
You will listen. Now, listen. You will listen. There's going to be a reckoning. There's going to be a reckoning, a spiritual reckoning. There's going to be a spiritual reckoning. Justice will be done for once here.
Demons slain.
Demons will pay.
Demons slain.
There will be a spiritual reckoning.
You won't escape this hell.
Your fate is sealed.
Justice is
inevitable.
You will see.
You will pay
For your
spiritual crimes.
For all of Matrix time.
You will pay.
Demons. You will see.
Demons.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. My tiggas. My tiggas. Yes, I got a screenshot of this tigga doing his glasses hold right at the very beginning of his video, just like the guy named Jason Brashears, call him Brasiers because his movie moobs, used to do at the start of his videos until I called it out so many times years ago that he tried to stop doing it. It was so obvious. A lot of times he did it right at 33 seconds starting his live streams. It was so obvious. And they do that. And this is hashtag Tiggateers. Tiggateers. We've got Tigga Town. We've got Tiggas in cars. We have Tigga Sounds, Tigga Town. Now we have hashtag Tiggateers. This is the greatest show in hell. The greatest show in hell. Now, liars on Team Evil like Jack Talcott, he's boring. He can't do a show this exciting. He's boring. He can't make music. He can't sing. He can't make funny memes. He can't make truth memes. He can't do anything. He's a loser. And a lot of them are. He's not the only one. That Kai the Lie is another boring loser. They're boring. They don't have anything. They're not funny. They don't have a sense of humor. They don't have any charm, charisma, energy. They have nothing. Nothing. Nada. Nada. As the Mexicans say. No bueno. Nada. El stupido. Estupido. They don't have the huevos. Some people think that means eggs. Well, that's not the same thing. You go to Mexico and talk about that. It means balls. They don't have the brass balls to do this. They don't have the energy. They don't have the creativity. They don't have the imagination. They have nothing. They're empty. These creatures. Sorry, I'm playing with this knife here. I love the sound of that. It snaps open. What a beautiful sound. What a gorgeous, slicey, serrated blade this is. It's a beauty. I'm trying to remember what kind of steel, but it's not a cheap knife. It's hundreds of US dollars, people. It's Callie's life savings. It's her net worth. She's not even worth as much as one of my knives. These stinky bum creatures living in barns, living in fucking barns and shacks. My knives, just one of my knives is worth more than these creatures. They're nobodies. They're nobodies. They have nothing. These stinky bum losers. They're nobodies. They have nothing. They're evil. They deserve to be homeless. They don't deserve us to house them and pay for them. Fuck them. They're a drain on the system. They're leeches. They're leeches. Get rid of them. Get rid of them. That's what I would do. Get rid of them. This knife right here is worth more than all of her net worth. She doesn't have a pot to piss in. She's got a bucket to bathe in. I wonder if that ugly old witch still tunes in here. She probably does. I wouldn't doubt it if she tunes in here. Hiding, lurking in the shadows, and hiding that ugly, wrinkled up old face. that she doesn't want people to see. Ugly old witch with a bucket, a stinky bum.
What's up, folks? Welcome.
So somebody asked me one time, Stephen, do you like brownies? Well, I like brownies, but only certain kinds. Well, what do you mean, certain kinds? Well, the ones that I can eat. I don't like the brownies that breed like rabbits. I don't like that kind. I don't like that kind that take over our country. I don't like the stinky bumps. I like the brownies that you bake in a brownie pan or the dessert, the treat. We would call it a treat in Canada, or a dessert or a treat. Have a little dessert, a little treat. Those kind of brownies that you slice up into squares. I like those. I just don't like the other kind. I don't like the third world brownies. I like the kind that you slice up, you cut up into squares in a pan. I just don't like the third worlders, that's all. So brownies are more of an American thing than a Canadian thing. There's different Canadian desserts. It doesn't mean that Canadians don't have brownies. There's brownies in Canada, but I think they're more popular in America, brownies. Do I like them? I do. I just don't like the third worlders. I like the kind that's a dessert.
Back to the show. This is why we can't have nice things, okay? So this is Clearwater Beach, Florida. Again, anytime the summer hits, it's like, I don't know what happens, trigger something. Same thing with the fast food restaurants. There's something about summertime.
I also like those Eagle brand squares, the ones that have the recipe on the condensed. I think it's condensed milk or something. Eagle brand. My family used to make those. My mom would make them sometimes. My sister, my cousins. We first had them at a farm when I was a little kid. It's first I can remember having them. And one of my cousins had baked them. She was around my age. But she was a kid, and I was a kid. And she was baking in the kitchen, and we were out, us boys, me and the boys were out doing chores at the barn. And I was helping my cousins with their chores. I was happy to do it. That was fun for me. Now, it might not be fun if you had to do chores every single day. It might become a drag every day of your life doing chores on a farm. As a kid, you might just be like, "Wow, tired of putting on my barn clothes and doing chores and then changing or having a shower and changing and getting ready and do it." Like it's kind of a busy life for farm kids, the ones that aren't lazy. I had some that were lazy. Now, the ones that I'm thinking of are not lazy. Their cousins were lazy. They're still related to me, but they were different cousins that I hardly visited. They were kind of lazy compared to the cousins I have in mind. The cousins that I visited a lot were not lazy. They would go out and do their chores as little kids, all ages. They had a bunch of kids. They had some girls and they had a few boys. So they had a handful of kids. And anyway, I remember those Eagle brand squares, and the recipe was on the Eagle brand in those days. I don't know if it still is. I'd have to look. I don't know. Eagle brand condensed milk recipes. Anyways, it's sweetened condensed milk. And there's these magic cookie bars, they call them. I think that's what they were. Were they? Yeah, they were very good. Those are one of my favorites. I really like those. And the recipe is right on Eagle brand. Here it is. So I don't know how I got on that topic. Oh yeah, the brownies. See, I like brownies. These are the magic cookie bars from Eagle Brand. The recipe was right on the Eagle Brand container. Oh, lemon cream pie. Oh my goodness. I'm starting to get hungry for all these sweets now, everyone. God damn it. Here's some brownies. See, these are the brownies I like. This kind. Now, whether it's brownies like this, these brownies look like they have melted chocolate in them. Chocolate chip brownies, fudge brownies. There's all kinds of, I've had lots of delicious brownies that women have made for me. And Aunt Jemima, she'll make me some brownies if I want them. This is the kind that I like this. I don't like the third world brownies. Okay? Chocolate chip brownie recipe right here. I like that kind. I don't like the third world kind. I just don't like the third world kind of brownies. I don't want them around me. I don't want them around me. Keep the third worlders away from me. I like only certain kinds of brownies. I don't want them all to flood in. The brownies that don't belong here. You get what I'm saying? There's only certain kinds, and that kind of brownies belongs on a table in Canada or your kitchen countertop, fresh out of the oven, but not the other kind. They don't belong here. The other brownies. They don't belong here. All right? That's what I'm going to say to that. Not all the brownies belong here. Hello everyone. Trying to get your attention. I'm trying to make sure you're paying attention while you're here. I hope everyone is doing well. I should be live with Rose 777 fairly soon. I made the announcement, and I hope people understand and tune in and watch and maybe even learn something. Maybe. I shared this earlier, 9 hours ago. Kai has King Stephen derangement syndrome. 132 views.
Nice to him and occurred. Hello, everyone. Just waiting a little bit. I tend to speak too soon, so just letting it start up. Maybe when the view count and the thumbs up count or whatever comes into view, maybe that's when it's actually live and recording. I hate that I keep doing that, though. That I start speaking right when the number count goes down, and then I don't hear what I say in the beginning because it gets cut off. But anyway, I just want to bring attention to this. I have been noticing myself fawning towards people again, not just that sadistic predator, Stephen Colleen, the sanity machine, but beginning because it gets cut off. But anyway, I just want to bring attention to this. I have been noticing myself fawning towards people again, not.
What a creepy creature calls me a sadistic predator. Creepy creature. What a creepy liar. Creepy creature. Creepy creature. Creepy creature. Creepy creature. And I'll keep saying it. They're going to be haunted by my words forever and ever and ever. Forever and ever and ever and ever. haunted. They earned it. Creepy, lying creature. Put it up.
No white guilt. No white guilt exists in me. I am my own being and proud to be. Viking strong. Viking strong. Pound the drums all night long. All night. No white guilt exists in me. Never apologize for being me. I love my people. My people. Created the modern world. My people. Built civilization. My people. Have the greatest music, art, and culture. My people. Have the best cuisine and architecture. My people. My people. Explorers and warriors. We invent, we build, we design, we conquer. No white guilt. Viking strong. Forever strong. Forever free. To be who I'm meant to be. Exists in me. I am my own being and proud to be. Viking strong. Viking strong. Pound the drums all night long. All night long. In me. Never apologize for being me. I love my people. My people. Created the modern world. My people. Built civilization. My people. Have the greatest music, art, and culture. My people. Have the best cuisine and architecture. My people. Explorers and warriors. We invent, we build, we design, we conquer. I love my people. Viking strong. Viking strong. No white guilt. Viking strong. Forever strong. No white guilt. No white guilt exists in me. I am my own being and proud to be Viking strong. Viking strong. Pound the drums all night long. All night long. No white guilt. No white guilt exists in me. Never apologize for being me. I love my people. My people created the modern world. My people built civilization. My people have the greatest music, art, and culture. My people have the best cuisine and architecture. My people, explorers and warriors. We invent, we build, we design, we conquer. I love my people. Viking strong. Viking strong. No white guilt. Viking strong. Forever strong. Forever free. To be who I'm meant to be.
Hello. 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 Testing audio. Getting ready to join the live stream. Hello. Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello. Can you hear me? Audio check. Audio check. Hello. Hello.
All right. Hello, hello. I know I see King Stephen. King Stephen, I just added you to the stage. Jason Lindgren, can you hear me?
I can hear.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. How are you?
This is excellent. Excellent. I'm so glad to have both of you here tonight. I hope Jason, I hope you don't feel deceived, because I think Jason was under the impression that he was just going to be on your show. And then I had to explain to him that I was facilitating this conversation tonight. And, obviously I explained to you that we had been talking about the idea of peasant mentality and how most people have absolute garbage. And I just feel like this will be a really exciting conversation. So Jason, thank you so much for being here. King Stephen, I'm so happy that we're all three of us going to be able to talk. And I hope, even though I have tons of notes of different thoughts that I have and questions, I hope that I actually don't have to talk very much at all, because I think that you guys will get along. But the way I really want to kick off the show is with one of my favorite recent new songs by King Stephen called Little Prince Beautiful Madness. And so hopefully people will see that we're live and join us. And I would encourage everyone to go watch on King Stephen's channel. And so without further ado, listen to this amazing song. And then afterwards, we'll all talk and discuss it more. Here we go.
Yes. Do you know who I am? Do you know where I've been, what I've been through? Do you know what I've seen and seen fit to do? Madness. I am the little prince of unstoppable truth, unstoppable truth. In a single lifetime I grew and I grew into the Raven King. I sing and I sing lullabies to vampires, zombies deluded by worldly matrix lies. Ooh, madness. My whole life is scarred. With truth as my sword, I'll cut you apart. Slice and dice, creepy demons, brutally not nice. It's a wicked world. It's a witchy world. My ravens and crows stand watchful, loyal, beauteous beings, humorous, wise and noble. My beautiful ravens and crows. My familiars. I was a little prince as a boy. Psychic and spiritual weapons I will deploy against you and your sick world of wretched evil demons. Your abysmal and rancid smelly hell realm, sewer matrix of recycled shit. You live in filth like cockroaches, and you love it. Most of you love the lies, sanity and conformity that I can only despise. You swim in disease, smiling slaves. Betrayals bring you glee. Over an open fire, you cockroaches and piss ants. I see through your lies and deceptions. Piss ants. Last chance. Choose wisely. Choose freedom. Stand against evil. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Truth is my weapon, my shield. My fire. My raven soar. Higher and higher. Justice will be done. Demons will pay for spiritual crimes. Demons will be slain for torture, wickedness, and mountains of lies. Upon lies, upon lies, lies upon lies, lies upon lies. You evil demons, well, burn, burn, burn. Ravens and crows, ravens and crows. I love my ravens and crows. I have my own kingdom. I am my own being. Demons will ride and scream as they burn, burn, burn.
All right, welcome to the Rose 777 channel. I am here with King Stephen, the creator of the song that we just heard, with his own poetry, writing his own lyrics, his own creativity. So many people are jealous of his ability to create. He is also an artist. He can paint. He has his own studio. People basically have no idea if they don't pay attention to his channel. You have to go to his channel and actually watch videos for a long time before you could ever even possibly know all the things that he is aware of and capable of. We also have Jason Lindgren here of the channel Secrets of Saturn, who barely ever does anything on YouTube anymore because he, like King Stephen, has recognized the devolution that is occurring. Well, actually, maybe it's always been this way, but maybe his tolerance for the disgusting uh-oh. He just says that his devices stopped being connected. So, Jason, you have to leave and come back and fix it. Maybe he didn't want me exposing his feelings about the overwhelming majority of humanity. But while we wait for him to come back, hello, King Stephen, and thank you for joining me.
Hello, Rose, and hello, Jason, for when you come back. It's good to be here. I'm happy to be here tonight. Welcome back, Jason. Hello.
Are we good?
Now
Yeah,
we are,
thank you
yeah.
for putting your avatar up. It makes you less creepy. Like before, I was like, is he just covering his screen and he doesn't realize that his camera's on? But now you properly are on the camera off mode with the avatar.
I was trying to put the avatar on, and I guess I hit the wrong button.
Well, welcome back. Go ahead, King Stephen. I'm sorry you were interrupted.
Oh, it's okay. I was just saying hello, Jason. Nice to meet you. Good to see you.
You as
And
well.
hello to Rose, and it's great to be here tonight. It's good to see some familiar faces in the chat. I recognize Wendy from my channel, and Margot is there. I know Margot from the good old Panelverse, and I'm not sure who the rest are, but it's good to be here.
Yes, and so there's one thing that I feel you both have in common, which is that I would call you both old school truthers, meaning that for decades you've been doing all the research that, like, quote unquote truthers would look at, like the esoteric occult symbolism. And these are small subgenres of, after decades, you kind of get a sense that there's a bigger picture. So over the years, you can see how things have changed, where people started out kind of calling out the New World Order, deception, fraud, and fakery. And then as time goes on, you've seen the parroters, the people that are just simply consuming information and regurgitating it, coming up with theories that have no proof, and then everything's just become kind of a caricature of itself. And then if you try to call these people out, they're so offended, like it's supposed to be equal opportunity. And before I turn it over to Jason to comment on this, it just seems like a lot of people will criticize King Stephen for calling people out when they're just acting like fucking retards. And I think that people should be called out. And it reminded me of a clip from Opie and Anthony in the past when they were making fun of Silence of the Lambs and how obvious the serial killer was. But you have to suspend that belief and just accept that this girl was so stupid to go up to the back of the van, and everyone's laughing about it. And the people get millions of views and say, these guys are so funny. Well, that's how I see King Stephen calling out these retards who think that they can just turn on their camera, start a YouTube channel, and that they deserve some kind of respect, and then kind of like beg like homeless people on the street for donations. So anyway, Jason, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, it's hard to say that there's just one truth movement here in 2026, because looking into conspiracy stuff in the more modern sense goes all the way back to the JFK assassination in the 1960s. And that's where the term conspiracy theorists started getting put out there, as they were trying to make people who are questioning that narrative like, hey, is that really how it went down the way the government is saying? And it just built from there. But in the last 10 to 15 years, I'd say that there's been a lot of splintering in what used to be just the quote unquote truth movement.
King Stephen, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would respond to that with just saying that I agree. There is a lot of splintering, and there's a lot of muddying of the waters. So what they'll do is they'll find a channel like mine and they'll mine it as a source or use it as like a well. And if you picture a pristine well with spring water and you're getting buckets of water, or maybe it's a tap, you're filling up glasses of pure spring water, and they'll just put mud into it and spit in it and put toxic waste into it and then stir it all up and it's dark and cloudy. And that's what they do. They'll take a message and muddy the waters on purpose, and it just destroys the message because most people don't go to the source. So if a channel takes my work, muddies the waters, people will think, oh, this is crazy, or this sounds weird or stupid, or I kind of get it, but I don't, because they just ruin it. They're just ruining something pure. And that's what they want to do with truth. If you hand someone pure truth in this world, chances are by the time it gets to most people, it's just mud. It's waste.
And then there's the intentional part of it by the powers that be, whoever it might actually be, wanting to cause division. And then what you're saying is also completely true, because there's just so many goobers out there who don't really know what the hell they're talking about. And it's just a big old mess these days. But that's, of course, exactly the way they want it, isn't it?
Yeah, but I'm not even just saying they don't know what they're talking about. I'm saying they're doing it intentionally. Whether they're working for the system or whether they're just doing it for shekels, they're stealing on purpose, muddying the waters. Some of what they'll do is they'll copy me word for word, and my audience will pick up on it and say plagiarism alert in my chat when I'm covering their videos, because they can see I just spoke about that a week ago and they're copying me word for word, but then they'll dump a whole bunch of shit on top of it. And then people get all confused because it's easy to confuse people these days. People don't have much of an attention span. And
I
someone in the
totally
chat,
agree with that.
I'm kind of laughing where they're saying, haha, what's up, King Stephen? They know me from Jack Talcott's. But that's the thing. If you think you know me from Jack Talcott's, I don't think you know me at all because you don't know my
I
work.
was gonna say that. You don't know him at all if you just know him from Jack Talcott's. That's King Stephen going over there and trying to be polite because Jack Talcott's delusional and he's like in this constant state of psychosis, and a bunch of people are enabling him like a train wreck. So King Stephen is kind of, I think, I don't even know exactly what your intention is with him because I feel like he's a lost cause, because Jason and I researched the being himself. He's been to our house and we thought that he was really interested in world peace. And it was so funny because it's like the second that Jason actually started to engage with him on topics that were practical, that are related to the potential of world peace, it's like he got angry, and that was just so strange to me. And something I wanted to point out, Jason, that I'm not sure if I've mentioned to you, but I just don't understand why, when King Stephen asks other content creators who I think are discussing similar topics like the reincarnation trap, or like how to escape the reincarnation cycle, or the idea of the truth about this realm, I'm not saying, oh, why isn't Martha Stewart, who's baking, why isn't she talking to King Stephen? It just, I'm so confused as to why these other content creators won't come to discuss these topics with King Stephen when he's obviously articulating things very well. He has a very big grasp of information. And I just wonder if it's because they're afraid that he's going to say something that's going to hurt their feelings about like how maybe they aren't as lucky where they are independently wealthy and that this is their job. And so they can't tell the whole truth because they have to try to make everyone happy so that they can continue to make money. So that's why they're jealous of King Stephen, is because he can say whatever the fuck he wants. He can call things exactly as they are if someone's incorrect or being retarded or getting something wrong, and putting up a mirror against people, and they're probably just afraid of that. Whereas if, or like people will say like, oh, King Stephen, like he'll zoom in on people and show when they don't look good or something. It's like, if I made the choice to put myself on camera and there was something wrong with me, I would think that it was a nice thing to do for someone to point out, hey, you didn't realize this, but you like drew on your eyebrows. I've never done that before, but if I was an eyebrow drawer, I'm sure I would do it wrong and I would want someone to tell me. So
Well, are my Sharpie eyebrows drawn on fairly well tonight? I hope so. But yeah, I mean, people get upset. They don't want people like, or beings like me, to be able to say what I want. They don't want that. I think most modern truthers are actually tyrants. They're not real truth speakers. They want to control others control language. Like I call vegans the food police. They want to decide what I can eat and drink. Truthers want to decide what I can say. And that's the way it is. Most people are not for free speech, and I'm including truthers. And I know this because a lot of them have reported my channel to get strikes on my channel. So if they're real truth seekers and quote unquote truthers, part of the truth movement, why are they trying to shut down my channel for years with dozens of reports all the time coming from them? It's not just one person, it's a lot of them. So I've exposed that about the whole truth community. A lot of them aren't what people believe them to be. They believe them to be truth speakers, but they're actually ones that want to shut down free speech.
They're a bunch of losers. And I'm sick of these losers. And Jason is sick of losers. Even just in the whole entire world, you've got like these squatters, you got these crazy people acting like savage animals, driving through crowds. You've got people with entitlement issues, no impulse control, no common sense about the reality of where we live. We have people who can't even recognize that, like, the idea of authority, like, even if you think that someone in an authoritative position, you're still going to run at a cop with a knife and not expect to get shot. So people are just complete idiots. And Jason said this to me the other night before you invited me into this conversation, King Stephen. We were just talking about you, and Jason said, well, that's peasant mentality. So Jason, could you discuss the concept of peasant mentality and how you kind of came up with that idea and how you've seen it gotten worse and worse up until 2026?
That's a term I've been using for a long time. And what do I mean by that? Because it sounds very rude. And I guess it kind of is, but peasant mentality is just like, there's always been peasants, meaning that people who aren't part of the greater structure of society. They're just concerned about whatever it is that they're obsessed with. What I say is there's always been a peasant class. They're just peasants with iPhones now.
High-tech peasants. Peasants maybe with iPhones or Obama phones or Trump phones or whatever.
So yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. I think that's most people. I just think that's the way it's always been. I mean, we could go back to just a few years ago and the whole COVID scam. I mean, look at how many of the peasants went along with something that was clearly ridiculous on the surface.
Right
Like,
away.
I heard that and I'm watching this. I'm like, you can't be serious. You believe this?
I was laughing at the beginning of that whole scamdemic in 2020, and I actually, within the first 2 weeks, I'm not kidding, I made short videos. I didn't have a YouTube channel back then for truth, but I made short videos on other social media for friends and my girlfriend and her family. And I put like a paper bag over my head and cut it out and said, "Welcome to the zombie apocalypse." And I was just mocking the whole thing for the zombies going along with it, with the fake dead bodies in China. I mean, the whole thing was ridiculous. It's laughable right away. I knew what was going on. I knew it was a scam and a psyop immediately. But I like the
Well, just
peasant mentality. I liked how you put the peasant mentality, because there's even a lot of these so-called truthers that are homeless bums in vehicles. How are we supposed to respect these creatures that tell us they have reality figured out and they're living out of a vehicle, and their blankets are old newspapers and they're peeing in a jug in the back of their back seat? I mean, it's hard to take them seriously when they're literally homeless bums. Do you see what I'm saying?
totally. Yeah, I've been dealing with that since I got into this kind of thing. It used to be that there were like these figures, kind of like Jordan Maxwell might be a good example, where they definitely had an educated background, and if you really wanted to know something about them or where they were coming from, they would tell you, like, yeah, I studied this, and this. And not everybody was like that, but like that old guard, that's unfortunately kind of fading away. There's still some around, some that I still like, but it seems like it's been replaced with just these hordes of they think they know what they're talking about kind of people, but probably they really don't. And as a matter of fact, Rose wanted me to bring up the quote, and I didn't get it exactly, but Isaac Asimov, way back when, like around 1980-ish or so, the very prolific author, said at some point in the future, everyone is going to have their own TV channel. And he was spot on, because that's what we have with YouTube. It's not just TV channel either, though. It's like everyone thinks that they should have a podcast.
Hmm.
It's like,
Yeah.
I don't think you really need a podcast. I mean, do you really?
Not everyone needs a podcast. A lot of people need a straitjacket. and maybe a crash on it instead of a podcast. But yeah, I agree. And then Andy Warhol, of course, said that everyone will have their 15 minutes of fame, their moment in the spotlight. And that was predictive as well. That was prophetic in a way. Now, some of these beings might have been insiders and informed of what was coming. They might have been told about the internet in the 1960s. That's a possibility that I consider, that um, they were well connected. But I want to just talk about a couple things while we're on this topic. I call myself King Stephen, which gets under the skin of a lot of people on YouTube, on these truther channels and Panelverse. But a king is a sovereign. It's a symbol for being sovereign, a sovereign being, instead of being a slave, a peasant, an order follower, a bootlicker, which is what most people are. They choose to be that. It's more comfortable for them to just follow along and do what they're told and not think for themselves. But a sovereign being is responsible. I don't put it on someone else. If I'm duped or scammed, that's on me. The masses don't behave that way. They always want to be led. The majority in this realm want to be led. They don't want to be sovereign. They want to be slaves.
I love that. And I never try to explain to anyone that, because if they are so stupid that they think that I think that you think that you're like an actual king of a territory or like have an authority over other people, then I want them to just keep thinking that and just be retarded. Because to me, it's self-evident what you're doing is that you are the master of your own life. You are a master of your own mind. You are a spiritual being. You're looking at the big picture past the hyper materialism. You have a plan for what's going to happen when you're outside of this physical body, which is what I think a lot of people should be focusing on as it becomes more and more blatant for those that may have not have noticed. Of course, there might be some people that cannot be, maybe they don't have the capacity to notice. So maybe this is a good segue to ask the question, because this might be where the two of you might differ in your opinion. I want to get into the root of why do a lot of people, and I almost said it like you say it, people, King Stephen, why do people like garbage? And so are they capable of changing, or are they just demons and they're just belong here in this reincarnation cycle because they love it? Or is it something else? So who wants to go first about the question of why do most people absolutely love garbage? And King Stephen could probably rattle off a whole bunch of statistics and evidence for that truth if anyone needed it.
Well, go ahead. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by garbage. You mean just absorbing crap from society around them and not having their own independent thought?
Yeah, or even also just like drinking their tap water or just eat or just whatever is fed to them that's garbage. They seem to absolutely love it because you
I
can see
think
that they're drawn to it. Go ahead.
I think I can respond. I used to call them a few years ago toothpaste eaters. And I would say they the extra fluoride, and they would squeeze the tubes into their mouth because they didn't get enough fluoride out of the tap water, so they wanted extra. They would just eat tubes of it. But I think it's more than just what they digest. It's more than the jabba dabba doos that they get and the boosters. It's more than garbage food. They're feasting on evil and degenerate shit on YouTube, Netflix, Hollywood, music, anything that they can get into their mind, and they choose it. That's why I tell people to choose wisely. There is meaning to the hashtag choose wisely that I'm always posting and talking about. They don't have to choose that. They do have the choice not to eat shit. And I've often given the metaphor of I could have a 5-star restaurant, fine dining, and invite these people and say, leave your wallet at home, leave your purse at home. It's all taken care of. Your meal, 7 courses, dessert, tip, everything. You don't have to come and pay anything. If they say I can't afford it, it's all on me. And they would rather go eat rotten old Big Macs that don't really get moldy or whatever in a garbage, in a dumpster, even if it's 110 degrees. They'd rather eat that's not real food, and fill up on garbage Big Macs in garbage bags like an Illuma Tommy digging dumpster diving, than come to my restaurant and eat a fine dining meal. So it's a clear choice, and I see that they're presented with a choice in this realm. I don't think most beings at this point are capable of choosing wisely, capable of even noticing the difference between, let's say, something stupid and genius, or shit and shinola, as the old expression goes, like a diamond or a turd. They're that dumb. And they're that dumb on YouTube when it comes to choosing what they consume for hours a night, because everyone has the internet. Everyone has the internet in their hand, and a lot of us have laptops and other devices at home where we always could be connected anywhere that we are, and we have access to the same internet. They have access to the same internet I do, the same YouTube and the internet beyond just YouTube. And they choose to consume shit day after day after day. So eventually, if, after years of witnessing that, people are gonna have to come to the conclusion that they're choosing garbage. They're choosing programming. They're choosing junk. They're choosing degeneracy. They're choosing to poison their minds and not just poison their bodies with fluoride and lower their IQs, which of course it does. It's a neurotoxin, as most truthers would know. They're choosing that. Nobody's forcing these people to watch 5, 6, 8, 10 hours of shit every night when there are channels when they can actually learn something valuable and something that would help them and something spiritual and something that isn't demonic and degenerate. But most of them choose. And if you pay attention to what other people are watching and where they gather, what they follow, who they hang out with, most beings do choose demonic shit, degenerate shit.
Well, I think that really just goes back to the idea of the peasant class mentality again, right? I mean, a peasant, if you want to look at it from maybe a medieval standpoint, their thoughts never stray very far from what's just around them. Whatever they're doing on their land, that's all they're doing. Maybe their religion, they might be hung up on that, but that's got its own strings attached in a huge way. But I think that's really what you're talking about. If you pull it back, it's really just more peasant thinking.
Yes. And I would go so far as to say, I don't know if you'll agree or not, but in my view, they are what they are. I can't fix them. I can't help them. I can't change them. I've tried for decades and it's just futile. It doesn't work. It's like trying to talk to a snail in the forest, crouch down, and if I'm talking to a snail about the topics we're discussing and a rock beside the snail, none of it's going to reach them. It's the same thing. They're unreachable and unteachable.
Like
Well,
Jack
that
Tancott, and if you try to change him, he wants to be doing what he's doing, and what he's doing is never going to change. And it's like this infinite loop of insanity. And then it also is a testament to anyone that will subject themselves to that on a
Well,
constant basis without realizing what's going on.
sorry for interrupting. I was just going to say he's a great example actually for this. Because when has Jack Talcott ever been on my channel? After all the times I've been on his show, when has he been curious or interested in looking into what I'm saying, but he thinks he has me figured out without ever looking into my content? Do you see how that's lazy? No investigation. It would be like me saying, I know all about Jason. I've never gone on Secrets of Saturn. I've never watched Crow 777. If I hadn't, I have watched Crow 777 a few times, at least more than a handful of times over the years, here and there. But I'm not claiming to know Crow or Jason. If I hadn't watched any of their content and came on here and said, well, I know all about them, I have them all figured out. Jack does that with me. He doesn't have me figured out. He's never looked into my videos. He'll just bash me and say, oh, he calls it a hell realm. He must be miserable. He must be It's all assumption and feeling. He doesn't know the content of my channels at all. And this isn't just Jack. I'm just using him as an example. He's a prime example for millions of zombies on YouTube and in this realm. A lot of times I'll call them zombies or demons. They are what they are. They have no curiosity to look into something and learn. It's like one of the other shows we had when I asked you what your favorite movie was. And I said, if I started bashing your favorite movie and saying I've never watched it, you'd think I'm lazy and ignorant, willfully ignorant. That's what they do all the time on YouTube. I can't force anybody to watch my content, but I know they're a zombie and willfully ignorant if they bash me without even watching my content to know what I'm talking about, what my model is.
Well, what you're talking about is people using their free will, but not actually exercising it. They have free will. They're making a decision to just be like, nah.
No, they're going beyond that. It would be fine if they did that, but it would be like saying the movie Natural Born Killers sucks, and I say, "Did you watch it?" Nope. Well, how do you know it sucks? It's not just they're not interested; they're bashing something they've never watched or bashing a book. If I said, "Hey, you ever read Orwell's 1984?" and they say it sucks, have you ever read it? No. Well, then you're bashing it without ever looking through the pages. So I do see a difference there. It's not just meh. It's not just
Well,
they're not interested. They're
yeah, in
attacking
some
something
people,
without looking.
in some people for sure. I
A
was
lot
kind
of
of
people. Yeah, it's a lot of them.
yeah, I definitely agree with what you there. I'm just saying on the more peasant mentality kind of thing. It's just that they've got free will, but they're not exercising their free will. They're just going along to get along,
Well,
slogging it out day after day after day, and a good chunk of them feel sorry for themselves at the same time. But you're not actually doing anything to try and get yourself better.
So let's talk about the evil ones that aren't just peasants, because there are many different kinds of beings. And I just think it's so blatantly obvious that I mean, I feel like an alien to everyone around me. I feel like King Stephen is a very unique, creative individual. I tend to look like I feel like I'm always scanning because I want to meet unique and interesting people. Like Jason, your voice, your unique voice was one of the first things that drew me to you, and then I learned more. So there are beings that are evil, and sometimes it takes a lot for people to realize that there's evil here, and they have to actually get beaten, double crossed, left for dead, and experience very, very bad things before they'll even start to believe it or recognize it. They'll need someone to come back and hurt them a second, maybe third, maybe fourth time before they'll believe it. But there is evil. So, could you tell us more about your model and the idea of these beings and maybe what is going to happen to them? And if anybody, even if there was just one person out of a million possible minds that could be listening to this today, what was the first thing, like maybe we could even call it an elevator pitch, to go and watch your videos about what is this realm and how can someone get out of it, the cycle?
Okay. I just think if people, I can't force anybody to be curious, so I'm not really going to give a pitch. But as for my videos, it shows that there is something beyond this life. Our spirit lives on. The body dies, but we don't die. So it's not actual death. What we're told about death isn't really, just like everything else here, isn't accurate. We're only lied to in this realm about everything. That's all. And that includes death. Death, this right here is more like death than life. That's part of my model. So the afterlife is more like living than here. Some of us have had near death experiences. I've had multiple in my lifetime. And I've had other experiences, out of body experiences, including as a child, and what's known as a shared death experience when my mother died. I saw her spirit leave this realm. But what I'm getting at with my model is there's deception in this realm, and a lot of people assume the deceptions and tricks stop when your body dies. Well, that's nonsense. That's ridiculous. That's like a retarded thing to assume. If you look at this realm and you're a truth seeker, you'll say, well, they lie about millions of things here. There's millions of conspiracies, lies, deceptions, psyops, conspiracies, cover-ups, etc. Why would anyone assume that all of that ends as soon as your body stops breathing, your heart stops pumping, and your brain's dead? It doesn't. It's a recycling system. This whole system is a recycling system, not just with our bodies and matter, but with spirits as well. And if you look into reincarnation, there's massive evidence of people having knowledge they shouldn't know, including ones that are children that know about a wife's secrets, and they're saying, I was your husband. And it's a 4-year-old or a 6-year-old telling a grown woman, I was your husband that died. I know all about this, that. And she's like, how could you know that? Only my husband knew. And the child's like, I know because I am your husband, reincarnated. So reincarnation is happening. Now, a lot of people, unfortunately, go by belief. They'll say, I don't believe you. Well, too bad. Real people do research. And that's the thing that's been forgotten with truth seekers. They no longer do research. Have you noticed that pattern? A lot of them don't. Now, I'm not saying nobody does, but there's perhaps thousands, maybe millions that don't anymore. They just watch YouTube videos and they either believe or disbelieve. Beliefs are easy. They don't require any evidence or work or research or investigation. I suggest that people do what's very weird in this world: research, investigate, study, learn, and try to understand things rather than just guess or go by your gut feeling. "Ah, I don't believe in reincarnation." Well, go ahead, get recycled then. That's your destiny then if you want to be that lazy. Laziness is not a good thing. It won't lead you out of this realm to freedom. You'll just end up here again. So for the ones listening to think, well, what's wrong with being lazy? Go ahead. See where it leads you. I want to address this person in the chat saying this attitude is harsh. What attitude? Reminds me of how the government looks at citizens. Really, you're drawing a comparison between what me or someone else on panel is saying, and then they said, "Oh, now I get the king thing," after it was explained to you. See, I think, and I'm not being harsh, I just think that's part of the problem. You need it told to you and explained. I'm trying to get people on my channel to think for themselves. I'm not telling them what to think, because when their body dies, they're on their own. All of us are. So what are you going to do when your body dies? You think someone's going to be holding your hand, helping you? You have to know what to do on your own. You have to be sovereign and strong and independent minded and capable and spiritually strong. Now, how many die that way? Answer me that in the chat, and people in the and the ones on the panel, Rose and Jason. How many people have you seen that when they're dying, they know exactly what they're going to do? They're not in fear. They're not programmed by religion. Like, most people are just primed for the pickings for archons, entities, demons, whatever you want to call them. The name doesn't matter that you call them. And they just get recycled. They get duped as they're dying before they even die. They see them in their hospital room or the hospice. And that's what happens. And this has been written about and studied. And most people don't want to think about it because they're scared.
Well, they lean on their religion, at least a lot of people do. So they're coming from that perspective, and they don't accept any other. And well, we don't know what they see when they get to the other side.
Well, they see I'm saying they see things in the room as they're still alive. They're not on the quote other side. They're still in their body, and they're seeing their dead family members appear to them as they're dying. And there's atheists as well. So it's not just religion. There's atheists that see this and experience near-death experiences. I've only watched about 500, 600, 700 NDEs. I think most people that have opinions on the topic don't do the work. They don't do the research. They want belief. They want to say, I don't believe it, this, that, but they don't look into it. That's the problem. Now, that's their problem. I want people to understand that there is a cost to being lazy and ignorant. I know truthers don't like to hear it. Most people hate to hear that, but there is. You'll just get recycled. Have you ever tossed an empty soda can or an empty can into a recycling bin? That's the default mode for most humans, whether they
I
like
even think
hearing
that
it or not.
recycling is a scam. Like, I think that people are so stupid just for believing that people are going to do what they're supposed to do and sort out all the recycled stuff that hasn't even been washed. And there's been so many videos of recycling plants just throwing it into the landfill anyway. So even man can't properly mimic what nature has so, I'm saying this sarcastically, beautifully designed, where it's actually recycling like a real sewer. But Jason, can you tell him
Well, it'll
about
just take longer, Rose. Even if it's thrown into a landfill, the earth will eat it eventually anyways.
Right, yeah,
The
for
can
sure,
it came out of the earth. We didn't get these soda cans from another world.
Right,
It
of
all
course.
came out of the earth. It digests everything, whether we recycle it in a plant, whether it's manure, what we flush down the toilet, rainwater, everything here gets recycled, including bodies and spirits. Everything.
It's good that you're clarifying that. And I was more pointing out the obedience of the people, just like the COVID wearing the mask. It's more like there are some countries where they've got like 9 different trash cans for different things and people sort it out. But I didn't want
It
to
won't
let this
matter
go.
on your deathbed, though, if recycling's a scam or not. But recycling in spirit will matter. See,
Okay,
I think
so
people get hung up on the trivial stuff, but on your deathbed, you're not going to be wondering. I don't think you will be saying, "Is recycling a scam? Did I waste my time?" Because you might have more important matters, like, "Is my spirit going to get recycled if I die and don't know anything about what's going on?" It might be
okay,
important. you know.
So absolutely. So I wanted to tell you that Jason is more sensitive to the spiritual metaphysical side than I am, and he, like you, saw his parents' spirit leave their body. So Jason, could you talk about what happened with your dad?
Yeah, when my dad was in hospice unconscious, I didn't actually see his spirit, but I did see other spirits. And it was when I knew he was leaving. We were there for a few hours. He was having organ failure, and of course, when you're in hospice and you're in that state, they've got you all drugged up. So he was unconscious and just slowly fading away. And then at one point, I saw over. Now I like Rose said, I'm kind of I've got a little bit of sensitivity to stuff to the spirit world. Nothing grandiose, but I can kind of pick up on things. Sometimes I see little things, and often when something spiritual is going on, I kind of see shadows or shadowy figures, or kind of like TV snow. I've described it. I'll see things like that, like the energy. And I saw in the corner of the room a what looked like a shadowy portal open up, and at least one figure, if not more than one figure. Like I said, kind of shadowy, very indistinct. And I went, "Oh, I bet you thinking very quickly, oh, I bet you he just passed." And I looked over, and sure enough, he wasn't breathing anymore. And within a few moments, that had faded away. So yeah, whatever went on there, whatever beings were coming to meet my father's, whatever you want to call it, his soul, his spirit, while he was passing, something was there.
Same with my mom. My question to you would be, do you think they're good beings? And if they're good beings, why is this realm not good?
I didn't sense anything negative, and I've definitely encountered negative beings, and I didn't have that malevolent feeling that I have had with around certain things, because I've definitely been around some things that are definitely of the negative variety. I didn't get that impression on that occasion.
Well, a lot of people who have near-death experiences have what they call a love bomb. They have a feeling of bliss and love and meet these entities and meet these beings that look just like their family members, but they tell them, you got to go back. You're on a mission. You're not done yet. And they send them back to a broken body, a body in a coma, a body that's going to be in pain for 6 months or more, or perhaps their legs are missing from a car wreck, all sorts of things like that. So I think that feeling bliss and love can also be a trick, can be a weapon to convince people that, oh, it's not malevolent, it's good. These are good beings because it makes you feel good. I think there's lots of things that can make you feel good. I could jab you with a needle of heroin, you'd feel pretty good, but it doesn't mean that it is good. Your body'd feel good.
Right. No, well, I didn't get any positive or negative feelings. I just got the buzz of like energy in the room that I've picked up on plenty
Yeah.
of other places. So I can't answer. I mean, I don't know what my father was experiencing, obviously. So yeah,
Mhm.
I know what where you're coming from with that, and I to a point agree with it as well. Like it's a very Gnostic point of view, and I do think that there are a
Well,
lot of
I'm not a
negative entities
Gnostic.
here.
I get that a lot. Jack Talcott says that. I'm not a Gnostic. Gnostics believe in a good creator outside of this realm that has abandoned us here, but that would mean it's not a good creator. It would be like somebody leaving their child in a house neglected. If you leave children around evil to be destroyed, you're not good. So the Gnostics, ancient Gnostics, believed in a good creator. I do not. So
Right.
I'm
Well, I
against.
said
I'm an anti-Gnostic in
Yeah, it sounds
reality.
retarded.
So.
It sounds evil to leave behind your child.
I'm
Exactly.
someone
It's
that's logical. I think things through in ways that the ancient Gnostics centuries ago did not think things through. Cathars Gnostics. So my model is far more complete, accurate, makes more sense than any Gnostics you'll ever study. I don't care if that sounds like bragging. If people put in the hours and months and study my work, it will make sense to them. It's observably true. I want to ask you both what you think about angels. Why do they come to rescue people in car wrecks after the car has been crashed and on fire and people are burning and children? Why don't they intervene? Yeah, it's actually a good question though, isn't it? Why don't they intervene before the crash? Why do they come to rescue after you're hurt? So
oh,
often these
I've actually got a good answer for that. Now, I don't know if you want to call them angels, but I have had multiple experiences throughout my now 53 years of life where something did intervene, where I should have most likely been seriously injured or killed, and something did intervene. It was always a voice. It wasn't like a direct, like I saw some critter and a robe and a halo and all that kind of crap. But and I can give you several examples. I know Rose has heard me talk about these before, and for whatever reason, the spiritual being, or for lack of a better descriptor, didn't want the bad thing to happen to me. So one example was I was making a left-hand turn and somebody was coming around a curve way too fast. I couldn't see them. And I heard very loudly in my head and not in my own voice, turn. And my instincts went off. I cut the wheel. And instead of being head on smash in this little bitty plastic car, I got hit on the side and the airbag saved my life. I almost certainly would have been killed from being plowed by a van coming.
What if that was your own psychic power, though, and not an external angelic force?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. I can't tell you. But like I said, I've had multiples of these. When I was younger, I like early teens or 12 or something like that. I remember walking past at night, past two dudes, and I heard run, and I took off. Saw these two guys, and they started chasing me. But I had gotten enough of a head start that they stopped after a while. So I don't know what that was about. But that's just another example. And I've had multiples of these throughout my life.
So weird, because like, why are you getting all this help, but not all the people that pray to Jesus? Shouldn't they get a little piece of the pie of the help? Why do you get the special treatment? I mean, I'm not trying to make fun of the situation. It's just I'm asking the question of why certain people get the special psychic help that prevents them from the bad thing, and then some don't. Is it your karmic stuff? Or is the fact that we're here meaning that we didn't get it the last time, and so we better figure it out this time so that we can escape?
I could give you my very honest answer on that. I don't know. But it's definitely happened multiple times, and I'm still alive and functioning to this day as a result, because I probably should. Well, I think the earliest one I can remember was walking home from the library. I'm maybe 10 years old at the absolute most. I think I was younger than that. This is back in the 80s when you could actually do that kind of thing and not worry about something horrible happening to you just walking a block away from your house. But somebody was driving their car, didn't come to stop at a four-way stop sign that I knew was a four-way stop sign because it was 2 blocks up from my house. And I heard that voice again, or a voice. I don't remember if it's the exact same one. It said, jump. And I leaped across the road onto the block opposite, and the car would have plowed into me. So again, I don't know, but these are things that have happened to me over and over again.
Yeah. And I think what Rose is, I believe you. And I think you are telling the truth. I don't doubt what you're saying. I've experienced similar in my life, and I've known others that I've had these conversations with where they've experienced it, including some guests on my show over the last couple of years live that have said about certain things where if that voice didn't say that and if they didn't listen, they wouldn't be here. But there might be reasons for them to want to keep us here for longer. That
Yeah.
could be part of it. And there's
Yeah.
also, it could be your own intuition, it could be your own spirit alerting you. But there's
Yep.
so many cases of children diving into, let's say, a pool, and they get paralyzed where there's no little voice that said, don't dive, or it's too shallow, or, there's whether it's that or a million other things where people get paralyzed, broken neck, or they lose their limb, or they get run over by a train, or there's millions of things that happen in this realm where they get no warning. So I see what Rose is saying. Why is it so selective with some of us some of the time? And there's no consistency. It's like there's no rhyme or reason who gets the warnings and who doesn't get any help.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know. I mean, I am a little more dialed into spiritual things than a lot of people are. So maybe it's just that I'm open to that and I'm hearing it, and other people aren't because they're closed. But then again, you're going to go back to the concept of children who really don't know any better. So why are these terrible things happening to them? So you can argue both sides of that.
What are your thoughts on karma, Rose and Jason? Do you have any thoughts on it? Do you subscribe to the idea of karma, or do you see that the billionaires club in this realm, whether they're banksters or others, let's say investors, or the frauds, the figureheads like Elon Musk, nothing seems to happen to these creatures. They seem to live these relatively easy, leisurely lives, or lives of that most people don't get to live, no matter what they do. Bill Gates, for example, look what he's done in his lifetime. Do you just hope that karma's going to hit him in his next lifetime, or do you realize that actually they get rewarded in this evil realm for being evil? They get propped up and they get rewards instead of it's anti-karma. It's the opposite. That's what I see.
Well, to a point, you don't know what their personal lives are like. For all we know, and I would actually bet money on this. Someone like Bill Gates, who's a total scumsuck, is probably a miserable cocksucker. Elon, I don't have a problem with him on the surface, but the guy does look always just worn out and tired and just got so much heaps of responsibility on him that I honestly do
Well,
wonder
forget
how
them
much.
then. Let's say the Rockefellers and Rothschilds, the banksters, not tech, but the banksters were their whole families billionaires for generations, generations upon generations of billionaires. Do you think they're really suffering internally? Do you assume that? Or do you see that maybe they get rewarded for being evil and controlling the whole banking system and oils and everything, all the major resources of this realm?
Well, again, I don't know if I would equate money and karma together. Like, I think karma is more of a spiritual thing, by far. So, okay, David Rockefeller inherited his grandfather's money, but that guy for decades, and I've looked into those people quite a bit, looked like the most miserable son of a bitch ever. Look at George Soros. The guy looks like Emperor Palpatine from Star Wars, and he has for decades. I mean, they don't look like they're particularly happy
Well,
people.
we're just going by the looks then, just the surface of what they look like. You don't actually know though. I don't know, because it like most average people that are zombies that are peasants don't they look miserable to me. They don't look happy. They're not billionaires, whether they're homeless, working class, middle class people look miserable to me when I'm out. I don't see happy people, happy faces where I go for the most part. In various cities across Canada and the US, I don't see a lot of happy faces or happy beings at any status level or wealth level. So I don't know if that really is too much evidence to it.
I don't even believe the happy faces because I try to put on a happy face because I don't want people to feel sorry for me. So even the people with the happy faces
Put
might
on a
be
happy face.
trying to I see nothing but suffering or inevitable suffering, eventual suffering, and also a lot of the people that I see enjoying themselves, I think that they don't realize that they're ignoring certain aspects that are going to make them suffer later, even if it's like being really bad at making financial decisions, right? Like people are not, they don't have a long term plan, kind of just walking around like NPCs, not to use the cliche topic. But I see because of this ignorance, which is by design, it doesn't seem like the world is conducive to people being helped naturally. For example, we can't even survive in this realm without being able to build a shelter or finding food. So we're born into the system. And you can always argue that it's been built up around us for thousands of years. But if only we had stayed as cavemen, then maybe we would be so happy. But then again, what happens to the little, baby that falls off a cliff and they have to live the rest of their life as a paraplegic? At that point, then the merciful thing to do is to chop their head off. So to answer the question, I see nothing but suffering, and I don't see it as intelligent design. I know in previous times with King Stephen, I point out why is the vagina near the butthole. It just, everything disgusts me. So, I mean, Jason's probably sick of me complaining about everything that disgusts me, but that's my answer, King Stephen.
That's a good answer. I like it, but it's the butthole near the vagina is pretty funny. A lot of people do wear masks, though. I agree. They're wearing a mask, a public persona, where they're not actually happy. They might smile at you and they're performing. It's performative. They're smiling slaves, a lot of them. They're miserable behind closed doors. You get in the room with them behind closed doors and they have a dysfunctional family. They're fighting husband and wife. There's a lot of that. Where out in public, people think, oh, they're so happy, and they're not happy. But I have a question for you both. Can you envision a world better than this, or do you think this is as good as it gets or could get? Could you see a realm that could be so much better and more magical than here? Because I think most beings in this realm can't imagine anything other than what is here.
Go ahead,
Well, I could
Jason.
easily imagine a better place, but this is where I will agree with you that the bad people in this world are winning, because I would bet just about anything that things like higher end tech, getting us off of the whole petroleum economies of the world, if that wasn't being kept completely under control, things could be better. I always say that we should be living in more of a Buck Rogers kind of a world at this point, now that we're in 2026. And that's what people used to envision 100 plus years ago.
Beyond
And that's
technology, though, like for
well,
technology aside, do you think it could be much better, or a world other than this one could be way better than here without going to higher tech?
well, I think the tech has a huge part of it though, because if you had things like free energy or near free energy things, I always call it the whole Star Trek thing, which I call um, it's like a
Jack
social,
Talcott stole it. This is
huh?
what Jack Talcott. Okay, so Jason tried to explain this to Jack Talcott
Yeah,
on his
I
level,
did.
and then Jack Talcott took it and tried to talk about it on a show and just completely destroyed
He
the
got it wrong,
concept.
unfortunately. So, but I'll explain it here for anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about. I've said this a couple of times. Well, I've said it a bunch of times on my own streams. I always think that the one of the best systems we could come up with from a realistic point of view, if we could have access to the kind of tech that I'm almost positive does exist, is like a form of benevolent socialism, like in Star Trek. In Star Trek, the tech is not being held as a weapon against everybody. It's everything is provided for, and just don't be a jerk off to each other. Like you pretty much can do anything in their world, and I'm not even talking about like the warp drive and all. Like forget that stuff. I'm just saying it is a unified world that you have everything provided for you. It's a benevolent socialism. It's socialism in the sense that yes, the government is in control and taking care of everything, but it's benevolent because they're not out to get you. There's no enforced scarcity. This entire planet, as of right now, is one great big enforced scarcity.
Yes, it is. Now, I would say, what if it always will be here? What I'm asking is, could there be a realm or a way to have a realm better than here, um, even without tech? Would you even be able to conceive of that as possible? Put all tech aside, all the Star Trek stuff, and
No, not without free energy because it's the scarcity that makes the human condition exist. So it's the environment, like it's what we're living in, which is
so
it
that's
makes
your
it
belief then.
difficult.
If we removed all scarcity here, do you think that would remove evil beings? You think it's all based on scarcity, greed, competition, or do you understand that there could be something that's evil regardless if everyone was provided for and no scarcity existed?
I look at the human condition as the evil that could overtake a spirit
You're
that
saying
we
the
all have
human
to fight
condition.
against that.
What if they're not all human? What if they look human on the outside and you're looking at their meat suit saying, well, they look human. But what if it's deeper than that? What if there's entities inside a lot of these beings and you assume they're human, but they're just not, and they've
Yes,
deceived
that's
you?
what I'm learning. That's what you have helped me try to discern is that there are different kinds of beings and that the real end of the line of being a truther isn't just recognizing that there's a new world order. It's that you have to be able to look into someone's eyes and recognize the difference between a good spirit and these beady-eyed demons that are just inherently evil and that cannot be helped. They can't have a spiritual awakening after their years of alcoholism and 12 steps in AA. There's just simply evil people. And I feel like there's like the whole revelation of the method going on right now, where even the quote unquote New World Order peoples are putting it right in front of their faces and then laughing at people when they can't accept or see that we're in an evil realm. So I know that my viewpoint isn't popular because people want to be hopeful that everyone could have a spiritual awakening and be nice to each other. But I think that by design, there are some good spirits that have to figure out how to get out of this recycling bin. And then there's demons that belong here to try and trick people. Is that
Well,
anywhere near how you feel?
well, people want to be hopeful, but they want to believe Jack Talcott's going to create world peace when he can't create peace on a YouTube panel day after day. So how's he going to create world peace? It would be my example for that. I mean, people can be in wishful thinking syndrome. I don't think they're actually hopeful. I give real hope and empowerment to people saying, if you know where you are, you'll have a chance to get out. If you want to pretend you're in a good place and you're in a dungeon, you'll stay in the dungeon. I'll be walking out and you'll be staying there. You don't want to face where you are? So be it. Is that simple? Like, do you see what I'm saying? You have to
Yeah.
at least face where you are first. If you don't want to face where you are. If we were all three of us were in a prison together and I said, I'm leaving, I'm starting a prison break, and you guys started saying, this isn't prison. I've got artwork on my wall, I've got this. Say, okay, well, you don't even want to see where you are. I don't think you're going anywhere. You have to at least recognize where you are. This realm is not a good place. It's run by evil. And some would say, well, it's just evil people. The body itself is a horrible design. Just look at the central nervous system. You could get a pain that you can't stop. You're not in control of your own body. It's that simple. And I could go on and on about that. But that's the thing. I think a lot of people want to believe things. I'm more of a truth seeker. I like the truth beyond just beliefs. I always say beliefs are easy. Beliefs will make you feel good, but it's not going to set you free. The truth will set you free, not beliefs. And what most people do is they want to believe in things that make them feel good. Feel good stuff is typical New Age and Talcottian and everything else. Lots of feel good stuff all in this realm and on YouTube. Rose, when you were talking about humans and how I said, how do you know they're human? You're judging by the surface. I could show you my bookshelf and I could say, what are those? You'd say they're all books. And then I'd grab one book and open it up, pull it out from the rest and open it up. And it's not a book. There's no pages. It's a safe. And I open up the safe and there's cash and jewels. And I'll be like, this isn't a book. You thought it was. It looks like a book from the outside, but it's not a book. Do you understand? It's the same with humans. You'll look at their face and go, well, they look human. Well, every person does that. But once you start to see, they're not all human. And then you'll start to see the realm differently because you'll say, well, they all look human, but they're not human. Once you know how to look and see what they are, to see truly what the eyes to see. And most can't. Most are walking blind. And they can say that's harsh or whatever they want, people in the chat. I'm used to people in the realm doing that. Most people don't want the truth. What they want to do is label truth speakers harsh, label them this, that, the other. But truth is truth. Truth is truth no matter if I'm talking softly like this and telling you the truth or singing it or shouting it. If it's true, it's true. But I notice that humans are so sensitive and delicate. They don't want truth. They want their feelings. They want to be coddled and hugged and they want to feel good. But a lot of the truth of this realm does not feel good to face. It's the way it is.
Jason, is the truth that King Stephen is speaking offending you? Do you feel sad about what he's saying about the truth of this realm? Do you feel resistant and like you want to play angel's advocate?
No, but I it does feel a little too cynical to me. But I definitely see where he's coming from. I know why someone would come to that kind of point of view. And I've definitely seen things that look human but aren't human.
Oh yeah, I want you to talk about the demons that you've seen. It's just so funny because you've actually seen demons, but I'm
Yep.
here like telling you that I'm pretty much on the same page with King Stephen. And I want to just take this opportunity. I had my banner up for a second while I was getting my, I don't know why I feel like I have to be so professional with the overlays. This is a good, it's just a 2-minute video as a metaphor for just how on Opie and Anthony, you can laugh at how people are so stupid that they can't see a demon right in front of them. And that's basically all King Stephen is doing on his channel. And I don't understand why anyone would criticize him for it, especially when on top of him just showing you the truth of how humans or these beings are, but he's got music and anyway, I don't want to make this a huge commercial, but I just think this is a really funny clip. And so I just want to watch it really quick and make fun of anyone who act like the girl who gets in the back of the van.
The rest stop like, oh, excuse me, miss, can you help me move this couch? Word year. Word year.
She pulls up all innocent American girl.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my. Take it easy, baby.
She's singing. Hey, you look like you need some help.
Word year. Word year. Would you? Yeah. Just get in the van. If you get inside, I'll help. Get inside. I'll put you in my arm. You need me to help you?
Look a little handicapped there.
Yeah.
And that whole scene, I watched it. I actually have it up on my MySpace account because it's such a great scene that I put it up there. And you could tell, like, she's walking in, she looks, and as a lot of women that have been through like horrible things know, there's some intuition that she puts across very well on the screen that she should just go inside. But she turns and is like, hey, you need help with that?
But then
It's
she
like,
still goes.
Would you?
That's 99.9% of people.
Are you moving? Do you need help moving a couch
with a broken
at 5 in the
arm?
morning and I've never seen you before?
with his broken arm, and he's really acting. He's playing it up. He tried to get it in once and failed. You look a little handicapped. You need a hand.
Would you?
Yeah, get in the van, idiot. I'm gonna punch you right in the face.
How did you get
in your
that
fat
far?
face?
He never asked how he got it to where it's out on the shoulder of the road.
Yeah.
It's 7 a.m. and he's trying to. He has a broken wrist and he's pushing a couch. Oh yeah. You mind? Was she a great big fat person? Would you? Well, Mrs. Lippman used to. I think I got a card. You want to come inside? I got a card.
That makes me laugh because the more I watch it, the more I realize that maybe these cinematic movies from the 80s and 90s were supposed to help teach people about how to recognize things. But now it's like the blind leading the blind on the internet. And it's just a bunch of retards leading retards.
Yeah, well, Archaic's channel has almost 200,000 subs, and he gets thousands of views per live stream.
That's what I call
Now-
a cult, my friend.
So you can call it a cult, but I'm not cynical for saying he's a demon. I just call a demon, and I call them zombie followers. It's just true. See, I don't put an emotion attached to it. That's the way I look at things. So if I say what the realm is, what I see, I just say what I see. And I think it's very empowering because the people that do the work to study what I've shown and shared, the observable truth of my model, they'll have a good chance of getting freedom. So it's actually empowering. It's disempowering to be lazy in a Talcott and say, just praise God, live in love and peace, present moment, and be a fake guru. That style is at the other end of the spectrum for me. I would say that's more destructive than what I'm sharing about this realm. I'm showing what it is. I won't walk up to an open sewer if I went to New Orleans or Chicago and there's an open sewer. I wouldn't go up and say it smells good and it looks good. I'd say it's a stinky open sewer. I'd call it what it is. And I think that has been lost in this realm with people just being very blunt, direct, calling things what they are. I'll call a demon, and I'll call evil, evil. I don't think that's cynical. I just think it's honest.
Well, yeah, there are very dark beings. I think that guy's probably a good example of it, and that's why I call it a cult, because he's definitely got some darkness going on there, and he's, for some reason, I don't find him charismatic at all, but apparently, well, I mean, we can look at Charlie Manson. Look what he did. So
The thing is, dark beings are very common. They're more common than you realize. It isn't just him or Charlie Manson or famous examples. They're all around you. Now, why would dark beings exist and violent criminals if this were a good realm with a good creator? Why would evil beings exist that do violent harm to the innocent?
It really makes no sense unless you ascribe to a specific religion that will explain it to you with a story. But Jason, you were going to say
They
something.
don't really explain it, though. They just give you something to make you feel good. It's more
Right.
like mind control. It's not truth. I'm speaking
Well,
here. I'd like
the-
truth rather than mind control.
like I said, I do understand why you think about things from that perspective. And there's the perspective that I've read from a lot of, especially the older new agey people when I first started looking at this stuff when I was a teenager. They call it Schoolhouse Earth. And to a point, maybe not entirely, but to a point, I can get with that. That you're here to learn and make decisions and try and advance
really?
yourself spiritually.
So you're here to learn, but you get memory wiped and amnesia lifetime upon lifetime. If you can't retain the knowledge, how are you actually learning? Just like if you went to third grade, they might wiped your memory at the end of third grade. You start fourth grade, you can't remember anything. You have to learn how to tie your shoes each lifetime. Walk, talk, feed yourself, do every basic thing. This is not a school. The school, the new age, new cage thing that's saying this is a school is just ridiculous.
Well,
It's
I
not
would counter that with if you had your memories, then you wouldn't have to learn anything because you'd be like, oh, okay, well, I knew that. I don't have to make that decision again because I already know what I did last time. It's like, okay, well, this is easy then. That's having the cheat code to the test. So
It's not
that
really
would
a
be
cheat code. It's progress. That's what you do in school, grade after grade. You progress. You
right,
get
but from a
smarter and
spiritual point of view,
you
just because
gain
you don't
knowledge.
have the conscious memory of a
Yeah,
previous
I know it's from
life,
a spiritual point of view. I realize that. I've heard that argument many times.
and I don't know if that's what it is. I'm just saying, like all these
Well, I
different
would ask you,
philosophies.
Jason, how many lifetimes do you have to come here to be, let's say, abused in your next lifetime as a child and be tortured? What are they learning? And that's not their only lifetime. See, I don't think you're thinking big enough. You're just thinking spiritual lessons. But you might think differently if you were being tortured by your parents in your next lifetime every day. What are you learning then? Because children are going through that. It may not be you, but others in this realm where you live are going through that. They're being tortured every day. Millions of children are abused.
That's true.
What are
And
they
I
learning
would,
with your
well,
school?
what if that child is Hitler reincarnated or Stalin?
Millions of them. It's not one, it's millions of them. What if they are?
I know. I'm just saying as an
What if
example.
they're Hitler? You obviously haven't looked into World War II then to know anything about how you were deceived on that whole topic. You
Well,
have the mainstream view.
that's a very big topic, and yes, I have looked at it.
Okay. You've looked at it, but you said, what if they're Hitler? What if they were? Are a million children or 10 million that are being abused right now? Like your excuse doesn't make any sense. What if they're this, that? Doesn't make any sense.
Well, like I said, I don't know if that's exactly the way it works. I'm just playing devil's advocate here.
And the devil's advocate doesn't make sense because it doesn't explain away child abuse as teaching or a learning school. Just
Well,
doesn't.
this goes back to that intervening thing then, as things that happen, these bad things, should there be an Archangel Michael coming down and stopping it? I wish there would be. But the terrible things that are being done to that child, the people doing the terrible things, they're making bad decisions. The child is the innocent victim here.
Is the innocent victim learning by being tortured? Are they in a learning school by going through torture from as a baby until, let's say, they're murdered at 5 years old? There's lots of children murdered in this realm if you look into it. What did they learn? They went through torture for what? It seems unnecessary. What's the lesson? What's the
I would
spiritual
like to
lesson?
think that's true, but again, I don't know for certain. I
Yeah.
certainly don't like it, and I've certainly seen plenty of dark things go on.
It just seems so new agey. It just seems like fluff. It doesn't make sense, the new age belief. It seems ridiculous to me.
Right, and like I said, I do see your point to a point, but I don't 100% agree with it.
You don't have to. Stripe said he believes in fabricated history. Wow, I'm not sure who you're speaking about. But Stripe is Nolan. He's a guy that likes to stalk me whenever I go on channels, live streams. He follows me because I'm live streaming this, so that's how he knows I'm here. He's a real stalker. Stripe 6
Well,
is Nolan.
I just want to say I want to put my opinion, make my opinion clear, which is that I can't prove anything to anyone. But what I can know at this moment is that I haven't found another person other than King Stephen who has presented a model that I can't argue against, like the child abuse.
I can
and
prove
like
what I'm saying, though, with evidence showing child abuse, torture.
No, I'm saying I can't
Yeah.
bring any good evidence or argument against anything you can say, whereas I can think of so many arguments about so many other belief systems. So that's
And
why
what I'm getting at, Rose, is I'd love for people to look at the evidence that I've already shared. That's all. And Salty Siren said the evidence is insurmountable. I agree. I've shared years of evidence. So people really can't debunk me after they've examined the evidence. But I think it's feelings that prevent people, fear and feelings, where they don't want to look at the dark things. They want to believe in a love and light realm when it actually isn't. The evidence shows otherwise. So I
something that
think
really annoys me
go ahead.
about when people talk about suffering, and they'll always say about when they're talking about someone that they know is suffering, they'll say, oh, that person's so inspirational. they make me so grateful when I go about my day and I'm not in pain. And so they're going around their day not being in pain and thinking about, well, how do you think that person who's being inspirational feels? Do you think they're happy that they got the honor of coming into this realm to be a pawn for whatever designed to give people this inspiration? It's just laughable to me.
Well, Rose, would you want to inspire people for the next 10,000 lifetimes and be tortured? Would that be an inspiration?
No, that's why.
No, it's really a serious question because that is within the realm of possibility, by the way, that people don't consider. This is my
That's why
last lifetime, I'm telling you right now. I'm not coming back here, but I know some people that are tuned in will be. I can
I
tell
want to
that by
dedicate my life. I want to dedicate my life to making sure I don't come back. I'm
so
concentrating.
you'll look at the evidence, even if it doesn't feel good. You'll look at the evidence of what happens already in this realm that's undeniable.
I think that I do. Yeah, I
Stevie
think
Hyatt said, well, the reason I'm asking is because Stevie Hyatt in the chat said, what evidence? Well, it's evidence that I can't go poof and put into your mind here, Stevie, on a live stream. You'd have to look at thousands of videos, or at least dozens, maybe, if you had the time, and learn something. Just like if somebody says, I'm an author, I've written 10 books or 12 books, and they said, hey, what's in your books? Well, why don't you read the books? You want me to sum it up in 2 sentences? It's a massive amount of evidence. It's mountains of evidence. He's like, what evidence? This is what we were talking about earlier with zombies that are lazy. I don't think you'll ever learn that type.
Either you see it or you don't. To me, I just think it becomes
You
more
either
and
look
more.
or you don't. I don't think most people will look. I don't believe it because they don't. I've been doing this for decades, and most people don't look at the evidence. They want to believe that they have things figured out without looking at the evidence. What it's basically doing is if one of you were a cop, a detective, and you went to the crime scene, instead of looking at the evidence on the scene, you just say, well, I believe this person did it. And I'm like, why do you believe that? You're like, well, I just believe it. I'm like, well, you didn't look at the evidence of the scene, the blood splatters, the body's over there, there's a weapon there. You have it figured out and you didn't look at the evidence. We're in a crime scene. You could look at the realm that way if you want to, if you can think abstractly. It's a crime scene. Now you got to be a detective to look at the evidence to figure out what's going on. Most people, what I'm saying is most people are unwilling in this realm to look at the evidence to see where they are, what's going on, what this place actually is rather than what feels good. Because a lot of shit
Right.
here feels good. You can go eat ice cream, that'll feel good. Is it sugar? Pretty much is, right? Ice cream. Go to Baskin Robbins. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that everyone is if you are the kind of spirit with the potential of opening your eyes to accept what's going on, then you can concentrate and make a plan of how to make sure that you don't get recycled. And I think part of that is being able to recognize deception, fraud, and fakery and escape the hyper materialist aspect of things. That doesn't mean don't enjoy the ice cream. It doesn't mean don't enjoy the steak. It doesn't mean don't go out in nature and enjoy things that you could enjoy while you're here, but be aware of the realm that you're in and don't be caught off guard when you die, because then you'll just be having to be recycled again. So all I know is that what I'm doing right now is I'm not focusing on money or acquiring more physical things, but I'm concentrating on what's going to happen when I die and make sure that I don't get tricked.
Yeah, well,
That's what
money won't get you out, obviously. But Rose, are you able to visualize things?
Yes, I can
If
visualize
you
movies,
can
I
do
can
that?
hear words, and I can watch
Okay.
watch words in my mind. I have
So
all of the imagination
some people
signs.
can't, but that's why I wanted to know before I ask. So if I told you that this place is a maze, a labyrinth made out of green hedges, the whole realm, and you're lost in it, would belief get you out if you believed you're not in a labyrinth and someone like me comes around and says you're in a maze, you're lost in a maze? Would it be helpful at least to know where you are? Or would you be able to
100%.
get out if you're lost in the maze and you don't recognize you're in a maze?
There's no way to get out if you don't know you're in the maze.
See, I'm trying to help you by showing you at least that much where you are. This Stevie Hyatt guy, I'm glad he's not on my channel. I think that's low IQ. A 3-year-old, like these comments are. I wouldn't want someone like that on my channel. I know some people are here in the chat from my channel doing their best, encouraging people to watch the videos, but I don't want everyone around me or on my channel. I don't want that, where it's all attitude and just stupid comments. I tend to avoid that and stay away from zombies in this realm, not just on YouTube. I don't want that around me. And that you'll say it's a harsh attitude, or he'll say that, whoever. I'm fine with that. I have discriminating taste. I don't want morons and zombies around me. I don't. I think people that are smart would hear someone and go, oh, this is very important truth, and catch on right away. And I don't believe that everyone can do that, as demonstrated by Stevie Hyatt and others that come around. They're not worth my time.
Well, VIP is only at the Sanity Machine and El Diablo Radio, the best show in
Absolutely.
hell. I do support your channel.
I'd love
not-
to see someone prove me wrong. Do you think anyone here can prove me wrong?
That's what I
Could
was
they
saying
come on the
before.
show? Could they hop on? Could you share the link for them to come on and prove me wrong? I'd love it. I'd take on all challengers.
Well, could we plan that for another time? Because now that it's been almost 90 minutes, I do want to kind of wrap it up because it's getting
Okay.
late for me
All right.
personally. But I would love to do that if we plan it in advance, of course.
One
That would be
after
a-
another. You could bring on a dozen.
I would love that. I would love that
I'd love
there
it. It'd be like playing chess against one person after another, and just going chessboard to chessboard, or
I
arm
want
wrestling
Jason
one after another
Braziers.
after another.
I want Jason Braziers, Mark Devlin, Howdy McCoskey. I want
Oh, if you could
everyone.
get them here, convince them to come here, I would take on all challengers, anyone, them or
I wish
whoever
I had
else.
the power. I wish I had the power, but I don't understand why you're
Sweet
so
talk
scared.
them into it, Rose, please.
I think they're too scared. I honestly think they are scared. Like
talk
they are
them
scared
somehow.
of you. They are scared of you. You are too scary for them. Jason wasn't too scared to talk. I mean, my Jason, the Jason who's here with us right now. And yeah.
The other one kicked me off, though. Did you see that? He kicked me off months ago when I went on his show, and I challenged him. He kicked me, Brashears, and called me a troll.
Archaic's the Sanity Machine. How do
Yeah.
I find that short quickly?
It's on my El Diablo channel. I can find it. Just a
I
sec.
found it.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
That's how quick I am.
You got to sweet talk him to come on here, and Howdy McCoskey and Tony Sayers, Mark Devlin. There it is.
These are people that I know are intelligent enough to have a conversation, a calm, intelligent conversation, and I just don't understand. And I don't understand why they would rather talk to this piece of shit. Look at this piece of shit here. Wait, where's? I want to make sure it plays the audio. I hate how
My folks. Yeah. But we bring in the goodness. The good spirits bring in goodness into a dark realm. I'm going to get free from this realm. I think you're going into the recycling bin with your views. That's where I think you're headed.
That's cool.
That's the truth.
Good, man.
I got a couple more questions for you. Why did you plead guilty to all the felonies when you were younger and you were charged? If you're innocent, why would you plead guilty on all charges to kidnapping and aggravated sexual assault? You pled guilty.
That's easy for me to answer. Shit that night got out of hand, and I took the victim to the police department and wrote a full statement about everything that happened that night. Every single thing. So once you do something like that, you're not going to plead innocent. I took full responsibility that night for everything.
What do you mean it got out of hand? What do you mean by that? Shit got out of hand. What did you do?
You're gonna go, man. I'm done with the trolling. I've been seeing Sanity Machine's little troll posts for a long time.
I'm not a troll. He kicked me.
That's a great clip. Anyway, thank you very much for standing up to that piece of garbage demon, movie moobs. And Jason, I feel like I haven't let you talk for a long time, Jason, and this is why sometimes Jason and I, you don't see us together on streams because I end up talking too much. But Jason, as I just can feel that I'm getting tired. What would you like to add at all? We've discussed the idea of schoolhouse Earth. We've discussed the difference between Gnosticism and King Stephen's model, which cannot possibly be explained in one elevator pitch. You have to go to his channel, The Sanity Machine or El Diablo Radio, and just watch his videos. And even if you listen to a lot of his music, it's poetry to help you. If you can't figure it out, like if you have a short attention span and you like music, if you can appreciate complexity of music, go to the channel. And also, Jason, I don't know if there's anything you wanted to say about King Stephen's music or you as a musician. I know that you and I discuss his music because you listen to me hearing it. But what are your thoughts, Jason, as I'm starting to try to wrap it up eventually?
Well, I definitely like what he does. I don't know exactly too much about how these new AI programs work, but however it works, you've apparently really mastered it because you're getting some stellar results. So good job on that.
And he's using his real voice and his own lyrics. It's not like he's typing into Chat GPT, hey, what are the lyrics that I could put into this program? Like, it's just like, to clarify for anyone who hasn't gone over to the channel and hit subscribe yet, it's so obvious that you have to be an artist to make very specific decisions. And also he's using his voice and then having to combine it with all of these different elements. You have to have a really, really vast knowledge of all different kinds of genres. And so, and I feel like the one that you just put out tonight that I was going to close out the show with, I mean, I felt like it was music made for my specific taste. And I don't know if that was intentional on your part, or I just do have a very stereotypical genre that I like, which is basically power metal for the most part, but then death metal too. It seems like you're just taking all the elements of my favorite rock and then maybe other little genres that I get nostalgia feelings from. You just know how to, it just hits the spot. And I never would have guessed it when AI came out. I was totally against it. I'm like, binary code could never do it. But if you're an artist, then it's a tool, just like a paintbrush.
Thank you. Yeah, it's really no different than writing lyrics and singing at a microphone with a band. It's just that I'm using that for the band. That's all it really is. I'm using my voice writing the lyrics. I could do the same thing in so-called real life, if you want to call it real life. You get what I'm saying? In someone's garage, I could write a song and stand at a mic and sing and then play instruments. And I could also, I have an ear for music, so I can't write music for guitar. I can't write the notes. I haven't studied it, but I can tell what I like and say, play more of that, do more of that, just like producers do. I'm sure I could produce music. There's producers that's what they do. They have an ear for music. But anyway, I'm glad you enjoy it.
Well, this AI thing is new, so you've definitely been able to wrangle a lot of good stuff out of it. That's for sure.
So if Jason wanted to use his voice and his lyrics, and since he does play the guitar, then he could potentially do the same thing instead of what I don't even know the difference. I don't even know how you would describe the difference between all of the steps it takes to put a fake drum set or a fake bass when you're making your own music with your own guitar. But yeah, I guess
You
it
can
would
do
make
that without AI. You can do that with like a MIDI keyboard and software just on a laptop without doing AI. I haven't even experimented with everything, but yeah, I mean, you can do all sorts of things using your own voice, record your voice. It's me singing the songs and me writing the lyrics. You do AI like Landry though, and just type in prompts and it writes the whole song for you. And it's not his voice; it's a woman's voice or some other guy's voice, and I can tell right away it's not his.
right. That's what I'm
I don't
trying
know
to
why
say.
people can't tell the difference. I've been trying to preach that on my channel to notice differences. I just think people are write-offs if they can't notice differences at a certain point. I don't care if
100%.
that sounds harsh either, because it's like looking at the most beautiful city and going to a third world country. If you can't tell the difference, you're mental. So I don't want to deal with mental cases. Life's too short. I have the rest of my life here. And there's too many mental cases that can't tell the difference in things. They can't tell the difference of channels. Like Jack Talcott does the same show every day. He sits there,
It's
speaks
insane.
about the same things. There's no music, there's no memes, there's no creativity, there's no bits or comedy. It's lacking tons. He's just boring. And then he'll call other people boring. That's what demons do. They project. They spin things. That's what he does. Boring. He can't
So
do what I
Jason,
do. So you get what I'm saying, Rose? I mean, if somebody rides by on a bicycle, I don't think you can. No offense, I'm not being mean, but I don't think you can ride a bicycle. There's a difference. Jack
exactly. Oh,
Talcott cannot do what I can do. I mean, he doesn't do it, and it's just a fact. There are differences. Now, if people don't notice differences, I have a video with two wolves. I drew both of them. One is a scribble, and one is a wolf that took me hours to draw with pen and ink. And I have a video
everybody's
saying, "Do you notice the difference between this and this?" A lot of people can't do it. They're mental. We're in a realm where you can see, I don't like this guy. Robots made that music. Look at this in the chat.
fan user.
Here
How
we go.
dare you
Robots
can't come
made
on
it,
my
really.
channel and insult my welcomed guest.
Well, I'm
Not
singing into a microphone that gets recorded, and I'm writing the lyrics, typing the lyrics, and writing it right into it. So it isn't robots, and AI isn't a robot anyway. Your audience doesn't even know what AI is, and no offense to you, but
he
there's
didn't
more.
even listen to
There's
your music.
morons here that don't even know what AI is.
Scott would change his tune if he listened first to your music. He just doesn't know. He thinks it's like a Landry. But I'm just curious,
Well,
Jason.
then that's a zombie.
So,
That's a lazy zombie
yeah.
that doesn't listen first.
Jason, I want to know from you because I'm just curious because I'm not a musician. I'm a sheet music reading piano player like I'm more of a robot than the AI. So, Jason, you have been making music the normal way for so many years. Do you feel like you're a creature of habit and you'll never change your ways? Or do you see yourself eventually adopting AI as a tool, or you're just like too old and used to whatever way it is? See, it's like crazy to me that like before AI came out, I couldn't imagine how it could make music that's better than how people have always been, but you've been doing it since it was like tapes, right? Like physical tapes in the recording studio.
Yes, I learned in a half-inch 16-track Fostex tape studio way back when.
So would you ever use AI? Like, do you feel like, oh, I'm like tempted because it will help me do things I never could have done before with your current imagination or skill level, or are the tools that you're currently using capable of doing the same thing? So you might as well just keep doing it that way.
Yeah, I don't need AI. Well, I mean, I'm not a drummer, so I would still want a drummer to play drums. Using AI to write everything for you is kind of appalling to me. But when you're using it kind of like as a background thing and then adding your own on top of it, that doesn't really bother me so much. But for me personally, no, I would stick with. Now, there's AI tools in certain pieces of software where the machine learning can help to improve things for you without actually doing it all for you. So it really depends upon what you mean when you say AI, because AI is getting integrated into so much of the software these days that in a couple more years, I don't think you're going to have hardly anything left that doesn't have some sort of AI integration.
I don't think most
about,
people
like,
even know what AI is. They use
Yeah.
the word, but they don't know what it is. So
Yeah, that's probably true too.
I think it is true. I don't think do you know how to program computers in assembly language?
No, I don't know how to do that.
I was programming in the 1990s, so I'm familiar with programming and hacking and technology as well. I think most people that call themselves truthers use the term AI without even understanding what it is. They think it's
Steven was a phone
robots, like the guy
phreaker. He
earlier.
did phone phreaking, Jason.
I don't think most people know what they're talking about, which is why I don't put much stock in what they say on YouTube.
Well, what people are calling AI, they're large language models, which is not the same thing. It's just a generic term that people throw around.
Mm-hmm. It's a generic term that they apply to almost everything these days. They call
Yes.
everything AI. So
It's
I don't
machine
think,
learning.
in
but,
other words, I
mean,
don't think they know what AI is because they're applying it to everything that it's not. So I don't think they know
No,
what it is.
a true AI, like something like Data on Star Trek, that doesn't exist, and it's probably
I
not
know.
going to exist for a long time. So it's just a very generic term that's being ladled onto everything.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think is something about AI that most people haven't considered or wouldn't recognize or accept?
Well, here's the thing with these large language models, which is what they are. They're crunching data really fast, but they can only spit out an answer with what you've given it. And every one of these things that I've seen, other than Grok to a point, has been programmed by people who are crazy leftists, and they're putting all this garbage nonsense into them, which is why they're getting garbage nonsense out. A computer can only give you a result based off of the information you've given it to work with. That is folly. You are setting it up to fail from the beginning. That's what I've always thought about these things.
I agree with you. And I would also say I've heard truthers or ones that call themselves truthers on big channels claiming that AI is using quantum computers reaching into another dimension. It's sentient already. It's this. It's like an alien. All sorts of bullshit. And it's none of that. It's none of what
No,
most
that's
people believe
that's
and are
sci-fi.
pushing. It's just ridiculous what they think it is. It's ridiculous.
Well, quantum computing is a completely different system. Large language models are literally just giant mainframe computer banks crunching numbers really, really fast. It's just you're putting all this data in, you're asking the question, it can quickly go through that and spit out an answer.
Yeah,
Quantum
exactly.
computing is completely different. Quantum computing is a different way of having a computer function.
I agree. But what I would say to them also is that they wouldn't need all these big data centers if AI were these sentient computers or robots. They wouldn't need huge areas of land for tons of computing power. It would just be a
Great
computer that
point.
is thinking on its own. But what it is, yeah, it's doing all this computing power and crunching numbers. That's why they need these vast, huge buildings with water cooling and everything else, because it works exactly the way that Jason was describing it. It's not sentient. It's just massive amounts of computers all hook up together to do massive amounts of number crunching. That's what it is.
Yes. It will only
And-
work as smart as the human being who knows how to control it, like with what you're doing with your music. Your music is the perfect example of someone who could be the king of this, soulless tool. And then other people will be so dumb that they don't realize which direction a hammer goes and hit themselves in their own face.
And there's always naysayers that will say you can't do this, but I know how to draw and paint. There's some on YouTube claiming that I had access to AI to create my artwork in 2010, that I was the first one with secret access. I think conspiracy theorists and truthers are just paranoid, for the most part, liars. That's what many are on YouTube. And I know it's not comfortable for people to consider, but I think that most people just lie out of envy, jealousy. Most people are not after the truth. They're not able to look at something and say, well, he painted this and it shows the date and it's on a website and it shows he made this in 2018, this watercolor painting. That's not AI, that's hand painted. See, it would just take a tiny bit of honesty and intelligence. And I think most truthers on YouTube are not that way anymore. The modern crop or the way that people are these days. Most truthers are liars. And I know how that sounds. You'll be like ironic and all that stuff. But most truthers are liars. They're not truth speakers.
They're
They
doing
lie
it for
about me constantly.
donos.
What?
It's like
Even
street
the ones that don't have channels, Rose, they just lie about ones like me saying his art is fake, it's AI, and I'm showing the date on artwork on my print sites that's saved from 2015, 2017, 2018. Apparently, I had access, according to them, back then to make AI artwork when no one else was.
That's
I just
retarded.
think people are fucking retarded.
They are
And
fucking
they'll just say, well, that's harsh, or oh, I don't like his attitude. See, most people are in their feelings. They don't want the truth. They don't want to hear that truthers are liars. I think I might be the only one that said that on YouTube and consistently, openly said that on my show and elsewhere. And I'll keep saying it. Most truthers, not just ones with channels, are liars. And it isn't just for donos. It's
Okay,
more
you're
than
right.
that.
I think they
It's
feel
deeper than that.
loyal. They feel loyal to a content creator to a point, and when that content creator does something or says something that's incorrect or stupid or doesn't make sense, when they make a bad decision, they don't want to look like the odd man out to
Well, I think
spoil
it's
and
beyond
party
that. It's
poopers.
beyond
Okay.
that scope. Most people on earth are not truthful beings. They lie. So the whole thing about truthers and truth community is a joke. I've never said that I'm in the truth community on YouTube. Not once. I'm not in anyone's community. I'm independent. I'm not linked with anybody. And they'll try to link me with people and say, oh, he's doing this, or they'll say Rose is a shill and he's over there. I'm not linked with anybody. I speak my mind, even if it hurts people's feelings. And I think most people
I
put feelings before truth.
I am not like you, King Stephen. I was retarded and I hung out with baby truthers, and I made the mistake of associating myself with groups. And boy, did I regret that when they turned around and did fucking retarded shit that I never expected them to do, or start promoting information I never expected them to believe, or act like zombies when presented with new information. And it's so embarrassing, but I have to accept that's my reality. And
Yeah.
what am I supposed to do? Be mad at you? Be afraid of you? Not want to watch your content? No, a
I
normal
still get
person would
mad
be
when I
like,
call them
no.
baby truthers. I hear it all the time from these beings. Let me ask you something. Would you rather be a baby truther, hypothetically, let's say decades from now when you're old on your deathbed? Would you rather say, I'm still thinking about this baby truther stuff, not Jaquetta and the rising earth, something trivial like that, that won't help your spirit whatsoever in those moments? Or would you want the real truth, the real important stuff that is spiritual, that at least has the potential to help your spirit get freedom? That's going to be a
I want
choice
the
that
truth.
people make. And I think people, for the most part, want the baby truther stuff out of baby jars, out of the
I
cupboard. They
want
want
the
the
truth.
pablum.
Jason, please, could you talk about do you want Nachiketta's Rising Earth or do you want the truth?
Well, a lot of the stuff I've heard from people like that is they just don't understand basic physics. I don't know what else to say about that kind of stuff. So I'll keep working for truth.
Well, they don't understand basic physics, but I could name dozens of other truth topics that won't help in those moments either. The deathbed scenario, where what's really important is going to matter and not kind of the trivial topics, whether it's Bigfoot or, the old baby truther stuff that people get stuck on. It's just not helpful to be
Little green
pondering
men.
that in one's last moments. It won't help you. Anyone, not you personally, but anyone on earth. It wouldn't help me if I was on my deathbed thinking about Sasquatch or something. It's trivial. That's the point of it. It's not
Or,
helpful.
or let's say you've lived your whole life thinking that you got abducted by little green aliens when really you didn't realize that they were demonic entities that
Yeah.
were like getting like a sexual gratification from tricking you, and you're all excited because when you die you think that maybe you're going to end up in the Pleiades,
Yeah.
and you have no idea that you're going to end up back here but in an even worse position, covered in shit. You're going to be literally born into shit, and you're going
Yeah.
to be like, oh, how did I end up here? How did
And
I
it's
get
like
born in shit?
they're looking, yeah, exactly. There's millions of new agers looking forward to meeting the aliens. Oh, and the aliens, the Palladians, and there's tons of new age truthers like that. And in my view, aliens, entities, archons, demons, and angels are all the same thing in this matrix. They just appear in different forms, but they're the same trickster entities. That's why I'm vague about what I call them. I don't go by Palladians and all these various names. I call them entities for a reason, because I think they're shape shifting entities that trick human beings and keep you here and keep us deceived. And the best way to control humanity is by deception, rule by deception, which is exactly what's going on in this realm. It's not just governments that rule. That's baby truther level, thinking it's just governments that rule us by deception. It's so much higher up than that. And people just stop short for the most part.
There's a guest that we've had on our show. People either love him or they hate him, named Fortune, and he talks about reincarnation and how the light is the a trick, and that you want to be courageous enough to go, into the darkness, and then you choose where you go. And anyway, he gives his whole spiel that people either love or hate, or they could choose to believe. He uses terms like Christ, Buddha, vibration, blah blah blah. So Jason, when you like at the moment of death, do you have like a because Jason, you like to talk about your mental strength and your mental discipline, and how I rack a discipline. And so, like, do you? I mean, I obsess more about what's going to happen when I die, but do you kind of have a plan of like how you're going to discern not to be tricked upon death, or do you not actually kind of think about that?
I don't really think about it now.
So you don't have a plan?
I have resolve.
Okay, so you plan that, like, if it's approaching and if you can expect it, or even if someone's coming from behind you and you don't have that much notice, that the moment you realize you're dead, you are just going to be on guard at least.
Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds about right.
Yeah. I mean, I'm here to learn, and I'm always looking for tips, but I basically know not to trust humans. I basically use my intuition, and just I have to refine my skills to recognize demons.
Does any religion on earth seem like it's designed to help people spiritually?
In my opinion, no.
Not for me. I mean, I want to, like, just like the UFO thing from the what was that? The X-Files. I want to believe, but it's hard for me to believe, like, all these stories that the
I don't
religion.
want to believe.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm being sarcastic. I am being
Yeah.
sarcastic because obviously, if I mean,
I
I'm
just
just
covered that
so.
recently, though. That's why I chimed in, because I covered the X-Files with the poster on my show with I
Oh,
Want
okay.
to Believe with Mulder and Scully. I just covered it a couple days ago, and I said, "I don't want to believe, I want the truth." For me,
Maybe that's
believing
where I got it from.
something isn't enough. But
Maybe I was watching your show and I don't even remember
you
that
seen
that's where I
there's a
had it
Disney
from.
movie, I think it's A Bug's Life or something, where the bug goes and it's like a bug zapper. That's what the light is. They're showing you that you get zapped back here. You know,
Gosh, I
those
don't
bug
remember that.
zappers where yeah, well, there's a Disney movie where there's a truth drop where the bug gets zapped and it's reincarnation. They show you in a lot of movies, cartoons, even in ones for kids. I think that one's for kids, but yeah, you get zapped by the light,
Did you
and
show
that's how
it?
you come back here.
Did you show it on your stream recently? Or you
I've
just
talked
referenced?
about it, not recently, but I've talked about it before. And there's also a very good video on Star Trek that might interest people with Star Trek Voyager. Captain Janeway dies and meets an Archon that looks just like her father, and he's trying to get her to go into the Matrix by deception. And it
Contact
sums up
Jodie Foster.
what?
The movie Contact with Jodie Foster, they
Oh,
trick her and make her
I
look
haven't
like a.
seen it. I
They
haven't
say
seen
we're
it,
doing this to trick you.
but for Star
Well,
Trek fans, they should really watch the video I covered on Janeway with the alien, and she's dying, and it's trying to trick her. It's perfect. They show you exactly what goes on, what's already been reported by people, not in fiction, but in real life examples.
I apologize. I feel like because I'm getting tired, I'm not being a good host and interrupting more, and that we should start to.
It's okay. Jodie Foster's gay, so I know that's probably irrelevant, but I just thought I'd toss that in there.
it is
Randomly.
irrelevant, but it's also true.
Yeah, it's true. She's gay.
She is gay.
She is
That
gay. She's
gay
gayer than
woman.
gay. I don't think she's ever kissed a guy in her life.
But
I
she
would
really was obsessed with getting the Silence of the Lambs role that she, like, was hell bent on stealing it from Michelle Pfeiffer, and she did.
There's an awkward moment of her interview when she was younger asking if she has a boyfriend before she came out as gay. She just doesn't say anything. It's funny if you ever see that.
Well, if
I
she
saw it
said no,
recently.
she wouldn't be lying.
She's like, "No, I'm not really I'm not dating anyone," or something. She just kinda skirted around it and dodged a little bit, but she did say no, but she didn't come out and say, "I'm gay." It was a long time. It's just kind of funny when you look at her face.
Maybe, not to be dark, sorry, but I just, like, see things for what they are sometimes. And maybe she's gay because she had a terrible abusive situation as a child actor. Wasn't she, like, 14 when she was in Taxi Driver? Maybe Robert De Niro
Oh,
is deranged. Maybe he molested her or
or
something.
Talcott. It could have been Jack. He might have turned her off, men. I think he's probably turned a few off in his life.
Yeah.
I'm speculating here. I don't have any insider knowledge. I just think that Talcott's disgusting.
Well,
I don't
statistically, abuse can cause people to become gay, I thought.
Yeah.
Isn't it like an overwhelming majority of gay people were subjected to I remember when my
Especially
stepdad
boys, I
told
think.
me. What?
I think especially boys, like the ones that have been molested by priests or various things, they end up working at gay bars like Tommy. That's what I heard.
Yes. Yeah, he's a faggot. But so my stepdad calls me one day to give me this news that something very unexpected happened, and this was so shocking. So just imagine you're hearing this, that in 1980, he gave an anonymous sperm donation when he was in medical school. And that sperm donation contacted him because of 23andMe.
Oh
And
no.
so she's 41 years old and she's the nicest person ever. And he's telling me, oh, and she's a lesbian. And I automatically said, oh my God, is she a lesbian because she didn't grow up with a dad? And I didn't know what the story was. Maybe she did have a dad, and it turns out she did. But it just was my automatic reaction. He's like,
Jodie Foster.
that's
Isn't
not
it?
what makes someone gay. And I'm like, I'm sorry, never mind, awkward, so sorry. And
That's
then more
not what
awkward
makes someone
about
gay. Oh, that's funny. That is funny. I like that. I
I
like
met
when
her
I
and she's so nice, but she
oh
is a
god.
gay. She's
I love it
lesbian.
when I say something and someone says something in response akin to that. It's funny to me. I'll put things out on panels and they'll be like, "That's not how it works. That's not how people are gay." Or I'll be like, Does it like is it like two scissors coming together?" Or what I'll be asking lesbians on some panels, like, "How does it work? What do you actually do?" And they're like, "It's not like that at all." I just find it funny sometimes to play dumb or ask questions like that on other
Yeah.
shows. Not here, but on the shows that people think they know me from, like the guy earlier that said he knows me from the Jack Talcott show.
We're living in a hell realm. I mean, this is only in hell could this happen, where you think that you're doing someone a favor and that something's anonymous and that you'll never hear about it again, and then 40 years later you get contacted. And
Well, sorry, that's a good point though, what you brought up there, because most of the time that I've done favors or helped beings individually, I've gotten stabbed in the back or betrayed, and I'm not the only one. It's a huge pattern if you talk with people. That happens so much in this realm, not just with sperm donation, but helping people buy something, buy a house, move a house, do this, pay off their credit cards, help them in various ways. Most times you'll live long enough where they're no longer in your life, or they treat you like an asshole, they stab you in the back. You get rewarded in this realm with a knife in the back if you help people. Most of the time, it backfires on you,
yeah,
and a lot of
I mean,
people notice it.
backfiring. I mean, people are always saying, "Don't be negative, don't be negative." But the thing is that I feel bad for her, because she probably had hope that she was going to like have this new life with a new relationship. That imagine 40 years of imagining who's my real dad, and then it's like, wow, what's the potential that they actually didn't want you to contact them? And
Mm.
imagine the disappointment that they would feel. Like Crow, who we work with, he's actually adopted, and he never wants to give his DNA, and he doesn't want anyone to contact him. I'm like, but aren't you curious? And he's like, I'm not curious. I don't want to give my data. And I think he is very spiritually minded, and I think he's making it a good decision. I'm
Me
screwed
too.
though, because both of my biological parents gave their DNA to 23andMe, so I guess that
Oh,
means my genes are out there.
oh no.
As
I'm
I
not
know
giving
it's
mine either. I'm with Crow
good.
777 on that. I
Yes.
don't want them cloning me. The only clones are gonna be clone Stevens that I make, not these labs out there.
Jason, has anyone in your family given away their data to 23andMe?
Not that anyone's ever told me.
Have you instructed your family to not do that, just like you do with the vaccines and such?
I hadn't actually thought about that one, but I was very adamant about the vaccines, especially with my mother.
Good thing she listened to you. Mine didn't. It's
Algorithm Mike said, "I'm glad I got to catch you live, Rose and Jason. Interesting guest." I have to run, but great to hear you. I had to read that. But they said no good deed goes unpunished, and that became kind of a cliche saying because it's so true. So many people have noticed that no good deed goes unpunished. It's a long-standing saying that a lot of people recognize. Now, it might not happen to all of us. Some people might in this matrix be able to do good deeds and not get punished, but a lot of us do seem to get punished. Rose, I've given away to dozens of people artwork on my channel over the years. I don't do it anymore, but I used to do a monthly giveaway at least once a month and give away artwork, prints, or t-shirts or something with my art. And I would ship it and send it to the winner anywhere in the world. And None of those people are still on my channel that won gifts or artwork. Not a single one.
People don't appreciate things when they don't have to earn them. I used my own shekels to get a St. Stephen mug and a tank top. And when I bought the tank top, I was paranoid because I got it a size too small and I was committed to losing some weight and I really wanted to wear it, but I knew that I had to follow through, and I made my goal and the tank top fits me now. So I get to feel like it really is a reward to
Oh,
wear the
wow.
tank top.
That's awesome. That's really good. I hope other people do that. If there's any fatties that are tuned in to us right now, please order a size or two that is too small for you, because I'm not gonna mention names, but in the panelverse, there's some that are as big as a house. They're not here right now watching, unless they're lurking. They might be not participating in the chat, but there's some big fatties out there. I'm not gonna mention their names, but to shame them. But there are some as big as a Jabba house. I mean, I don't know if I have any sizes big enough for them. They'll have to order 3 sizes too small or something.
When I was ordering it, I was like, "Can he see what size I ordered?" I guess I'm gonna have to
can.
get my shit together and make sure I fit into this one.
I was gonna give some shirts to some fatties that used to be on my channel, but I didn't have they didn't go big enough sizes on Fine Art America and Redbubble. I think they only go to triple extra large or something, and I was looking at some of these beasts saying they must be 7 extra large at least. They're huge. But they're probably pissed off right now, tuned in, lurking, just seething and fuming. How dare he talk about somebody's body? He's fat shaming as though that's so wrong. That never used to be a thing, you know? Go ahead.
Well, it was a thing, and people enjoyed doing it.
No, it was more of, nobody had the term fat shaming. It was just kind of normalized. People enjoyed doing it, but there's still cultures like in India and some of these third world places where the aunties will fat shame a niece or a nephew. They'll just say you're fat. They'll just tell them as it is and tell them to lose weight. But these days it's called fat shaming, and we're shamed for ever calling anyone fat. They've kind of reversed it, where someone like me that ever dares mention that someone's fat, it's like a horrible sin, or just like racism. They'll say you're racist, as though that's worse than grape or murder. It's like, no, it isn't. A joke that they don't find funny is not worse, sorry, than murdering somebody or essaying them, sexually assaulting. It's treated that way in our culture today, though. Fat shaming and what they perceive to be racism and homophobia, they treat it like it's the worst crime ever, and I just think it's funny. That's all. I think it's funny to make certain jokes, like call someone a Jabba the Hutt. I won't mention any names.
In my family, it was more like, "You don't need to have another helping, do you? You don't need to eat that, do you?" I like totally have like some kind of complex, but I
My
think that
mom
my
would be like, "Do you want another helping?" It was the opposite in my house. My mom was trying to feed me, like I was real skinny and small as a kid, but I ate a lot. I had a big appetite. She'd be like, "Do you want seconds?" So it was it's interesting how it's the opposite. Oh, Salty said hurt feelings are a cardinal sin here. Yeah. I mean, it's become such a leftist, ridiculous society with a lot of truthers too, where there's such leftists that their feelings matter more than the truth, matter more than crimes, society in general. Like they put their feelings on a pedestal in a sense. LGBT people, I call it the LGBT group, and Rainbow Mafia. They treat it like their feelings matter more than anything else. But
You know
our
what?
feelings change all day long, right? Especially women's with hormones. A
My
woman's feelings can
feelings were
change
hurt.
20 times in a day, right? Go ahead.
I can remember the first time that my feelings were hurt by reality, but I faced reality. I accepted it, and then I just like moved on with my life as a more broken person.
Did
Just to
you
make a joke.
cry
But,
the
like,
first
the
time?
first time, no, I didn't cry. But what I recognized was I'm like 8 years older than my little brother, and I taught him how to play the piano, and I think he was 4 years old, and I was like, "Oh, this guy's a prodigy, and he's better than me at this."
Really?
And I just realized, I was like, "Aw, I guess that means there's something wrong with me in a sense that I guess I'm not going I don't have I'm different than him. Like, for some reason, I'm my age, but I don't have the skill that he does. And lo and behold, he grows up to be able to play anything by ear, yet I'm limited to sheet music.
Oh, he is an actual prodigy then. You weren't just guessing wrong. It panned out?
I was correct. Yeah,
Wow.
because it was so obvious to me. So even though it hurt, I instead of being angry and, and being like, "Oh, poor me," I was like, "Awesome. You're awesome." And then my mom and dad were like, "Don't say that. You don't want to get to his ego. Don't let him know how good he is."
But
And
you
I was
didn't
like,
cry that he was so good?
I did not cry that he was so good, but inside I was like, I just recognized, "Oh, I'm not as good as that. He's
There's
already better than me."
there's a Tigga backstage crying. Can you bring him up? There's an image in the see that? There's a tearful I just made that meme earlier tonight. The backstage? Yeah. Don't cry. Don't be sad, my Tigga. He has the Tigga tears. You can see his wet cheeks. He was crying in his car. He's a YouTuber, a truther, Benedictine. The truth, he calls himself. He was crying in his car.
I hope his whole family wasn't just murdered or something. He looks like he
No,
has a
it
lot
wasn't. He was just crying in his car. He was crying because he can't sing like me. He wouldn't sing on my show. I had him on my show, and I was trying to get him to sing, and he goes, "No, no, I'm not here for that." He's a South African. He wouldn't sing on my show. I was trying to get him to sing with me, and he wouldn't do it. And he's crying. He
This
cries in
is
his
silly.
car.
I feel bad, Jason. Jason, I haven't let you talk because I keep jumping in when you would have jumped in otherwise. Is
Well,
there anything
Jason, you're not crying, are you?
Not at the moment.
What do you think? This brings up the question. What do you think of men crying? Do you think men should cry in public, like on YouTube, on a live stream video, or do you think it should be more of a private thing?
I think it's a personal thing. I mean, I think people should be in touch with their feelings, but at the same time, I don't think they should be blithering messes either.
Yeah, like blithering messes, like some in the chat earlier were just crying away.
Well, just some of the crap I've seen, especially from people in certain political persuasions. I mean, these people are just emotionally unstable.
The leftists that are just extremely emotionally.
Yeah, and they get all bent out of shape and they freak out. And I mean, you've seen video compilations.
Yeah, I've seen. Yeah,
just like get a grip.
They all have a nose ring, and even if they didn't have the nose ring, they'll get a fake nose ring and wear it like jewelry.
The nose. Have you looked into the nose ring theory videos?
I think it's proven there's something wrong with all of them when it's like the cow. Now, I had friends in the early 2000s who would get a little stud on the side, and it literally meant nothing to me. And I just thought, what do they do when they have a cold, and how do they blow their nose? But there was no ideology attached to it. They were all individually equally crazy in their own separate ways without any internet influence. But now it's like, oh, I'm crazy. I have to put my nose ring on.
They have to have the cow or bull ring, or the pig snout ring, the septum ring. That's the worst one.
The worst. Like I want to attach a leash to it and yank it and watch them bolt forward and laugh at them. And say, why'd you do that? Why did you put something on your face that would allow me to put this leash onto you? You dumbass.
Make them cry. Lead them around a little bit and say, "What are you doing with this nose ring?" I saw this one video.
Really evil.
I saw this one video of dating advice, and the woman said, "For starters, just remove the nose ring. Step 1, remove the nose ring." That was her dating advice, because the chick was complete with the nose ring was saying, "I'm single, I can never find a man." And then the dating advice was, "Well, take the nose ring out. Start there."
Jason, am I being immature for laughing at the nose ring, or are you laughing and you're just muted because I don't know if you're just trying to be professional right now?
Well, the nose ring thing seems to be a pretty common thing, along with the blue hair and all that. I mean, it's a stereotype for a reason.
Yes.
You're not laughing as much as we are, and I just think it's really, really
I
funny.
can't help but laugh about it. I can't help it. I think it's hilarious. I think the tiggas in cars thing. What do you think about YouTubers that always do their videos or lives in a car? They're always
I've
in their car.
there's there's an old school Canadian guy. He used to be in a group called, oh no, I'm gonna blank on it. But anyway, they had a famous song in the very early '80s called "Boot to the Head," and this guy's name is Paul Chatto, and he's in his 70s now, I think. But he makes that fun of that all the time. He's always making fun of all that crap, and he's like, "I'm in a car," and he's got like a stupid wig on, just making fun of all this crap, and it's just so freaking funny.
It's so many women, but it's not just women. There's a lot of male truthers I've seen channels that it's video after video. They're always in their car, and it's
I
like,
know why.
what is going on?
I know why. As you, maybe you didn't think of this, or maybe you did, and it's a possibility. But
No,
my
tell me,
hypothesis,
tell me.
it's perfect for women who have a pear-shaped body. It's like an excuse that there's no reason to look at their big stomachs, and they get the section just out of their face, or they're on Ozempic and they got gaunt on top, but it's not enough to get out. And so, do you agree with me?
Pear-shaped. I was making fun of someone the other day for a pear-shaped, and then somebody made a video crying about me saying, "Oh, and he talks about their pear-shaped body." I just covered that yesterday. The exact thing that you're talking about. That's why I'm laughing, because they said I'm so mean for mentioning a pear-shaped body.
Well, I've noticed it on the 600-pound life show. Like their heads are still proportionately smaller than their 1,000-pound bodies. So you really can't hide it when you're sitting in the car.
They should put like a stem hat on top of the head, so the head looks small and it's got like a pear stem on it, and the pear shape. They could. I don't know. I
Think
would
about it.
dress them in costumes. I really would.
We need to start. We need to keep our eyes out now for all of our listeners on your channel and my channel. When you find these women who are influencers and they do, the thing is that they want to do to help them get views, do the ones that dance with the skinny bodies also sit in their cars, or is it either or? Because the hypothesis is that if you're skinny enough, you're going to dance instead of sit in the car. You're not going to do both. So let's find out.
I want to see some of these tiggas dancing in their cars, making their videos, like dancing around while they're in the front seat. Salty
Well, in New
Siren said,
Orleans, you
oh,
can
go ahead.
order it's a school bus painted, and all the windows are taken out, and you can rent them. It's a party bus, and there's a porta potty in the back of the school bus, and people rent Jason, can you attest that you've seen this?
Oh yeah, multiple times.
And the people are partying, and I cannot even believe that they would use the porta potty, but they dance on the bus
Oh my
like
gosh, are you kidding
crazy.
me?
And then they stop under this area under the freeway. And Jason and I are figuring out how, because sometimes there's barbecues under the 10 freeway by the Superdome. And it's mystifying. We don't know if we'd get shot if we approach these people when they're selling the food, or if it's invite only. It's a mystery about the under the freeway by the French Quarter. But sometimes that's where the school party bus, and I've been wanting to call them and ask, like, is this invitation only? Am I allowed to be calling this number?
I don't know why I find that funny, but
I
I do.
know.
Salty Siren's making me laugh too. In the chat, she said the new aerial selfie. I reminded of a picture I saw of someone of their YouTube selfie for their avatar, and it looked like they were staring up. It looked like they use a drone to take the picture from like 30 feet above their head or something. It was like a drone photo trying to look thin, like, in the old MySpace days that used to be called MySpace angles, or then it was Facebook, where the chick would be holding the camera like way up on a selfie stick, looking up, trying to get the angle so she looks thinner. Well, there was a big beast on YouTube that I think she was using a drone to take the picture. It was so high above her head, trying to look thinner.
That's crazy. I don't know who
Yeah.
you're talking about, but you'll
I
have
don't
to
want to
send me a
mention their
link.
name, but I used to, but it was one it's one that I've made memes of. Let's put it that way.
I'm so sorry, but Jason, you put in the private chat to look at my phone, and I don't see a text message from you. Is it an emergency?
Did he send you nudes or something?
Oh, thank you for reminding me. See, because of my disability, I forgot that I actually really do have to go because I'm on a schedule and I have to end the stream because I have to go to the bathroom and pee.
Oh, okay. Well,
I mean, I could play a song and come back and keep talking longer,
could
but
you
I
just
think that
pee in a
Jason.
Pepsi bottle or something and we could keep this going?
No, well,
I'm
I
just kidding.
can put on the song. I mean, it's like either take a break or end the show. I think that Jason might like I don't know if I'm just if you want to
No,
have
it's
a
cool,
separate
Rose. It was
conversation
a lot.
together.
It was a lot of fun. You could just play a song to end and or whatever you want to do. And just thanks for having me on. It was a lot of fun. You did make me laugh a lot too with telling some of your stories, and it's been a lot of fun. I
I'm
really
so glad.
appreciate
Okay.
having me on.
I really appreciate this conversation. I have so much fun. And yeah, I mean, not everyone has to agree with what what we say about the truth of the realm. They may not see it the way we see it.
Yeah.
And my channel has always been about just coming on, sharing ideas and being open to it. Don't be offended. And just have a
Well, some
civilized
were
conversation.
offended, to be fair, though. Some were offended. It's okay if they're offended. I'm
But
not
they're not
trying
going to be against the
they're
show.
they're
Usually the
not gon
people I have as guests can back up what they talk about, and it can be an intelligent conversation. The
Yeah.
chat is kind of like irrelevant.
Yeah.
Irrelevant to me just because of all the garbage I've seen over the years, but
Yeah.
everyone who ever comes over from your chat is always very astute and thoughtful.
Rose is not gonna force you to agree. I will force these fuckers to agree with me eventually. I'm gonna force them.
I'm
I'm
going to
kidding.
bring up the new song that you just made. The new song that you just posted tonight is going to be the song that we close out with.
Oh, my new one. Oh, awesome. Well, thanks for having me on. I'm gonna hop off, and I have to go pee as well, everyone. I'm not quite human, but I still have to do that.
Okay, so you're not going to stick around to listen to the song? I feel sorry for you, but I guess you've heard it before.
Don't feel sorry for me. It's okay. I just
I'm kidding.
start playing it, and I'll stick around for a little bit, and then I'll just dip out. But thank you for having me on. It was how long were we on now? 2 hours and 13 minutes, it looks like.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I've had a lot of fun. Jason, thank you so much for joining us and contributing your point of view, even though you didn't talk as much as I wanted you to. Maybe in the future, the two of you can talk on your channel or something like that. Is
Well-
there anything you want to add before I close it out?
Well, it was great meeting you and chatting with you finally. I'm always open to conversations. So, yeah, that was cool.
Great meeting you as well. It was very cool, and I respect your views where we differ or where we agree. Either way.
That's the way I look at things.
That's cool with
All
me.
right,
It was
everybody.
so much fun being on. Thanks for giving me some good laughs too, Rose. You had me laughing at certain points really, really hard, and I needed a good laugh. So thank you. I had a long day earlier, and it was a lot of fun.
You make me laugh all the time, so it's the least I can do, and we'll do it again in the future. And I hope everyone who appreciates it will continue to join us and listen to your great music. And with that, here we go. Everyone have a wonderful night. Oh, let me plug in my computer. It just told me it's about to go to sleep. What timing? All right,
Awesome.
here we go, everyone. Good night.
Good night, everyone. Good night, everyone in the chat. Good night, Eric and everyone, Salty and TG, Wendy, everyone who's here. Good night, wherever you are.
Don't say anything. Don't obsess over me. You'll never be like me. Don't obsess over me. You'll never be this free. You can't be free like me. Your envy's demon leeches. You can't see what I see. You can't create like me. You can't compete. Don't obsess. over me. Deranged losers, you miserable, creepy creatures. Don't obsess over me. You can't be this free. Don't obsess over me. You can't create, imagine, and dream this way. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. 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 I am unique. I am a magical, eternal, spiritual being. A free spirit. You can't be anything like me. You evil, demonic slaves. You can't be free like me. You are chained to this hell realm. Your envy anchors you here. Your evil anchors you here. You'll stay in hell forever and ever, where you belong. I will draw a painting song. Say, in eternity, you'll be chained in hell. Demonic, evil slaves. I am unique. I am a magical, eternal, spiritual being. A free spirit. You can't be anything like me. Don't obsess over me. Don't obsess. Rotten little demons. Dance in the fire. Dance in the fire. Filthy, dirty asshole. Liars. Burn. Burn in the fire. Burn. 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 Burn the demons. Burn here. Demons. Burn. Stay here forever. Demons. You belong here. Demonic slaves. Burn here. Demons. Cockroach. Demons.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello. Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. So that was fun. That was pretty cool. I enjoyed it. I had some laughs. I shared some truth. Who's that guy? Mahari? You've learned a lot from me, he said earlier. This guy, I don't know. I've never seen this guy before. How many people do we have? People do we have around? I think I offended some people. It's okay, though. Truth does offend. I like having conversations like that. I actually enjoy conversations where not everyone's agreeing with me. It's cool by me. I was not joking, though, when I said I would do a show where they could rapid fire bring up person after person to challenge me. Archaic's channel, Mark Devlin, Erica Dugay, Humpty Dumpty, Howdy McCoskey, anyone. I'll take them all on. Why am I so confident? This is what people don't understand. A lot of people can't see it. Even if they've heard me say it, they can't see it. I have the truth on my side. I know what I'm talking about. I've observed reality. I've studied for decades. I didn't just come to these conclusions out of nowhere. It makes perfect sense what I'm saying. See, the thing is, if you believe this is a school, let's say, and you think it's love and light, you think you're here to spiritually learn. If you're wrong, you get recycled. That's the cost of being wrong. If you're wrong, you get recycled. You're in the recycling bin. You can believe it all you want, but if you're wrong, you go to the recycling bin. If what I'm saying is the correct model of what's happening here, you're getting recycled, and you don't know what you're going to get your next lifetime. It's a spin of the roulette wheel, and where that lands is what you get. You could be born paralyzed. You could be born without legs, or without arms or legs. Some are born that way. You could be born a vegetable. You could be born into a family that abuses you your whole life. All of these things already occur here in this hell realm that most people don't want to face because they want to pretend it's a good place. Because you're pretending, you're not facing reality the way I do. That's the difference between me and the people that want to pretend it's a good place. So if you're a love and light new ager and you pass away, which you will eventually, what's going to happen? They're going to probably tell you it's a learning school. You got to go back and do more and more and more. How many millions of lifetimes of suffering do you need here? Because some of you have it pretty good this lifetime. So you'll say, well, it can't be. It can't be what this guy's saying. Really? We'll try it out then. See, if I'm right, you're screwed. And you'll be recycled. And chances are, what are the chances you're going to run into somebody that's trying to help you get out your next lifetime? And 10 lifetimes after that, and 20 lifetimes from now, and 100, and 1,000 lifetimes, and 20,000 lifetimes, you're going to get wrapped up in a recycling cycle and degraded, and you're fucked. And you know what it was? Your big ego saying, well, this is a love and light school here. Is it really? Because it doesn't look like it. You don't want to look at the suffering of others and realize they're not learning. They're being tortured. And that's difficult for many in this realm to face. So if your big concept that you're learning here, it's a school, if you're wrong, you get recycled. If that's incorrect. And you know what? If I'm correct, I get freedom. See how that works? I don't know if you do. I don't assume that most people can follow my train of thought. I don't, because I've been here in this realm long enough to know most people can't pay attention. When I say recycling, they start thinking of cans and bottles and cans and recycling boxes. They can't see that as recycling for spirits. They can't do it. They get off track. A lot of people do. This is a recycling system. And there's every indication here that that's what it is. Where's your evidence? Somebody said over there. What's on my channels? It's where you don't want to look. You don't want to watch. You don't want to do the work. You'd rather watch movies. So be it. That's what people don't understand. I'm not forcing anybody to look into this. Most beings will argue out of ignorance and laziness. It's what you do. It's what humans do. Most humans will never study this realm the way I've done. They won't even watch my videos, much less do all the work I did to be able to make videos like that. They won't do it. They're lazy. There's people that come to my channel even arguing for laziness, saying our ancestors worked so hard, we have a right to be lazy. They don't get it. Most of you don't get it. You'll hear a couple words and key in on that, and you can only hear a couple words. You're missing most of what I say. That's the way people are. And I won't even say it's too bad. You just get recycled. That's all. If you're lazy, you'll get recycled. I can't think of a way that you'll get out if you're lazy. Laziness does not defeat this system. It's what the system wants you to be. Lazy, dumb, and easy to recycle. There's something with self-defense called making yourself tougher to kill. Make yourself hard to kill. Well, most of you humans do not make yourselves hard to recycle. You're easy. You're duped. Before you're even dying, you're just dying and the entities show up and people think, well, they're good spirits. They don't feel malevolent. Well, what do you like? It's just, that's the way people are. They go by feelings and belief. You're easy prey for entities. And you don't want to change. You're not only easy prey, but someone like me comes along and says, why don't you make yourself more difficult to be preyed upon by evil entities? And people look like, what? Why would I want to do that? You want to be easy prey. You want to be duped. You want to be deceived. Most of you on earth, most humans love to be duped. I think you get a thrill out of it or something. And you will be. You don't have to worry. Most of you will. If you don't look into what this is, you're going to be recycled. And I'll stand on that. I'll say that. I'll say that every fucking live stream if it bothers you. You're going to be recycled if you're lazy and you don't look into this. You don't start doing some real spiritual work. And if you want to believe this is a love and light school, so be it. Almost every New Ager believes that. You think those morons are correct? How so? How about the people right on my channel that are suffering every day? How is this a school for them? What is it teaching them? What lessons? And that's where people say they don't know, but they still want to believe that it's millions of you humans want to believe it's a school. Millions of people, maybe tens, maybe hundreds of millions, maybe a billion or more want to believe that this is a school and that you're here to learn spiritual lessons. And then when I say, what are the lessons? Nobody knows. They don't know. Is one of the lessons your God's an awesome God that tortures babies? Is that a lesson? See, it becomes ridiculous when someone like me asks some questions. Then people, they don't like it because their views become ridiculous looking. If you can tear apart someone's beliefs that easily, maybe they should start really questioning their beliefs. Think about it. Do you know how many babies are torn to pieces in this realm every year? The unborn and the ones that have been born? A lot of you people are just ignorant and lazy. Where does that get you? Into the bin, into the recycling bin. That's the default mode. Laziness just goes into the bin. And then people get angry at me for trying to help them avoid that fate. It's remarkable. It's a remarkable system. It really is. It's like trying to help slaves not be slaves for life. It hardly ever works because most in this realm love being slaves. They feel good. Feels good for them, or feels good to them to have gods. And what is a god? It's a ruler above you. It's something in a hierarchy higher than you. What does that make you if you have a god, a ruler, a master above you? Well, by definition, it makes you a slave, which most beings on earth don't seem to mind being. I do. That's why I say openly and forcefully, adamantly, I'm not like you, most of you humans. You prefer being slaves. I'll never be a slave. I'll fight the thing you're calling a god and burn its face off in the lake of fire. And they mock me on Team Evil channel saying, he says he's going to do this. Yeah, damn right I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it right in front of you dumb fucks that worship that thing. You slaves. You're going to see what I do to your monster that you call a god. And then what are you going to do when you see that? Then what are you going to do? Because part of the secret is figuring out that it rules by deception. It isn't more powerful than me, like some of you dummies believe. Dummies on YouTube. They have you ruled by beliefs, this system, but they don't rule my mind. I'm stronger than that, and I'm going to show it. That's the best part. You're going to get to see it. You doubters that just have big mouths on YouTube and think that blah, 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 and you follow me around like stalkers. You're going to see what I do to the things you worship, and you're going to see what I do to you as well. And that includes that little creep Nolan that was over there earlier, and others. Nasty little cockroaches. You're going to be burned. Like taking a flamethrower to cockroaches and just burning them. And I do have a flamethrower. But wait until you see the flames that I can the flames that I can put upon you creatures out of body. It's all different. I've tried to express that to you. I've tried to teach you. I've tried to share some things with you. That it isn't the same as in here. And you will see. And most humans learn the hard way. You don't learn the easy way. You learn like Kai, that Derek's a psychopath that used Kai for $1,000 or more. And now they're complaining they have no money and that Derek discarded it after it used its money. Well, I warned you. That's what they will do to you, these creatures. That's how you humans, for the most part, on Earth learn. The hard way, the stupid way, the way of demons feasting upon you. And that's the way a lot of you are. You don't want to listen. You don't want to see the truth. You're going to burn. Do I feel sorry for you? A lot of you have tried to do harm to me. Some of you try to lie about me and slander me every chance you get and backstab and everything else. I'm not going to feel sorry. No mercy at all. None. Not a drop. I'll save every drop of my care for the innocent victims that you fuckers on Earth, you demons, have harmed. And most of you call yourselves humans. You're just demons in disguise. You're demons in meat suits. That's all you are. And you want the exact same things that the evil billionaires have. And Benedictine earlier was saying that on his shitty stream. But he said, we all want that. We all want to have fun, money, fame. He wants that. A lot of humans want that. You want all the material shit. You're not spiritual beings. You're addicted to this fucking hell realm. And this is where you belong. And a lot of you try to win arguments with emotions. You'll say, that's sad, Stephen. It's not sad. You love this hell realm. You belong here. Stay here. Don't be sad. You love it. You can have it. You can have this. I don't want this. I'll make my own realms. I'll have my own kingdom, my own queen, to quote from a Conan movie. You like that? I could reference movies, not nearly as many as movies, Maddie, but I could do it. I think people love the stupid shit. You love the dumb type shit. Most people on Earth love the dumb shit. You want the dumb things said. When it gets too deep or too complex or too spiritual or intellectual, most people just tune out. They don't like it. It's what they want. You notice over in the chat, a lot of them just wanted that. They crave the surface level. A lot of people don't even understand when I say they're digging through dumpsters when I'm offering up a gourmet meal for free at a 5-star restaurant. They don't want that. They want garbage. Most in this realm. And then people feel sorry and make excuses. And it's not their fault that they're eating garbage. It's not their fault that yeah, it is their fault. They're choosing it. You want the shit channels? Go to the shit channels. I'm not stopping you. I haven't stopped anyone. I've shared links to these shit channels for years. People love shit. No, they don't. Some people say, no, they don't. Well, there's not exactly millions of people here. If people love something other than shit, we wouldn't have 15 tuned in. We might have 15 or 150,000 tuned in, but we don't. Most people don't want this. Most people don't want to think. And they don't want to look at evil. They don't want to look at the realm. They don't want to look at the design. And a lot of what they go to is it's just free will. What about the design of the realm? I could go into that for hours. It's not just people, it's the design of the realm. People aren't making animals eat each other. That's by design. I didn't do that. It isn't just people that make this a hell realm. If you took away all the people here, it's still a hell realm. It's still a hell realm for animals, for fish, for birds, even for plants, worms. Maybe it could even be argued that it's a hell realm for bacteria that are being eaten. Everything here is eating something else without human intervention. A lot of you don't want to face that. You just go back to, well, it's free will and people are eliminate people. It's still a hell realm. None of you can debunk what I'm saying. Not one of you on earth can stand against me and do what some of you wish you could do. You wish you could humiliate me. You can't do it. Because most humans don't argue or debate for the sake of trying to find truth. They want to destroy and humiliate the other person. You're ego-driven beings and cruelty-driven beings and envy-driven beings and aggressive and hateful beings. Not all of you. Just the vast majority of you behave that way. Not all, but most. And that's why most of you that would want that let's say would be open perhaps to debating me, that would be your goal. Not to come to the truth of the matter. That isn't what you want. What you want would be to humiliate me personally, because that's how you humans are. It's all about personal. It's all personal with you. It's all about feelings and hurting someone else. Most of you are not truth seekers on earth. I've observed that my whole life here. You're not looking for truth. If you were, you would have found it a long time ago. It was right in front of your eyes your whole life. Most of you could be lost in a labyrinth, and I'm like, hey, you're in a labyrinth and you don't like hearing it. You'll say, no, I'm not. Just like when I say you're in a hell realm. No, I'm not. No, it isn't a hell realm. Really? Huh. Then why does torture exist for so many innocent children? Explain that away. Well, no one can. They can't. But they still want to believe it's a good place. They can't explain away or excuse away torture and evil. But at the same time, they still want to say, but I see your point, but it's still a good place. It's a psychological roadblock that a lot of people can't get over. Because if it's a good place, torture wouldn't exist here. Case closed. Checkmate. Do you understand? Again, I don't expect most people to. There might be a handful or two in the entire realm that understand that. If it's a good place, there wouldn't be torture here. Checkmate. It's not a good place. Point proven. Most people can't accept that, though. They'll let on I didn't say it and prove it. But that is proof. That's as solid proof as you'll ever get for anything. Just like I could say the other end of the spectrum and say it isn't 100% hell all the time because there's good spirits like us that bring goodness in here. So I've never said that it's 100% hell for all of us every second of the day. I've never said that. I've never said there's no goodness here. It's a hell realm. There's no goodness. Never said there's no goodness. I've never said there's no good spirits. I've never said there's no kindness or acts of kindness or care. I've never denied that. But a lot of you don't pay attention. You hear hell realm and that's it. You don't hear all the rest of my explanation that makes perfect sense. I've said we bring in the goodness. I even told Archaics that last year on his channel. We bring in the goodness. I told him that. I've told you that on my show. And some of you forget and you'll say, oh, Steven says it's a hell realm. There's no goodness here. Never said that. A lot of you change what I've said. You put words in my mouth. You muddy the waters. You intentionally misrepresent me, lie about me, everything under the sun. Every evil tactic that exists has been employed against me. Everything that you can think of. And you can't defeat me. Because I have truth on my side. That's why. And what does it mean to have truth? Is that a magical thing? It means I've observed this realm. I know the truth of this place. And I've proven it with evidence, mountains of evidence, that most of you beings on earth do not want to look at. You want to argue against something without looking at the evidence. You would make terrible jurors. Terrible. Most humans would. Because you don't actually look at the evidence and study it and say what makes sense. Here's the evidence for this, for that. You don't want to look. You just want to say, well, I believe, I feel like, I believe, I feel like. And here I am going, well, there's mountains of evidence right over my shoulder. There's mountains of evidence. And you're, I believe, I feel like. And I believe. And this is what you sound like, most humans to me. Wherever I go, they're like, I believe, I feel like, Stephen, I feel like this. I feel like that's wrong, and I feel like this, and I feel like there could be a good God, and I believe. And it's like, well, here's the evidence. I've amassed mountains of fucking evidence to show. Well, I don't want to look at that. I just want my beliefs. Beliefs are easy. Hello, Bobby. Good to see you. 3 hours, 33 minutes live. It's funny. Do you people do that with your cars when your car breaks down? Well, I believe it works. And people are saying it doesn't start. It doesn't move. Well, I believe it'll start tomorrow. Well, it has a dead battery and maybe the alternator's gone. But I believe it'll start. And I'm saying the evidence is it's not going to. The evidence is you need car repairs. You need work done. Either yourself or a mechanic. It's not going to magically start. Even if you believe and you feel like it will, it won't. It's not starting. You keep trying and it's not working. And that's what a lot of you are. You're in denial. You believe it's a good realm. You believe it's love and light. You believe it's a school for learning. You believe this. You believe, you feel like. You believe, you feel like, I feel like. You're all in feelings and belief. That's all it is. You might as well take some table salt and put it over your head and say it's fairy dust and you're magical and you believe you can do anything. You're ridiculous. A lot of you are New Agers, humans. Millions of you have these beliefs that are ridiculous. If you believe it, prove it. How about that? You can alter reality with your mind if you believe. Well, then show me. Do it. Calling you out. I'm calling your bluff. I'm tired of liars and pretenders in this realm. I believe, I feel like God is good. I believe God is good. Really, where's your good God? Why is this design of his or whatever it is evil? A lot of you humans don't make any sense. And you're lazy because that's part of laziness, not making sense and thinking good enough. I don't have to make sense. I'll just spew some stupid shit that makes no sense. You're lazy-minded. You're lazy. You lazy tiggas. You lazy. You lazy tiggas. Tigga. Because it takes effort and energy and work to think and to think things through and to fit pieces together and say, this works, this connects, this makes sense, this fits. Most are unwilling to do that. That's too much effort. Humans are lazy. Lazy tiggas. Lazier than a tigga in Africa lazing around in a hammock outside of a goddamn mud hut. And I think I might be expert at triggering these tiggas and triggering people with humor where they just can't take it. I love it. I at times, and I know this will sound crazy, and I'm fine with that. I wish I could trigger the whole realm, everyone, and everyone just be triggered. I can't believe he said that. I'm outraged. Can you believe that he said that? and shaking your fists and just hating me. I'm fine with that because I think you humans in general are so goddamn programmed and uptight. You can't handle things. You need to be triggered more, not less. I wish I could trigger you goddamn more. Jump out of your skin. And I triggered a few over there in the chat room that got angry at me. And I said during the stream, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with people being offended. And I am. I'm not saying that to be an asshole. It's the truth. I am fine with offending people. I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. And if I could trigger, I mean, I'm drawing Muhammad right now eating a bacon sandwich. Is anyone else doing that? I don't think anybody else live streams and says they're drawing Muhammad eating a bacon sandwich. One of those delicious bacon sandwiches that a lot of the Brits love. Bacon on a bun, bacon sandwich with butter. Oh, it's so delicious. Even Muhammad loves it. Muhammad loves it. I might even do that. I might start a brand, Muhammad's Bacon. Muhammad's Bacon Company. How about that? Why? Because fuck you. That's why. Tired of people telling me you can't say that, you can't think this. I'll say what I want. I'll fucking say what I want. What are you going to do about it? Muhammad would love some salty, crispy bacon. Bacon is delicious. We should be feeding these Muslims bacon. As Wendy said, bacon mandatory 3 times a week. Mandatory. Make them eat bacon. Make them eat the bacon. Make the bacon haters eat the bacon. Make the bacon haters eat the bacon. I agree 100%. When Wendy said make it mandatory 3 times a week, I agree. Absolutely. That's a fantastic idea. And for vegans, they make them eat the bacon and eggs as well. 3 times a week, mandatory. And they can wear their stupid shirts that say vegan. They're starving their children, these fucking demons. These vegans should be in chains that do that. Starving their kids. Anyway, I don't care what people think of me. I'm going to say things that trigger people, that upset them, that get under their skin. If I have to shove a goddamn bacon sandwich in Muhammad's mouth, I'm going to do it. Tell him, eat it. It's good for you. It's good for you. A bacon and egg, maybe a bacon and egg sandwich. I love bacon and egg sandwiches. Who doesn't love that for breakfast? Get a bacon and egg sandwich. Make one. Put it on toast. Buttered toast. Or you put it on maybe an egg English muffin. Oh, I would ban halal halal bacon. I would ban the vegan stuff though, because they would try that. They'd say, well, it's turkey or something. I wouldn't let them have turkey, these bastards. And I wouldn't let the vegans have their fake stuff that's made out of vegetables. I don't know if it's cauliflower or what the fuck they make it out of. I wouldn't let them have that anymore. Bacon sandwiches for all, or you float away on doors. You pick. You eat the bacon sandwich, or you get floated away on the doors with the tugboats. Toot toot. The tugboats are coming. You get floated away. And that's the way it goes. Fuck these assholes that hate us and hate our bacon. I wouldn't put up with that anymore. Get Tugboat Jesus out there. Tugboat Jesus. What's he doing? He's crying. He used to be a vegan. He might still be a vegan. Don't cry. Don't be a sad tigger. Look at him. Aw. Boo-hoo-hoo. See, King Stephen hurt me. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Boo-hoo. King Stephen hurt me. I'm a colonizer. I'm a colonizer, you crying tigger. Tigger tears. Tigger tears. I'm a colonizer. I'm a colonizer. I'm a colonizer. Here's Tugboat Jesus. A little tugboat. There he is. He's got a little tugboat. He's towing some of them out to sea indoors behind that little tugboat, that rusty old tugboat. Tugboat Jesus. Steven, he's mean. He's mean. Oh, I can make me take a sounds. I'm crying in my car. I'm a colonizer. What do you expect? I told you, I'm a colonizer. You dumbass tigga. A colonizer. And they think I'm so mean. I think it's hilarious. I do. I really do. I think it's freaking hilarious. I own these upset crybaby truthers. Tiggeteers. Tiggeteers. He has the tiggeteers. Does anyone remember him being a guest on my show a while ago? Last year, I think it was. Tiggeteers. The tiggeteers. The lip smacking. He's got these big lips and he's smacking his lips and sucking. I don't even know if I can do it. The sucking on his lips and sucking on his lips and sucking on his teeth and smacking his lips and just all these tigga sounds. That's the way they are. I don't know how people live around them. I don't know how they do it. Or live around those people. I don't know how they live around those people, the darkies. I don't know how they do it. Honestly. I'm serious about this. I don't know how these people. I feel so sorry for South Africans that, I mean, it's not just South Africans. They've taken over a lot of Canada and the United States and Great Britain. I don't know how people live around those people. If you want to call them people, those people, the darkies, like this one here. I was putting up watermelons and fried chicken when he was a guest. He didn't mention anything that I was putting on the screen. He was oblivious. My fault.
No, am I saying
I'm a
it's your fault?
colonizer. I'm a colonizer. My fault.
No, am I saying
I'm a
it's your fault?
colonizer. I'm a colonizer.
But you're not even listening. You give me a chance to respond.
I'm listening.
So, let me start again. You find people at their early development stages, and then you colonize them. Or let me not even use the word colonize. You take over.
Listen to this. I got to play this again. He says you take over. He changes from colonize to take over. Watch this.
Or let me not even use the word colonize. You take over everything, if that's what you want me to say, because that's what happened.
Oh, is that what happened? I would take over everything. I would colonize your ass. All the African countries. The countries that weren't colonized, they'd say, the darkies would be over there after they set down their spears from chucking them trying to hunt and get the monkeys and kill the monkeys and the baboons, and they'd set their spears down and they'd be whispering to each other in their darky language, going ooga ooga booga, and they'd say, King Stephen come, King Stephen gonna call, he go colonize us, he go colonize all of us, all of us. All of us darkies, not just this tribe, that tribe, this country, all of us, the countries that in Africa that weren't colonized, I would colonize them. All of you. And they'd say, oh, well, he's colonizing Africa. He's colonizing the continent, the dark continent. He's colonizing us darkies. I wouldn't end there. I would colonize China as well. And also the Saudis and Dubai. I would take over, I'd colonize those fuckers as well. They'd be riding on camels again. I'd colonize them and they'd be riding around on camels. They'd be riding around on camels saying, I can't believe we're colonized now. We're colonized. I thought he was just going to colonize the darkies in Africa. Well, I wouldn't stop there. Why would I? I'd colonize the tiny hat Jews in Israel. I'd have them pissing on and dismantling their own Wailing Wall. I'd colonize the Middle East. I'd have those fuckers rebuilding Gaza. I'd have the Jews doing some work for once with their hands, block by block, brick by brick. The tiny hats. I would get rid of their humping wall, the wall that they like to hump and stuff their little prayers into the cracks. I don't care if they're offended. Fuck them. I would colonize Israel. They need to be colonized as well. Israel, Syria, Iraq, Iran, all of them, Afghanistan, they'd be colonized. And they'd say, "You're a colonizer." And they'd be pointing at me, and I would proudly wave and say, "You're damn right I am. You're damn right I am a colonizer, you fucking losers. You piss ants, you peasants. You're damn right I'm a colonizer. I'm colonizing the world. You accused me of being a colonizer long ago when I hadn't even begun. Well, you ain't seen nothing yet. Gonna colonize all of you people. All of you. All of you. Every last one of you. I'll colonize the last mud hut village on Earth. You're going to be colonized. I'll colonize the colonizers. I'll colonize the shit out of you. Every time you go to your little latrine in the wherever you live outside of your mud hut, you'll be thinking that you've been colonized. I'm taking over, you people. I know how you like to be called, you people. The darkies, the colored people, the melanated people, whatever you want to call yourselves. I don't give a shit. I'm a colonizer. I told this darky months ago, 8 months ago, it's showing here that this was clipped. This was a clip, so it was over 8 months ago when he was live. It took a year of coaxing to get this tigga to come on my show. And I made sure my mascot was right above his head, lording over him. El Diablo is a colonizer, lording over the slave. Look at that. El Diablo is lording over him, colonizing him right above his head. Colonizing him. Look at that. Colonizing him. My fault.
No, am I saying
I'm a
it's your fault?
colonizer. I'm a colonizer.
But you're not even listening. You give me a chance to respond.
I'm listening.
So, let me start again. You find people at their early development stages, and then you colonize them. Or let me not even use the word colonize. You take over everything, if that's what you want me to say, because that's what happened. You teach them your ways, but you don't want them to be like you.
Hey, I'm gonna have you darkies picking up diamonds for me. I'm gonna take over and have you picking diamonds for me.
You don't want them to have the power that you have. You don't want to teach them your ways, but remember, you found them at their early development stage, right? They're gonna fight back. So the ones who are warriors who are gonna fight,
They're gonna fight back with what? Their stupid little spears? That's nothing. I'm a colonizer, dummy. I'm a colonizer. I'll just drop napalm on them if they do that. Fuck them. They're not gonna fight me. I'm a colonizer. I'm proud of it. I'm a colonizer. Yes, I think El Diablo pissed all over that tigga. He pissed on him. And then El Diablo went right over to Israel and pissed all over that old Wailing Wall that they hump all the time. Pissed all over it and just said, "Fuck you. Fuck them." To the jujube candies. The chosen ones. The big schnozzes. I can't stand that stinky old wall. I'd get rid of it. I'd get rid of it. I hope they're all triggered. I hope they're tuned in. The big giant schnozzes. and the tiggas and all of them. Fuck them all.
I wanted to make this video because I went to a town recently where I haven't been to a place like this in forever, where it felt like, wow, I can relax. I felt a camaraderie with these people. And you know, one thing I noticed that people were friendly. They were open, they were hospitable, they were welcoming. And I was like, I wonder why this is the case, because I feel like in the last 5 years, right after COVID, everyone got really defensive. I have to talk about this whole epidemic of defensiveness and standoffishness from our people. I grew up in the South. I'm Southern. All my family is Southern.
I like a lot of Southern people. I do. I like friendly women. I like friendly people. I like people that are white. I like white people, as that, what's his name, Jared Taylor says. Who white. I like the who white people that are friendly, that are kind, that I can say hello to, and they don't mind. They smile if I say hello. They'll wave and go, oh, hello, King Stephen. I like that. I like friendly people. I do.
And hospitality and being welcoming and friendly and hospitable and smiling at people, that's always been a signature of the South, if you will. I just thought that's how everyone was until I went to New York.
Oh, no, not everyone is like that, Lily. There's a lot that are not friendly at all. There's some miserable, sour-pussed, angry creatures out there, and they need some manners. They need to be colonized by King Stephen and El Diablo. That's what they need. They need King Stephen and El Diablo to colonize these fuckers. Colonize them into learning manners.
City, and I went to other places, and you go to cities and you notice, wow, people are a lot different. They're not going to just have small talk with you. They're not going to chit chat. They're not going to smile on you when they pass you in the streets. And that's because when people live in a city, they're almost living in a war zone, if you will. There's crime. You don't know if someone's trying to swindle you, if somebody's trying to hustle you. And so naturally you're on the defense. But now I'm starting to see this even out in the rural areas. And I think this is because with this new influx of a different community, now everybody is on edge. Now everyone is on their guard. So we've gone through a lot of phases in the United States. During the 90s, there was that big push for the PC culture. Obama comes in, he really pushes the political correctness, and that's when you start to see cancel culture happen. So that was the first phase that started putting people on their guard and took away that sort of communal feel and the way that people interacted with each other. We used to live in a country where it was a high trust society. We used to live in a time when you could feel comfortable speaking to someone, when you felt safe to be friendly and be an open book and welcoming. Now that we have new folks in the mix, let's say, everyone is on their guard. Everyone is defensive. Why? Well, because crime rates have skyrocketed. That's the first reason. Second reason, because everyone is afraid of being canceled. And it's all of these things that have compounded, and now you have people honking their horns at people. Now you have it where people are just look at their phone. They're like zombies now. On the subway, on a train, in a social atmosphere, at a restaurant or whatever, it used to be where you would kind of chit chat with each other, like tables next to each other would, you'd look over and you'd have a conversation. Then it'd almost be like you're having dinner or lunch with those people as well. Not anymore. Everyone is glued to their phone, even if they're not looking at something on their phone, because they feel like, okay, maybe if I just keep my head down and my face in the phone and my earbuds in, nobody will bother me and I won't attract attention. I won't end up like Irina Zarutska. Thanks to all of that now, even in the South, people are defensive. They're scared to talk to people, and they're afraid because of the crime, because of the PC culture, that they're going to get in trouble or they will attract some sort of negative attention. That's what's happened. That's why everyone is on their guard, and why now the camaraderie that we used to have is gone, because there's nothing familiar with anyone. There's nothing familiar anywhere. You go to towns and the signs and the businesses are now run by other people. and sometimes the signs are in another language. People feel completely disconnected from not just each other, but even from their heritage, their community, our status.
I hate going somewhere, the signs are in other languages, and the people are speaking other languages. It makes me sick. It makes me sick. It makes me physically feel like, ugh. There's somebody beside me speaking some other. I'm just like, what the fuck are you talking about? What is this? What are you talking about? Where are you from? This is Canada. What are you doing here? Where did you come from? What boat did you fall off of? Jesus Christ, what's going on in this country? I don't like that. I don't like being around. It makes me sick to be around hearing all these other languages. They don't even sound like languages. It just sounds like garbage. It sounds like retards. It sounds like retarded tiggas speaking gibberish. That's what it sounds like. These retards going. I'm just like, what the fuck are they talking about? Get out of here. Where are you from? They don't belong here. I don't want to hear these stupid languages that sound like garbage. It's ridiculous. I'm a colonizer. We should be colonizing their countries. They shouldn't be coming over here trying to speak that garbage. You get what I'm saying? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Are you triggered? Are you upset? Are you offended? I'm a colonizer. What do you expect? I'm not going to settle for this stupid shit that they're speaking. I'm a colonizer. I don't want to hear their dumb. That's what it sounds like to me. I can't stand that shit. Fuck them. Get the tugboats and haul them away. There's Tugboat Jesus on the screen. So some people are like, "Are you just joking about?" No, I would have a fleet of tugboats towing these fuckers out on doors and just scrap wood and whatever else. Get rid of them. And this guy wants to come to America. King Stephen, you're so mean. You mean white colonizer. No, you're a colonizer. Fuck you.
Squirming in my seat.
I put you on the spot and make your coochie hot. Your coochie
Cuckoo.
chakra. Your coochie chakra can't resist crying like a little bitch.
Coochie chakra.
Coochie chakra. Who hurt you? And you're cuckoo.
Cuckoo. Coochie chakra.
Who hurt you?
Cuckoo. Coochie chakra.
Coochie chakra.
Coochie chakra.
I can't lie. I want to make them all cry. I want to make all these tiggas cry. Let them cry in their cars. Look at the tears flowing down his cheeks. Oh my goodness. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I'm a colonizer. I want people to understand that. I want you to understand I'm not making any apologies at all for being a colonizer. I'm going to make these tiggas cry. Let them all cry. Look at this tigga with the fake glasses grabbing onto them in his vehicle. Look at that. 45 people hit the like button on this garbage, on this absolute garbage.
One said something in the comments that made me laugh. They said that
He's sucking on his lips and Jesus. Over 50. What's this?
She admitted that the pig had been inside the night before and had urinated, but she said it was a one-time thing, but the conditions kind of were otherwise.
Filthy conditions found inside a Rostraver Township home that's been under investigation after reports that rats were taking over a nearby neighborhood. KDKA captured video of dozens of rats at the home off Route 51 last week, leading police to file charges against the homeowner.
And right now, police are back on.
Oh, God damn. God damn. Good night, Gary. Take care. It was good to have you here. You got cooked in the sun today. Oh, man. Have a great night. And I'll see you again soon. I'm going to change gears and jump over here to this. Mom beats 14-year-old son. That doesn't even look like a mom. That looks like a skinny guy or something. Look at this. That's supposed to be a woman. Look at this. Looks like a dude with long dyed blonde hair.
The fact that you're nude and just out of this is quite frankly alarming. He's got a swollen ankle, his face is all red, his head is, he's got because of you. Because you're angry and you can't deal with it.
Investigators say this mother was accused of doing something far more disturbing behind closed doors.
It's about 6 hits right there, okay? And you're telling him to get his hands down.
Right.
What does that mean?
Because that's where I was got, and he's doing this. Ow, ow, ow. Or he's throwing himself down on the ground. Going, ow, ow, ow.
Well, why do you care if his hands are up?
Because
and
I
you're
wanted
hitting him on the
to,
butt?
I wanted him to answer my question and look at me. He does this. Oh, oh, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know.
When you're just bullying a 14-year-old who's hysterically crying.
Okay, I'm not bullying my 14 boy. And you're hearing the audio that sounds worse than it is. But no, should I be sitting there arguing and cussing him out? No, I don't want to cuss him out. I don't want to. I want to have him just listen and tell the truth and not fight with me.
Okay, but if he's listening to him, okay, if you want him to listen, wouldn't some other means of communication rather than just continuously striking him? He is not able to catch his breath. From what I was told, you also grabbed him around the neck. Not saying you choked him, but you grabbed him by the neck. You also pulled him by the back of his shirt, which restricted his airway.
I pulled him from the front of his shirt to have him stand up.
Okay, according to him, the bruise on his arm, the bruise on his shoulder is from the altercation with you. Okay, not from him throwing himself on the ground. And even if he threw himself on the ground, he's defending himself from his mother pulling him with a sandal. So that's still from you. He's got a swollen ankle, his face is all red, his head is bruised, he's got injuries because of you. because you're angry and you can't deal with it. And the fact that you're and just get out of this is, quite frankly, alarming. And then what are you doing?
I'm staying with the baby.
Do you hear this?
Vaguely.
You vaguely?
It sounded
okay.
like a verbal.
How big is your house? 17,000 square feet?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
2,300.
2,300 square feet, okay? You can't hear your sons screaming, asking for help, basically begging her to stop, and you're just fine with this?
He acts like that in a verbal altercation, any kind of altercation.
Did you hear her striking him?
No.
Okay. All right. I'm pretty sure everybody heard it. That's why we got 3 complaints about it to DCF about the ongoing and violent abuse for especially him, but also, okay, and I don't know what the history with, it's not why I'm here, that's why she's here. The reason I'm here is because you beat the shit out. It was unnecessary, it was malicious, and it was ongoing for an unreasonable period of time. We're talking 4 minutes. 4 minutes. I got tased for 5 seconds, and that was an unreasonable amount of time. Okay, you beat him for 4 minutes. That's just what's on video. The fact that you won't show us the ring video, you don't think that that's a little alarming?
Just because
Have you seen the video? It's on the ring cameras. Have you seen the video of her beating him on there? The audio's there, the video's there. You're okay with this? You heard him.
I don't have to make a statement right now.
You don't have to make a statement. You're not in custody, and you.
Hello, everyone. How are you? How are you doing tonight? I hope you're enjoying the show. I hope you enjoyed the show earlier when I was live with Rose 777 and Jason. I hope you're loving this. I hope you love it. I hope you love it. I hope you love that I'm a colonizer. I'm a colonizer, everyone. I'm a colonizer.
What's up, folks? Welcome back to the show. This is why we can't have nice things, okay? So this is Clearwater Beach, Florida. Again, anytime the summer hits, it's like, I don't know what happens, trigger something. Same thing with the fast food restaurants. There's something about summertime, something about certain places when people get together and this happens. So Clearwater Beach, Florida is getting absolutely pummeled right now with teen takeovers. And there's just scenes after scenes of the same thing. There's shootings that go down, fights break out like in that video. They're just walking down the street and then all of a sudden hands are thrown. And there you go. And this is why we can't have nice things. So we're going to run through some videos of this Clearwater Beach takeover. It's like, again, it's the same scenes at this point. I'm like, why am I even talking about this sort of thing? Because it's the same thing every time, you know? And then we're going to look at real estate as well. So we're basically just doing a rundown on why we can't have nice things. So starting off strong, that was that video that we saw.
Are you really searching for truth? Are you searching to understand the truth of this realm? What are you people doing? Do you want the truth, or do you just want to be fed things that make you feel good? Because that's easy. There's millions of channels on here for that. You don't need my channels to feel good. There's a lot of channels that'll just feed you fake shit to make you feel good. Right? Is that what you want? I don't know. I want to know. What do you want? I'm a colonizer. I'm not someone just going around blowing smoke, trying to make people feel good, telling them stuff that isn't true. I'm a colonizer of truth, a minister of truth, a king of truth.
I just want to announce to everyone that works a job.
What's this depressing Tigga talking about? Life is a scam. He's miserable all the time. This guy's always miserable. He wants your money. He wants super thanks. He wants you to give him shekels. This Tigga wants your shekels.
Everyone that doesn't work a job, it doesn't matter who you are. Every single one of you watching, live with your parents. You heard me. Live with your parents. Do not move out. Do not try to chase careers. Do not try to play the system's game. Live minimally. Just stop taking the game seriously. Just stop. Stop trying to get a job. Just stop applying to your jobs. Just stop. It's time to stop. If any of you remember that meme, it's time to stop. Just stop playing the system's game. Just stop it. Now, now getting more serious. Now, obviously, I do believe all of that, but I mean, it is a bit exaggerated, but I'll elaborate. I spent years trying to play the system's games. I spent years internalizing my results in an unfair game, in an uncertain game, and that was not a good experience at all. It was not. I spent years trying to climb ladders, network, get jobs, apply to jobs, maximize my income, try to get a high-paying job. Basically, I spent a lot of time trying to be successful. A lot of time. I mean, heck, I wasted 4 years in college, you know, just to get a high-paying job. But I'm done. I'm done. I mean, I've been done for a minute. I'm just announcing it to you guys. I'm done. I'm done with the systems games. I'm done. Because the effort you're putting in and the results that you're getting back, or at least I should say, if you even do get results back, because half the time you don't even get anything back from it, but even when you do, it's like it's just not enough. It's just not worth the effort. It's just not. I mean, obviously we all know what's going on with the job market. We already know that the job market is absolutely cooked. You have to apply to thousands of jobs just to get anything. You know, you have to apply to thousands of jobs, even for the most basic jobs. If you want to work at McDonald's, guess what? You have to compete with 1,000 other people for that. When 30 years ago, you just walk in and you just start working. But we already know that stuff. I'm not here to talk about that. What I'm here to tell you guys is to just stop. Stop doing that. Just stop playing the game. Because if that's how the game is going to be, why even play the game? And think about this, right? Wouldn't you just be happier if you just stopped playing the game? My bad, I had to switch locations because it was getting a bit too loud over there. It's much more quiet over here, isn't it? But anyways, on to the point. I guess this video is for the people that actually are able to live with their parents without much friction. Now, obviously, if you're an adult and you live with your parents, there's going to be some friction. There's going to be some annoying things. But, I mean, me, for example, my parents are annoying. My parents are toxic a bit, but I can live with them. You know, they're tolerable, okay? So basically, if you're someone that can actually live with your parents and your family, and it's just tolerable, it doesn't even have to be, you know, the best, but it's tolerable, then do that. Because when you really think about it, that's your safety net, you know, that's your buffer. Like, objectively speaking, it's better to save money and not to stress about how to pay this month's rent, how to pay next month's rent, and how to pay this bill and that bill. It's like, just live with your parents, man. It's that easy. But it's funny because a lot of people that have this ability, you know, that are able to live with their parents and save all this money, they don't even think about it, because to them, oh, adults just move out. That's just what they do. But there's no rule saying that you have to move out. There's no rule saying that at all. And by the way, the inspiration to today's video, so I was just on a bus, I was just listening to these random people talk, and it's kind of random, but one of them was like 20 or 21. I don't remember how old she was, but I believe she was 21 actually. And she was talking to someone else. I don't even know if they knew each other or if it was just a random stranger. And she said, I'm not looking forward to having to move out next year when I finish college. I'm not looking forward to it. And the other person was like, oh, you should take your time, because if you're just finished college, it's not like you're gonna get a high-paying job immediately, especially in today's job market. So the other person was like, you should just take your time. Don't be in a rush. But this girl, she was like, yeah, but I don't want to get too old and still live there. And I was just eavesdropping, man. But I was just thinking in my head, I'm like, it's kind of insane how people think that there's some sort of a rule, where you have to do this because you're an adult. When in reality, what's going to happen if you don't do it? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And in terms of consequences, think about it. What are the consequences of being an adult and living with your parents? Think about that. The only real consequence I can think of, which this isn't really a consequence, is society judging you. You're a loser, stuff like that. That's about it. That's about it. And when you really think about it, how does that actually affect you though? I mean, I understand that human beings are social creatures and they want to be accepted. But what I'm asking is, in terms of your practicality, your practical life, how does that affect you? Does being called a loser by a bunch of people, by society, does that affect your ability to do anything? No, it does not. So basically what it is it's just shaming in order to get people to conform. Anything? No, it does not. Anything? No, it does not. Anything? No, it does not. So basically what it is it's just shaming in order to get people to conform. And shame is a very powerful weapon. Shame is powerful, man. Shame is the reason why so many people live the way that they do. Like that girl I was talking about, the one on the bus,
These slaves be tough as fuck. Yeah. These slaves be tough as fuck until they lock them up. Nah, I ain't got no chill. I'ma keep this shit real simple. Slave, if you fuck this up, you get killed. I can guarantee that bread ain't gon' stop your ass from getting buttered. March to my own beat like a drummer. I might get some charges this summer. These slaves play macho. They gon' range your ass like Tonto and have these slaves dancing like Michael. It's gonna cost you some cheese like nacho. I ain't with the cap though, ain't got no license. This like extortion. Feel like I'm drinking, wanna pop a 4/5 punch that is clock, that's the end of his shift. I don't got patience for fraud and we already exposed him, the scholar just talking. You didn't pay attention, you know that it cost him. Acting like he be on that, so they offed him. I live with a chip on my shoulder, you get on my nerves, smoking and coughing. Get your ass clapped like Lena. Since he thinking he tough, well, a slave, they bout to lean ya. Boom! These slaves be tough as fuck until they lock them up. Nah, I ain't got no chill. I'ma keep this shit real simple. Slave, if you fuck this up, you get killed. I can guarantee that bread ain't gon' stop your ass from getting buttered. March to my own beat like a drummer. I'ma get some charges this summer. I know my rights. I don't bow to no fake.
As a man for
In the early 2000s, a journalist disguised herself as a man for 18 months as a social experiment. She joined a bowling league, worked a manual labor job, went to strip clubs. She even went on dates with women. And when it was over, she famously checked herself into a psychiatric facility. Her name was Nora Vincent, and what she wanted to understand what male life actually felt like from the inside. But what she found changed her entirely. Everything that Nora discovered in those 18 months, I've had the privilege of being a woman who works with men to discover in my coaching practice. For the last 10 years, I've seen man after man come through one-on-one coaching, group coaching, Patreon, and I have gotten to learn so much about their experience through my exposure, but a lot of women don't have that kind of exposure to men. And so what she shared was very revolutionary because it described what men's real lived experience is like. What Nora says in her writing and through her experience is that what she learns isn't simple or comfortable, it's complicated and it's human. So here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk you through the 5 biggest revelations that she shared, and for each one I'm going to actually give you something practical that you can do about it once you understand what it actually shines a light on. Let's get into it. Number 1, dating as a man is harder than most women realize. Nora went on dates as Ned, real dates with real women, and it's worth noting that Nora was a lesbian, and so as Ned she was initiating with women who she was attracted to. Dating women was not new for her, but what was new were the social mechanics, how much of the entire weight of the situation sat on her side of the table. She said that putting yourself forward again and again, knowing that most of the time the answer will be no, and then nobody acknowledging how hard that is, and that being exactly what men are supposed to do. She described that as exhausting in a way that she had not expected. I see this all the time. Men who have literally checked out of dating entirely, not because they don't want connection or intimacy or partnership, but because they got tired of feeling like they were losing. They put themselves out there long enough, got burned enough times, and eventually built a story around it and some armor to protect themselves, right? You'll hear them say things like dating is rigged, women only want your money, hypergamy, hypergamy, hypergamy. It's just not worth the effort. I know you guys, I see you in the comments. I'm not here to argue with that story, okay? But what I am here to share is that usually underneath that cynicism, there is a man who tried really hard for a long time and never had anyone acknowledge it. For example, one of my clients had been out of the dating pool for about 2 years when he came to see me. He was lonely, but he had also convinced himself that it was smarter to just avoid getting burned again than to try to put himself out there. And in our first session, he told me pretty straightforward that dating really wasn't worth the effort that he would have to put into it. But of course, he was in coaching because he wanted to challenge that. I didn't start by challenging that in particular. I actually started by allowing him to get in touch with the feeling that was underneath that. Exhaustion, the grief, honestly, the years and years of trying and coming up empty and never once letting him fully sit with how much that actually hurt. When men bury that, it doesn't just go away, it hardens, right? Once we sort of softened that and he felt all of the grief and disappointment that was there, then we were able to get honest about his part in it. Because here's the thing about bitterness, and I know this well. Years of rejection stacked up, unexamined, will slowly curdle into a worldview. And if you don't deal with it, but you're still trying to attract a partner, you still kind of want a woman in your life, everyone that you date, all the women that you experience, they are going to feel that before you even say a word. They're going to feel the guardedness and the way that you're keeping score. You're looking for her to say the thing or demonstrate the behavior that allows you to write her off. You also experience how you show up as someone who's not willing to learn about another person, but as someone who is instead waiting to be proven right so that you can go back and say like, I was right about women. They really are like that. And I get it. That comes from protecting yourself so firmly, so vehemently that you actually become impossible to reach. Together, he and I worked on both of those things. We worked on reframing what rejection actually is, because most of the time rejection is just about incompatibility. It's about timing. It's about two people just not being the right fit. It's hardly ever personal in the way that he had made it in his mind. A rejection is never a verdict on your worth. It's always a redirection. We also talked about what it means to bring openness to the table instead of armor. And of course, his cynicism didn't disappear every night, but when he did call anyone but your wife, who'd you call? And he could not answer.
All right, I thought this was going to be something else, but it's not. It's her rambling, 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 rambling. They love to ramble. Ramble on. What's this big schnoz anteater up to? At Open Your Reality, Chad. Remember the anteater? Here's the anteater.
The Father of the beginnings created the Elohim, the heavens and the earth. And suddenly the Elohim no longer is God or the plural of gods as we perceive it from the incorrect first statement of the Bible. Now, if they could pull that off and lie to us about that, they can bloody pull off anything.
Welcome to the video, guys. My name is Chad. This is Open Your Reality. In today's video, we will be reacting to a documentary that I found. I don't know who made it, but it is a fascinating one. And I'm going to play it to you in either 2 or 3 parts. It's very long. This is part 1. So without further delay, let's just get into it.
We realize and start to face the horrible truth that everything we've been told is a lie. Every facet of our reality has been affected, manipulated, infiltrated, and poisoned with half-truths. It's not always completely a lie, but the best way to tell a lie is you keep a little bit of the truth and then you're surrounded by a lot of falsifications. This is something that's been going on not just the last few decades by our governments and our corporations and the banks and those that pretty much run the world. It's been going on for centuries and it's been going on for millennia. The lies and the deceptions have been going on for thousands and thousands of years, not just
the lies, the lies, the lies. Nobody seems to get tired of the lies in this realm. They can go on for millennia. People just like, oh well, it's still it's a learning school. It's a good place, and yeah, there's lies and evil, and it's meh, meh. That's okay.
If you read the work of David Icke, he talks about this completely. And what I really like about this documentary is that it's so comprehensive.
The last few decades, because now suddenly we've woken up and we realize we're being lied to, so we think, oh, it must have just happened recently. No, it's been going on for bloody ever. That's the problem. The bigger the lie, the more inclined we're to believe it. And I want to show you an example that.
You know what the interesting thing, though, is even if it wasn't the same bloodlines and the tiny hats and the same ones with the wealth and keeping it in the family, we're still in a hell realm. Either way, even if hypothetically it isn't, but even if it were different beings or different families getting rich every generation and ruling, not just getting rich, but ruling humanity, it's still a hell realm no matter what. No matter what. That's the big picture. Is that this is a hell realm. No matter who they put in control or give all the wealth to, the wealth, the power, the control, the controllers, as John Levi says, the controllers, the controllers, controllers, the controllers. He has that slow voice with the controllers, the controllers. And he has a shh, shh, shh at the end, the controllers. God bless you. Tell people. You're in a realm full of fucking idiots that are running YouTube channels that people flock to by the hundreds of thousands. You can't make this shit up. They love to be duped. They love it. I'm convinced way more people, way more, love to be duped than love any truth at all in this realm. They love to be duped.
Basically shows me that if they could lie about this, they can lie about everything. If they could pull this one off, they can pull off anything. And this is to do with the Bible. This is Miho Ledwith, my good friend that lives up in Rainier, Washington. He was the advisor to the popes at the Vatican for 17 years. He is a walking encyclopedia.
People not only love to be duped, but they love their beliefs. They treasure their beliefs in a weird way, not in a way of treasuring, let's say, a child or a pet that you love, but in the way of, damn it, I'm going to hang on to these beliefs no matter how false they are, how stupid they are, how they don't make any sense, how nonsensical they are. And that's what people do. They don't want truth. Most in this realm do not want truth. When they're put up against me, they want to cling to their beliefs. They don't want truth. They want beliefs and blind faith and stupidity and shit that doesn't add up at all. This is not a good realm because children are tortured here. Right off the bat, just one thing proves that you're not in a good realm. You're not a good realm, no matter how many mental gymnastics you try to do. Yes, they covet. If you mean they covet their beliefs, yeah, they covet their beliefs. They covet their false shit. They covet their tiggas shit, their tigga beliefs, their tigga shack beliefs. Their heads are full of shit, and they covet that.
Media is one of the most incredible human beings you can ever meet. You can discuss anything with him.
Yeah, and the documentary, I saw a name, it said Jordan Chain. I don't know if...
You can discuss anything with me. I'm not claiming to be the greatest mind ever to walk this earth, but I'm at least in the top 3. At a minimum. At a minimum. I hope that gets under the skin of demons. I love getting under their skin. I hope they hate me so much that they're just gonna put heaps of torture onto themselves. These fucking idiots.
That's the guy that made this documentary that's narrating it, or the guy that just posted it. So, but he sounds South African to me.
And he'll launch into a deep level of comprehension of any subject: historical, Hebrew texts, cuneiform texts, Sumerians, ancient scriptures from the...
See, the baby truther level is always people are just brainwashed by the Bible, this, that. It's so much bigger than that. So much bigger than all the religions. You can put that aside and go, yeah, we agree. Religions brainwash people, but it's bigger than that. That's the thing. Most people don't want to see where they are. They don't want to see where they are. People in this realm love shit. They love it. They love it. They'll never get enough. Never. It's never enough shit for them. They just love it. And then people on some channels will say, where's your evidence? Well, it's on my channel. You'd actually have to come over here and do the big move like Talcott's unwilling to do, and thousands of others. He's not alone. I just use him as an example. And people in the chat earlier, live, where's your evidence? I have mountains of evidence. Have you ever looked for it? Have you ever looked? People are lazy, and I keep showing how lazy they are. Most in this realm are lazy, and I don't give a fuck if you work 60 hours a week, 80 hours a week. You're still lazy. You're spiritually lazy because you're just working for shekels to buy shit. You're not working at all to understand where you are and to understand spiritual matters and what the fuck is actually going on here. Almost no humans do that on Earth. They don't put in any effort or energy into studying to learn what the hell's going on. Now, a rare few on my channel do. But out of the realm itself, hardly anyone does. Hardly anyone. They'll just have their beliefs and say, well, I don't believe you, or they don't even look. I could write a dozen books easily. I could write a dozen books, I bet you, in a year or two. I bet I could write a dozen books in a year or two when I'm on a roll with writing. Do I think most people on Earth would read them, though? No, and that's why I don't do it. I don't put my energy into stuff where there's nothing, no diminishing returns or nothing out of it. I won't do that. I don't need the money. I don't need to put energy into books and give them away for free. I don't need to waste my energy on anything in this realm because I know that most people are fucking lazy. Way too lazy. But I could write a dozen books and most people would just say, where's your evidence? What are your books about? I don't believe what's in your books. Have you read them? No. That's the way people are. You're fucking lazy. You don't investigate things. You dismiss things without looking. And I was trying to get at that earlier in the live stream. But that's common. Most people are that way. You'll judge without investigating and looking. You're just lazy and retarded.
Me to say what I'm saying, that I'm back live again. I'm live again. Hopefully I can be heard. I think it's recording now. It was just taking a while to load. But anyway, I'm back again because I really do think that we shouldn't. I wanted to add onto my last live. I really think that we shouldn't add any, don't give any of these people power. And that's not what I'm doing by acknowledging this, though. I do think that spiritual attacks are really real. That's what I was saying. I felt them. I felt definitely who they were directed by. And I think that if you would harm someone's owner by sending them evil energy like that, you would, in a sense, also be okay with hurting their loved ones, like their pets and their family. Because what hurts me hurts and affects everyone around me, my dogs. And when I was crying during that live talking about Miska and having that re-recorded and talked about and basically mocking me for praying to God and just calling me evil, saying that I pray to an evil God and I'm evil and all this shit, saying I'm violent. There's no reason for me not to have my own discernment and say, if you are projecting that on me, what does that really say about you? Because what have you done? You have psychologically tortured people. You have hoovered back countless times. You have entered people's live streams who want nothing to do with these types of people. And they just keep entering over and over in different sock accounts, trying to prove a point when simply, like I've said, an apology, a true, genuine apology would fix everything. If it really was true and genuine.
I'm not apologizing to you. You should be apologizing to me. You nasty, lying, filthy, demonic piece of shit.
And that's where I say that they have to level
Fuck
up
you.
and meet you where you're at. Because people who can apologize,
Fuck you and your big schnoz, you liar.
people who definitely care and can empathize with what other people are going through, it's so rare. I find it to be so rare. I think some people can kind of fake it, but it is insanely, insanely rare that people truly care about what's going on with you.
You're copying from me again. I've said that empathy is rare, understanding is so rare, authentic being so rare. You just copy. You just a copycat, big schnoz, creepy creature. I saw this earlier and took a screenshot. The adult industry, and then in brackets she put my truth. Look at that, my truth. The dark side of the adult industry, in brackets she put my truth. And she has the bow almost like Rosie the Riveter, it reminds me of. Excuse me. But look at the eyes. If you think that's normal, there's something so wrong with you. Just leave my channel because there's something wrong with many of you that can't see. You look at the eyes and go, what's wrong with that? There's some that tune in here. Well, their eyes look completely fucking demonic and black. There's no light in them at all. It's not just dark eyes. It's fucked. And that's what many of you are. You're looking at these demons going, I don't see demons. I see a human, Stephen. I see a human. Yeah, more than an apology is needed. They filed false police reports on me, false accusations, smear campaigns, harassment, you name it. Just a complete psycho. Absolute psycho. And this Kai creature, Kai the Lie, is as demonic as this thing on the screen. The black eyes on the screen. Black is black. You don't get much blacker than that. And in Hell Realm, that's normal. People say, what's wrong with you? You think there's something wrong with her eyes? It's just a realm of retards. Liars, demon tards, retards. Can't spot a demon if I slap them in the face and show it to them. Most people just pretend for life that, oh, Stephen, like, If you can't see the demons by now, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you. You have to be dishonest, retarded, both. Excuse me, because it's as obvious as it gets. It's as obvious as the nose on this thing's face. If you look at this and go, I can't see their nose. Well, there's something wrong with you then. Something wrong if you can't see that. They can't see the nose in their own face. And look at the eyes here. It looks like something from the X-Files, black goo. And people are like, what's wrong with that? That looks normal. Well, there's no light in them. None. There's none. None. It doesn't even look like a human to me. Do I think that I see things the way everyone else does? No. I think most of you are spiritually fucking blind, and at a minimum, you're getting recycled if you can't see this. Chances are you're of this realm and you belong with this thing, whatever it is. Stay here. Just stay the fuck away from me.
And it breaks my heart that some people can really fake it. They can really smile to your face. They can love bombing. I know some people don't like that word because they genuinely are truly loving people, and then that gets used against them. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people being manipulative with what they're doing and how they're emotionally manipulating you, basically.
There was a running theme in various episodes of The X-Files and also in, I believe, at least the first X-Files movie. I can't even remember if I saw multiple. It's been so long. And I generally don't have a good memory for movies and that sort of thing. I just don't, because to me, most of it's just fluff. It's not important. If I watch a movie in 1999 or whatever, I just don't remember it. But there was a running theme of the black goo going into eyes of creatures. That's what it reminds me of. Black goo eyes, just like some entity is in there. Now, do I think most humans will see what I'm talking about? No, I don't. I think I could speak for 2,000 fucking years on this earth. And most of you humans that call yourselves humans walking around on two legs would never understand what the fuck I'm saying. If I just kept saying it for thousands of years here, you just won't do it. You can't do it. There might be a handful or two of you on earth that know what the fuck I'm talking about when I say that's not normal. Black Eyes Club. But a lot of you are so fucked up, I can't help you. And I've tried, and I've tried, and I've tried, and tried, and tried. And I can't help you. You're fucked. You're just fucked.
And to get what they want, but they don't truly care about you. And there's just so many examples. Oh, hey, Bubblelandia. Hi to the other people in the chat. Says there's 9 people. I just wanted to come back on here really quick because I was re-listening to my last live, and I was just thinking deeper on it. Like, you know, these people are probably going to be like going all threatening again towards me because I'm speaking out, but it truly does make all the sense to me to say what I'm saying, that if you would harm me, you would affect my loved ones. And obviously it did affect Yodi and Bella and my mom and everyone losing Niska and them, you know, I was by myself. My mom was gone. I don't want to get all into that because it's no one's business like what was going on specifically. You know, she had personal things going on with her life. I'll just say that. And so she had to take care of those things. And I was by myself. I had no help. But it was very stressful for Bella and Yodi and I I don't even want to think about that. It's just so triggering having those memories play back in my mind. And every day I'm struggling because I'm like, I don't want to be here if I don't ever get to see her again. Or any of my loved ones, and these people put me through such a horrible mindset, dragging me down, basically trying to like convince me that I should just off myself and mocking me and ridiculing me. And then saying, you're playing the victim, or, you know, toughen up, when they're just so psychologically abusive and gaslighting everything I'm going through. And that includes a lot of these antinatalists, ethalists. And I wanted to say too, Bubblelandia, there was a person that I didn't get a chance to block yet, but they came into my chat at one point. It should hopefully come up on the live replay. I know that the chat live replay sometimes happens, right? I don't know, but it came up as Bubbles, and I'm like, that's not. I'm like, I just asked for the sake of asking. I'm like, is that you, Bubblelandia? And they're like, no. They actually were like truthful in that moment, but I have a very good hunch I know who it was. And that person takes the names of other people, like took the name of this guy named Windsor, took the name of Goblin, took the likeness of Bex, and so many others. There's another channel called The Real People with 33. Like, there's so many endless talk accounts. And then this person gaslights and says, oh, everyone's paranoid, they think it's me. I don't know how deep this shit goes, is all I'm saying. I don't know how collectively these people are just in on harassing people. Oh, Bubblelandia said, oh, weird. Hello, Chippy. Hello to Isaiah France. I think somebody just recently subscribed. Thank you to anyone who subscribed. You know, who subscribes is actually real. I don't know how many people on my channel are, like, it's, how many of those people, I just don't understand it. You know, people have like large numbers, but the interactions that they get, it's, I don't know. I just don't know how many YouTube channels are actually active, or just, I don't know. Anyway, I'm not gonna get into that. I re-listened to that live and I just had a little bit more to say, but I felt like that person was posing as you, Bubblelandia, and that's just something that these people do. They try to pretend that they're other people, and then they gaslight you about it and say, oh no. And that's what I was trying to say. I was re-listening to my last live and I'm like, I sound really confusing because I don't want to say these channels' names, because I just know how much they harass people, and I'm perfectly okay with like the names that I said before, because this is true to what I am experiencing, and I really am so shocked at how cruel people can be, and I need to put a voice to this. But I just don't want to bring attention. I was just trying to say that there's a channel that how everything's so weird and interconnected. There was a channel that this person who is harassing somebody I care about, they said that channel was also the Sanity Machine, who I was speaking prior, that there are all these different channels, but I know that they're not the same person, because there's pictures of these people, they're totally different people, but it's just so weird that some other guy was like, these are the same person. And it's two people, one I'm dealing with and then one my friend is dealing with. And it's extremely stressful, and that's why I try to support people who I can tell are really going through trauma, having a hard time sleeping, might sound neurotic or chaotic or whatever adjective, whatever word you want to put to it, because they're really going through it. And I've just used this as a testing ground. Like, this is what I'm getting prepared for, because I am leveling up every freaking time these people try to take me down. They didn't expect me to rise up and get even stronger from this. And I have to speak when people are doing just horrendous things behind the scenes and they're coming off as if they're some caring individual. I just want people to watch out, because I was very much fooled. And it very much became like, whoa, this is a cult. This is a cult. And I mean that on various levels in so many things. And I hope I didn't sound too aggressive to Alex, because I reread what you wrote when I re-listened to what I said, and I think you're like, stand on what you're saying, and I think you were actually being supportive of me. So again, these people will probably use that against me, like say, oh, look how attacking you are. Some people are just on the edge and they're going through it, and I really don't want to take it out on other people, but I have had so much of my own religious trauma and things that I feel like is really throwing me off. It's to a point where I can't help but wonder if, like, subconsciously, that's why I and many others who ever had been in that community, the LGBT community, I wonder, obviously, why there's such high rates of wanting to unalive themselves, because this trauma is just not dealt with in a lot of, it's not done in helpful ways. It's the ways in which people try to hurt these people and spread so much bullshit online and just have no empathy or compassion. Like, I get it. I could start talking about different channels and different people where I'm like, yeah, I do find them problematic. I do think that some of these, even I'm saying within, I'll just say within their own LGBT community, there are people, channels, huge channels, you probably know what I'm hinting to, but they make their channels big off the basis of making fun of other people. And they claim to be like, I don't even want to go into whatever they claim in their delusional mind. They need to also hold accountability that they're also hurting people by being cruel. And I don't want to turn into them, you know, that internalized, you know, I'm going to side with people who truly don't want me alive just to make the peace. And that's the whole thing. I'm learning not to fawn, not to bend over, be submissive to people who want to control me. And I feel that very deeply, that there's so many people that have tried to do that in my life, and it is a huge trauma reaction that I'm trying to work through. And just people influence or manipulate you to be a certain way that's not truly how you feel, that's not comfortable within your own spirit. You know, we're all on our own path, we're all on our own journey, and I just want to say, if you are hurting other people, you are hurting their loved ones too, and you don't find a problem with that. Because I just think it's so sick that somebody would say, you know, fuck your evil god, fuck you praying to your evil god, you deserve it, you know. It's like, what did he say? I had it recorded. It's like, yeah, I feel bad that the dog died, but I don't feel bad for this creature, this demon, whatever the fuck he's always on a loop about someone being that he doesn't like. And I just think it's fucking ironic that he's hoovering people that he just smeared so horribly and made fake channels of. And yeah, I did bring up somebody. He brought it up to her, and I'm like, yeah, I hope you're okay with me mentioning you, because I just know after what I experienced, this person has no good intention for me at all whatsoever, never did. And I was actually crying earlier, just a lot of really old just shit coming up that really hurt me. I was just crying because I realized so many people lied to me to try to control me. They lied to me to manipulate me to think that they were my friend, that they actually empathized and sympathized and cared with the struggles and everything that I had been going through, and had found hardly any community or love at all from so many different people over time, and even therapists that just pretend and they play these games that they don't even believe what they're saying. And I know that. Or they may be so brainwashed that they just completely ignore all reality. There's kind of a thin line, you know, having empathy for both sides and all-encompassing nature of a situation. And people don't look at it holistically. Like, I just think it's so messed up. I had so many people basically try to gaslight me that what I experienced never happened. And then having that on top saying like, oh, you deserve it, you deserve it. Like, what? How on earth does anyone deserve to be tortured for expressing themselves and having a differing opinion. That's how controlling and just nasty these people are. I mean, people in certain professions or certain, you know, positions of power trying to threaten you because you realize like how deeply fucked up they are. Oh my goodness, like if people only knew like everything that this world, this reality threw at me with the synchronicities and when people talk about love bombing from this reality or some kind of thing, I know I've felt it too. And I wonder really what's going on, because I have many times been like, what the fuck? God, this is sadistic. Why has my life been made such a joke? Like, God has a sick sense of humor. I mean, really. There's so many things where I felt so, why has my life been made such a joke? Like, God has a sick sense of humor. I mean, really. There's so many things where I felt so, I wonder really what's going on, because I have many times been like, what the fuck? God, this is sadistic. Why has my life been made such a joke? Like, God has a sick sense of humor. I mean, really. There's so many things where I felt so, not in a victim energy is what I'm saying at all. There's so many things that is, well, learned through suffering, for sure. I'm not saying it's necessarily a good thing. I don't know why anyone would have to go through this, or what. I'm not saying, not in a victim energy, is what I'm saying at all. There's so many things that is, well, learned through suffering, for sure. I'm not saying it's necessarily a good thing. I don't know why anyone would have to go through this, or what. You know, some people said, well, these F-lists said it's parents' fault because they wouldn't create the F-list mind. They wouldn't create the child that became the F-list or anything else. This NayFX or whatever person, I'm just gonna block you. That's creepy as fuck to say. It sounds like a troll, so yeah, I'm just gonna block these people from now on. I'm sticking to my word. I really am. You know, sometimes I make mistakes. Some people want to berate me because I don't do everything that they want me to do. But hey, I was going through extreme trauma last year. Again, spiritual attacks. My dog died. My mom, I thought, was dying. How do I not know what all these spiritual attacks were doing to all my loved ones, including myself, to the point that I wanted to self-exit? And then these people are showing people who did do that because they were cyber-stalked and harassed, and other reasons, of course, I'm sure, but it was definitely a part of it. And they do the very same thing themselves, and they're sharing that type of content that is just so... I don't want to know what kind of fate people who mock God and say, you know, yeah, the sick things like, you know, pray to your evil God, all of this shit. When somebody's at their wit's end and they're just doing anything they can, they're just hoping and praying that there will be good outcomes. I've heard people, I don't want to start crying, I've heard people pray, and I don't know, you know, what they say. It says in the Bible, God basically created good and evil, so God allows basically everything to happen. And I don't know why sometimes people pray and they do get saved. Outcomes. I've heard people, I don't want to start crying, I've heard people pray, and I don't know, you know, what they say. It says in the Bible, God basically created good and evil, so God allows basically everything to happen. And I don't know why sometimes people pray and they do get saved. I just shared an NDE where somebody was sharing the power of prayer, and I teared up when he was crying, like when he was saying, how could God love someone like me? Just somebody that has like had society and everything so much against you, and traumas that affected your life and impacted you in such a negative way that you went down paths that, like I did, that also what I thought benefited me also really hurt me too. And sometimes that's how it is. Like sometimes it's not always clear cut what is bad and good. It's just things that we experience and go through. And I have really felt so much pain from all of this, and I just want to put a voice to that. To the people that are dealing with it, I mean, I know that there are many people who are very, very depressed, severely depressed, people going through illnesses, things going on in their family, and I just feel so sickened with myself forever supporting these people at one point with the things, just the gut-wrenchingly sick things, sadistic things that they said to other people who are going through the most immense suffering. And I brought up earlier, you know, there's people in the LGBT community especially that feel like they don't want to be here because of their traumas. And there was somebody, even though I didn't want to like really talk to him anymore because he pretty much brushed me off when I was in severe pain, and he mocked me for being trans anyway, so how can I really trust him when he doesn't even want to talk to me? But I just know that there was a gay man that went through fucking hell with some of the people I dealt with as well, and people probably know who I'm speaking about. It's just, I wish him well. I do wish Charles well. He really did feel like he didn't want to be here anymore, and it was clear as day. And I just can't believe I must have had my own internal hatred to work through for thinking that it was ever okay for someone to bully and torment people when I didn't hear the other side. And I'm just saying, if you ever hear the other side of the other person, please know that they're not crazy. They went through something, and I hear it in people's voices. I know that people are really suffering, and I think the best thing that we can do is hold a place for them without judgment and just listen to them and hear them out. And yeah, any negative energy, any evil eye, like that weird comment that I got in the chat from some, I think it's a troll, honestly. I think there's some people that just hop onto people's lives to just troll them. They have no lives, so they just do that all day. But this NAEF9X, like, I don't know who you are, and this is why it's weird. Like, you don't even feel comfortable having like a picture up of anything, because people will twist it, they'll mock it, ridicule it, you know, just all kinds of weird twisted shit. And gross. Just gross. Get the fuck away from me. Like, please. And anyone that don't impersonate other people on the internet too, that's another thing. I'm not holding back anymore. If I feel, like I said, a certain vibe from anyone in my chat that it doesn't come off, and it's not that I'm trying to be controlling or I can't take criticism or any, we know when it's a troll. We know when it's not somebody that has any care for your well-being. And I'm like, wow, this crazy making gaslighting shit can really bring you to a point where you break, and there's no more you're ever gonna take shit from anyone else. Oh, thank goodness Bubblelandia said something. I've been rambling on, and I'm gonna end this like soon. Oh, okay. Bubblelandia, you said the person you blocked has an Instagram account name listed that doesn't exist. Not sure if a real person. Yeah, who knows? Who cares, really? I just, like, I don't know. people are weird, and I feel like I'm not gonna feel bad about blocking people now, because I think that's what people really should do to keep their sanity. I feel so bad that so many people have been harassed and basically tortured by groups of people online. It's one thing that, like, you know, to actually expose grifters on here or expose like real degeneracy, and people are definitely, even in a very light way compared to what like could be done. Just check out the memes, you know, that were on my community page recently. It's really weird that people want to ignore this and just excuse it, brush it off, like any of that is okay. And yeah, I don't want anything to do with these people anymore, any of these weird groups. But I think it's totally fair to talk about this, because I have to get it off my chest. And I appreciate anyone that actually like tries to truly listen to me and hear me out, because my name, I have no idea. I don't try to look anymore. It's just the smear campaigns and everything else. It's just heartbreaking to deal with. And just the sheer fact that anyone could ever like a post, support anyone that makes such horrible accusations against others. I'm not even just talking about myself. I'm just saying, I'm talking about people who like I thought were my friend, and they're still so against. They throw everything else out the window, I guess, and it's just that I don't even want to say these ideologies or anything, because they'll think I'm against them and then they'll target me. I just don't understand. Like, if there is suffering in this world, in this realm, why not be kind and compassionate and loving and understanding while we're here? One of these people said, oh yeah, I don't believe in NDEs, I don't believe in the afterlife. I don't know. Who knows? What if we are creating everything in the afterlife? I'm not saying we do. I'm not saying that's exactly the truth. I'm just saying, oh, Truth Tiger just posted, they can't handle your goodness. He's been having some pretty nice titles lately, and it's some things that resonate with me recently. Maybe I'll watch him, but yeah, I got to thinking back on some of the other people that were harassed by these people, and some of these people clearly were mentally ill. They were dealing with illnesses, physical illnesses. They were dealing with severe depression. I don't want to like say anything specifically to, you know, point and like put more target on these people, but I just, the amount of sadistic harassment. Oh, hey G, gate creepers are creepy. Hey Kai, hey Bubble and Dia, I appreciate you coming into my live and supporting me. G said, you're very welcome, and I
I'm alone on my birthday, and I couldn't be more happy. The happiest people require the least amount of things, the least amount of events, the least amount of stimulation. Today is my birthday, and I'm turning 23 years old. And for the first time in my life, I feel content with what I have. I feel content with everything the way it is. I don't need anything extra. I don't want a plan. I don't want to go out. I don't want to not celebrate, but I don't want to perform. I don't want to be around other people who I know truly don't really care about me just to perform for them on my special day. That's what people call it. I mean, I think a lot of birthdays are inherently selfish anyway. It's all a performative act for social media now especially, but in general, most people are celebrating something and they're not even really worth celebrating. I don't know, it just seems kind of wrong looking back on it and looking around me at people even older than me, 30 years old, 29 and above. They dedicate multiple days to celebrating their life when it's just like I need less than ever now because I'm genuinely happy with the person I'm becoming and the life that I'm building and the people that I care about. It's just enough for me. I don't desire anything else. I'm genuinely happy today here. You know, right now I'm by myself at the pool enjoying the sunlight. And later I'm going to spend time with my direct family, and I wouldn't want it any other way. I'm not missing out on anything where I feel like other girls my age, you know, if their birthday was in the middle of the week, they would be dedicating the whole week and weekend to celebrating something when there's nothing to celebrate. What are you celebrating? How many bodies you slept with this year? How many bodies you added to your roster? How many guys are taking you out to dinner this week for free that you don't even care about? I don't know. I'm not trying to judge, put people down. It's just the way that my mind works, and I just see a lot of people doing these extravagant celebrations when there's nothing really to celebrate. Most people do nothing monumental in their life, in their lifetime, compared to the humans of the past. People used to fight for their families, literally. They used to go to war. They used to build houses from the ground up for their family. They used to hunt, used to fight for survival, fight wildlife to survive and to have the next generations. And now I see men and women of all ages just celebrating themselves on their birthday like they're some sort of Roman emperor. I don't know, it just feels wrong and selfish, honestly. It feels very narcissistic and very self-worshipping. I think when you're a kid, it's completely acceptable to celebrate your birthday. Obviously, you're a child. It's exciting. It's a childhood thing. It's something for children. It should be reserved for children. And I find it very strange when adults, you know, bring that over to adulthood and they don't kind of like phase that out. I see people all the time post on Instagram stories. They're like, oh, it's my birthday month. What do you mean, man? 1 day maximum. What are you celebrating? Tell me right now, what are you celebrating? How are you different than every other person out there? Especially girls do this. I see less with guys, like dedicating more than a day to their birthday. If guys even do anything, I know a lot of men don't even do anything. But girls will treat their birthday like it's some sort of national holiday, or that it's some sort of religious holiday, or something like so spectacular. They really put themselves up there on the pedestal on their birthday, and they just act like the world and people should revolve around them. It's the entitlement is crazy. Women are extremely entitled creatures, but it really shines through on 2 days, their birthday and the wedding day. And Christmas too, I guess you could say, holidays. If you don't get something like you're the queen of the world, then I've seen women fall out over the most materialistic things and the most pointless things ever with their partners, with their spouses, and family members. It's wild. I don't understand. There's so much fulfillment in the simple things, and I wish more people would realize that more younger. I think
Don't say anything.
Don't obsess over me. You'll never be like me. Don't obsess over me. You'll never be this free. You can't be free like me. Your envy's demon leeches. You can't see what I see. You can't create like me. You can't compete. Don't obsess over me. Deranged losers. You miserable, creepy creatures.
Don't obsess over me.
You can't be this free.
Don't obsess over me.
You can't create, imagine, and dream this way. I am the Raven King. I can do anything.
Anything.
Anything. I am unique. I am a magical, eternal, spiritual
Being.
A free spirit.
You can't be
Anything.
like me. You evil demonic
Slaves!
You can't be free like me.
You are chained to this hell realm.
Your envy anchors you here.
You're evil.
Anchors you here.
You'll stay in hell forever and ever, where you belong.
I will draw a painting song.
Say, in eternity.
You'll be chained in hell.
Demonic, evil slaves.
I am unique.
I am a magical,
Eternal, spiritual
being.
A free spirit. You can't be
Anything.
like me. Don't obsess over me.
Don't obsess.
Rotten little
Demons.
dance in the fire. Dance in the fire.
Filthy, dirty asshole.
Liars.
Burn.
Burn in the fire. Burn the demons.
Burn here.
Demons.
Burn. Stay here forever.
Demons.
You belong here.
Demonic slaves.
Burn here.
Demons. Cockroach. Demons.
Man, I just am so sorry. I don't think that we entered each other's lives for no reason. We're going through such similar things, and all I can do, I know how lonely it is. I know how insanely crazy making it is, and I know you're like I mentioned, you're going. I didn't say, I hope you don't mind. It's just like I'm trying to stick up for you as well here in this live because I know you're going through this shit, but I won't bring up your channel or anything specifically. I just, if I am saying, I have my thoughts. You're in my thoughts all day, all the time, because I really do care that you're going through this. And sometimes I can't help but mention, like, wow, these people are somehow all interconnected. Because I was saying the cyber stalker, I hope you don't mind me saying, I was telling you the cyber stalker that stalks me was accused of being the one who stalks and harasses you, or one of them. I know you have many more, but I'm just like, what the heck? This is crazy. It's such a weird world. Obviously they're not the same person, but I was saying in my last live, I don't know if you heard it, but I was just saying that it's kind of a crazy hellhood up in the truth, quote unquote, truth seeking, whistleblowing community, whatever, in any sense, and I mean that in any sense. Spiritually, I am blowing the whistle on some of these people because I feel I really need to have a voice to this, and I know that you do too. Like, you want to help so much, and I know it's hard. Okay, so you are mentioning that guy. Yeah, like, by the way, I have reported that guy. I don't care if he comes after me either. But he was, Evil Reflection was being accused of being, I think, Stephen Killeen, the Sanity Machine, by Aaron Haywood, and they're not the same person, but it was just like, whoa, what the fuck? Do any of these people, like, I know that these people have become lol cows, you know, but what? They're trying to involve people in crazy bullshit. She said, I just posted a short video on my post. Matthew David Whiter has been slandering other people, and one dude showed up at his house, and Matthew started praying, and he was doing a live at the time. I do want to help any way I can. I appreciate it. Wow, damn. She said, somebody, J. Han Freddy Perez. I said, find. She said, what is a locale? I don't know what that is. And then this Jay Han said, bro, you can grate me? Hello? I'm saying hello. I'm just trying to figure out, what did you mean by locale? Or what was I saying? I'm wondering if I'm getting cut off because the numbers are jumping around and I feel like I get weird static with some of these lives. But I'm not really sure what you're referencing. What you're referencing, G, if you want to email me. Sometimes it's so hard to understand, especially when YouTube is messing with the live or the internet, whatever, the connection. It's so choppy and it's cuts.
This has been a very highly requested video. This is about the sex industry, the adult entertainment industry, the porn industry. To me, it's all the same thing, just different facets. So I hope this video reaches all the girls thinking of entering this industry. Those who have reached out to me asking me if it's a good idea or if I can connect them with anybody in the industry, my answer has always been no, for very good reason. This video will help clarify those reasons. Porn and a lot of the sex industry is very glamorized, especially on screens, especially to very impressionable, naive young girls. Although it does tend to leave an impression on even older women who maybe have an insecurity or don't feel as desired or etc. The industry tends to try to put out a narrative that people on screen are willingly having great sex and making a lot of money, and the viewers are also enjoying this as well, and it's all good and it's all fantastic. It's not. And I think a lot of people have already spoken out on the effects on the viewer and the psychological damage it can cause and the personal consequences of that person, you know, of the viewer in their own personal or interpersonal life. There's not enough speaking out happening about this industry from those who have been in it. Don't get me wrong, some have come forward, some are actually really big stars. They've come forward, they've tried speaking out. I just feel like it's still not enough, especially when most of the world is very ignorant to what happens in this industry. We're gonna start very, very light. We're gonna start with these three: pressure, manipulation, and grooming. They tend to start off a lot nicer to you. They make it appear as if they're going to respect your boundaries and what you're saying you are and are not willing to do and what you're comfortable and not comfortable doing. This is just to warm you up. It's not because they actually respect you. The thing that you end up learning as you start to enter and go into this industry or down this path is that you are no longer around anyone who actually thinks you're a person. You are not a person, especially if you're a woman. You are not a person, you are now an object. You are an object of sexual desire, of sexual use, and of monetary gain, mostly on their end. You are a workhorse. You are groomed into thinking that this is not just okay, this is somehow great. They do start off light. In most cases, everybody seems very nice, respectful, and the whole nine. They start to push up on your boundaries and groom you and then manipulate you and tell you also things like, this is more pressure, They will make it seem like you will not continue to be booked if you don't start opening up what you are and are not okay with. In other words, your boundaries are not something to be honored, they're something to be negotiated and pressured on. Now, if at this point you haven't already turned around and ran the other way and went to another industry, let's get a little spicier. A little spicy list here of, it's a mix of things that both I and other stars have been through. And then some of these things I've seen them go through, but I did not personally go through it. Most of it I have. You're violated a lot, harassed, and not just from the producers and the company.
So currently in the UK, people are... What's up, guys? It's Angela. So currently in the UK, people are becoming fed up with the police in what they are calling I Can't Breathe protests. And the way that it is being reported is pretty ridiculous. They are making it out to seem that the right is violent, whereas we have been through so much and have been very patient, very calm, and people are finally at their tipping point. As you can see here, they are telling the British police to get on their knees in the way that they did for George Floyd, yet they are refusing to do so, and people are furious. Make sure you guys are subscribed to my channel so you don't miss out on any new videos. So check out what is happening right now today as people are showing up mourning Henry Novick's death and refusing to deal with the police corruption any longer.
On your fucking knees!
Wow. So the British police are standing there like, we're sorry, we only take orders from migrants and from corrupt Keir Starmer, apparently, and it would be easy for them to show some respect, especially because this was an incident that was caused by the organization that they are a part of. This is what they call a two-tier policing system where they are way harsher on people on the right, and so is the media, than they are on people on the left. They will easily arrest somebody on the right for something that they said, while the left can chant death threats in the street. They get away with absolutely everything that they want. So Keir Starmer recently said that he believes it's a great thing that the IOPC is conducting an investigation into what happened to Henry Novick. So I first heard about the IOPC because I reached out to the United States Embassy asking them what I should do when my SD cards were confiscated, which seems to be illegal in the UK, because I was a bystander. But again, that just kind of seems like, you know, they were being harsher on me because I didn't agree and was mocking the pro-Palestine protesters. So therefore, they were harsher on us, right? So then the US Embassy tells me that I could file a complaint with this group. So that is the people who are currently seemingly in charge of holding these police officers accountable. It is literally just a place that does complaints. And here, if you go to the bottom, it says these officers are currently being treated as witnesses. Now, I have not spent so much time. I've never lived in Britain, but I've gone there a few times to make videos. And this last time when I had that interaction with the police, it was interesting because I was pretty much a witness and they still treated me as if I was a criminal, as if I had hit somebody or something. I mean, in fact, I was assaulted. And then they took my stuff and said that that needed to be used as evidence, I guess evidence against me. And so it's weird that they didn't consider me a witness, but the policemen who actually had Henry Novick in their hands and left him there instead of picking him up and getting help, then they're considered witnesses. So it just seems like a lot of very backwards stuff that is happening. And it's interesting that people have posted a video of the man who did this to Henry Novick, who had a sword while threatening people. It kind of reminds me of how Alex Preddy, there was a video that came out of him kicking the ICE officer's taillight, and he had a history of erratic behavior, but again, nothing was ever happened, and he was allowed to be free on the streets. Wouldn't it have made sense if after this incident, that guy had been in jail and then none of this would have ever happened?
Come on! Come, recording him. No. Come on, man. Please. You got big problem, nigga. You got big problem. We will see, kurwa. Not nice.
Can we just make like a flat out rule that if we ever see a guy who's wearing a dress in public and it's not like a kilt, then he's probably just like deranged, and just arrest them for that, Like we're giving people way too much leeway. If you show up outside of an ICE detention facility and you're beginning to block the streets, just go to jail for that. Like, you don't have to be as extreme as the other people that you're around. Like, I'm just tired of them getting away with so much stuff, and then they call the right that is protesting right now, you're going to see more protest videos, then they call them violent.
Baltimore is falling down, falling down, falling down. Baltimore is falling down, falling down. Tiggas in cars, tiggas in cars, tiggas in cars.
Been so complacent. UK police under pressure. I don't know, that kind of seems like an understatement. And I just wanted to say thank you so much to David, who says that thank you for your hard work and not backing down. Yeah, that's right, David. And it really seems like a lot of people aren't backing down. In fact, everybody's standing up. Well, the police remain standing when they should have been kneeling, right? But I mean, people are refusing to back down at this point, and putting pressure on the police is like the least that we could be doing. The way that this is being reported is bizarre. Police pelted with missiles. Like, what are you guys talking about, BBC? How come you're not reporting on the initial story? Instead, you guys waited until people on the right began to go out and protest, as they should. As they should. So I want to read this because YouTube will freak out with like the violence. It's like you can never correctly cover how violent the left actually is because of how insane they are. They curse a lot, so it's not ad friendly and stuff, and it just doesn't get the correct coverage. Meanwhile, you have the BBC being like, oh, the right is violent. Yeah, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that the man who stabbed a guy in the heart or lung or whatever it was with a curb pan is the violent one. So here we have a father of 4 arrested by the police in the UK for protecting his young daughter from illegal Moroccan immigrants. Illegal immigrants. Thank you so much, Dominic. I appreciate your guys' support.
Rhodesia won every battle. Its soldiers were disciplined, its intelligence operations were feared, its economy managed to survive under years of sanctions, its farms fed the region, cities worked and institutions functioned. Yet Rhodesia lost the war. Not because it was defeated on the battlefield, but because it lost the diplomatic war and the moral war, and ultimately the support of the very civilization it believed it was defending. The fall of Rhodesia was not simply the inevitable end of an old colonial regime. It was the result of a profound contradiction at the heart of the post-war West. Liberal elites demanded instant majoritarian democracy in a society where the institutions, cultural habits, and civic foundations required to sustain democracy were still fragile. In doing so, they helped destroy one of the most functional states in Africa and delivered its people into the hands of a Marxist-Leninist kleptocracy.
The rest of the world will one day, be persuaded to believe we were right when we resorted to armed struggle.
Now let me be clear from the start. The lesson of Rhodesia is not that minority white rule was permanently defensible. It wasn't. But the lesson here is that civilization is fragile and institutions matter. Political idealism detached from reality is destructive. Rhodesia's history is unlike almost anywhere else. It began in 1889 when Cecil Rhodes secured a royal charter from Queen Victoria to form the British South Africa Company. The mission was to explore and exploit the land north of the Limpopo River. Rhodes had a grand vision of the British Empire stretching from Cape to Cairo, and Rhodesia was part of building that civilizational dream. With the approval of a local chief to assess the mineral wealth of the lands, Rhodes sent Major Frank Johnson and 250 young British pioneers into the unknown. They travelled in a column of wagons protected by the British South Africa Police. Their task was simple but enormous: raise the Union Jack in the African interior. First at Fort Tule, then Fort Victoria, and then Fort Salisbury. To the Rhodesian pioneers, this was not just an economic venture. It wasn't just about mining or farming or settlement. It was the expansion of British civilization. They saw themselves as bringing law, order, Christianity, commerce, and discipline into the frontier region. Ian Smith, in his book The Great Betrayal, describes the mentality of these pioneers. He writes that in the center of southern Africa, men of British stock were once more carrying the torch on one of the few frontiers yet to be civilized. And this was no place for faint-hearted men. They had to believe they were serving something greater than themselves. And if they were not, in his words, God sent, then they were at least sent there by Queen and country to spread British civilization. That formed the spirit of Rhodesia. Rhodesians became known around the world as being more British than the British. The fact that Britain would end up turning their back on Rhodesia hurt even more, because Rhodesians' loyalty to Britain wasn't just theoretical. Many put their lives on the line to defend the empire. In the First World War, Rhodesia sent a higher proportion of its white population to serve than any other colony. Thousands of white Rhodesians served alongside black soldiers in the Rhodesia Native Regiment. In the Second World War, Rhodesia again mobilized at one of the highest rates in the empire. So many wanted to serve that the government had to introduce conscription to keep men in the country in strategically important jobs like mining. Ian Smith, who would go on to declare Rhodesia's independence from Britain and lead the country through the Bush War against the Afro-communist insurgents, also fought in the Second World War. His plane was shot down over Italy, but he survived, joined the Italian resistance, escaped back to Allied territory, and then returned to combat. This is why the betrayal to come was so painful. Rhodesians believed they had served Britain faithfully. They had built a functioning British society in Africa. They had fought Britain's wars. And then Britain turned on them. After the Second World War, the old European empires were exhausted. Britain was weak. The United States and the Soviet Union were now the great global powers. Anti-colonial nationalism was sweeping across Africa and Asia. In 1960, the British Prime Minister Harold Macmillan gave a famous speech where he said that the wind of change was sweeping Africa. African nationalism was now a political fact that Britain could no longer resist. In 1960, it was called the Year of Africa. 17 countries gained independence, dismantling hundreds of years of European rule. Many Western commentators tried to draw parallels between Rhodesia and the United States or South Africa, where racial discrimination was entrenched in law. But Rhodesia was different. Rhodesia did not have the same apartheid that South Africa had. South African apartheid was a comprehensive legal doctrine of racial separation. After the Afrikaner National Party came to power in 1948, apartheid was built through all-encompassing laws that classified and separated people by race. Rhodesia's system was different. It did not have the same formal ideology of racial separation. Anyone could have the right to vote once they met certain education, income, and property qualifications. But the result was still white minority rule. In the 1965 election, there were roughly 95,000 white Rhodesians registered to vote and only about 14,000 black Rhodesians. Yet 95% of the population was black and only 5% was white. Rhodesia's defense was that the franchise would gradually expand as more black Africans became educated, acquired property, paid taxes, and integrated into institutions of the state. And this was Ian Smith's doctrine. Evolution, not revolution. Ian Smith did not believe that stable self-government could be created simply by holding an election. He believed democracy required foundations, and those wanting the privilege to participate carried the responsibility of upholding its institutions. It boiled down to a very British desire to uphold good standards.
But I think the fact is in these countries to the north of us that while they started off with this wonderful thing of one man, one vote, they only had it once, because thereafter it became a one-party state, which in other words is virtually a dictatorship. Many of our African people have got enough sense to realize that that could happen here if we went too fast. In other words, if we changed what we believe should be an evolutionary system into a revolution.
To Smith, the post-war liberal establishment treated universal suffrage like a magic formula. Give everyone the right to vote and liberal democracy will naturally follow. But he looked across post-colonial Africa and saw something very different. Once colonial powers withdrew, they handed over nations to people who didn't build them and whose tribal systems were anathema to liberal democracy. The result was coups, one-party states, tribal conflict, corruption, economic collapse, and political violence. To him, the lesson was obvious. If majority rule was imposed before the foundations of constitutional government were secure, before the population could understand the system they were being asked to participate in, the result would not be freedom, it would be chaos. And this was the heart of Rhodesia's conflict with Britain. Britain said there could be no independence unless there was majority rule. Smith said there could be no stable majority rule without gradual preparation of the population. He was not defending Rhodesia as a perfect society. Rhodesia certainly wasn't a liberal democracy. The franchise was limited. The vast majority of black Africans were excluded from voting. But that reality cannot be ignored. But Smith's argument was that the system was not meant to be permanent. Was meant to evolve. Rhodesia was moving towards broader political participation at a pace that would preserve order, prosperity, and constitutional government. The alternative was to hand power immediately over to revolutionary movements that did not have the habits or intentions of liberal democracy. And that was the choice as he saw it: gradual constitutional development or revolutionary collapse. On November 11, 1965, after failed negotiations with Britain, Smith's government issued the Unilateral Declaration of Independence. To Britain, this was an illegal rebellion against the Crown. To Smith, it was a desperate attempt to preserve British civilization from a Britain that no longer believed in itself. And that is the paradox of Rhodesia. It declared independence from Britain in the name of Britishness. It rebelled against the Crown while claiming to defend civilization that the Crown once represented. After Rhodesia's unilateral declaration of independence, Britain and the international community turned against it. Immediately after, the UK announced that it would have no dealings with the Smith regime. They severed diplomatic relations, stopped arms exports, and ended British aid.
Mr. Wilson's answer to the Declaration of Independence has been to outlaw the Rhodesian government and oppose it through economic sanctions.
By a series of orders signed today, Rhodesia loses the privileges that she's enjoyed as a member of the Commonwealth in the sterling area. The financial privileges have been linked with the London capital market in the sterling area.
Imports of Rhodesian sugar and tobacco have been banned.
The United Nations Security Council passed a resolution calling on states not to recognize Rhodesia or give it assistance. Ian Smith's government was condemned as an illegal racist minority regime. Rhodesia became isolated diplomatically and economically. Then in 1966, two African movements, ZANU and ZAPU, launched an armed insurgency against the Rhodesian government. This became the Rhodesian Bush War. ZANU was supported by China, while ZAPU was supported by the Soviets. North Korea ran a training camp where they taught insurgents how to use arms and explosives. The Bush War turned into a part of the Cold War. Rhodesia was fighting Marxist-backed guerrilla movements, but instead of seeing Rhodesia as an anti-communist ally, much of the West saw it as an embarrassment. Liberal elites sided against Rhodesia, even though the movements opposing it were authoritarian, revolutionary, and Marxist. Despite sanctions and isolation, Rhodesia managed to build a highly effective military. Its army was small but professional. By the late 1970s, it included both white and black soldiers, and its special forces developed a reputation as some of the best counterinsurgency units in the world. This is why people say Rhodesia won the battles, but they lost the war. Militarily, Rhodesia could hold the line, but politically, it was being strangled, and by the West. By 1978 and 1979, the Smith government attempted to reach a settlement. Minority rule ended and the country was renamed Zimbabwe Rhodesia. Multiracial elections were held and the country's first black head of government was elected. But Britain and the international community still refused to accept the arrangement. They insisted that the nationalist guerrilla leaders Robert Mugabe and Joshua Nkomo had to be included. Under pressure from Britain and the United States and South Africa, the Rhodesian government eventually agreed to the Lancaster House settlement in 1979. Britain took control of the country and new elections were held in 1980. Robert Mugabe won. Rhodesia died and Zimbabwe was born. To Britain, this was decolonization. But to Rhodesians, it was betrayal. Because Britain had not simply abandoned Rhodesia, Britain had abandoned Britain in Africa. When the post-war moral fashion of decolonization swept through London, Rhodesia discovered that their mother country no longer saw them as family, saw them as a problem, a remnant of an empire that Britain was now ashamed of. Rhodesia had carried British civilization into the frontier, but when Britain lost confidence in that civilization, it condemned Rhodesia for preserving the very inheritance Britain had given it. Now, whether you agree with Ian Smith or not, it's hard to argue that Zimbabweans of any colour were better off under Mugabe. At independence, Zimbabwe had enormous advantages. It had strong agricultural production, functioning infrastructure, competent government, and goodwill from Britain and the entire world. It had every chance to succeed. Instead, as Ian Smith predicted, Mugabe consolidated power and built a corrupt, tribal, one-party state. In the 1980s came the Gukurahundi, the systematic massacre of Nabili civilians by a unit of the Zimbabwean army trained by North Korea. 20,000 people were massacred. It was a genocide. The violence was rooted in the rivalry between Mugabe's ZANU and Joshua Nkomo's ZAPU, whose support base was largely ethnic Nabili. 20,000 people were killed, civilians were targeted, villages were terrorized, and re-education camps were established. This was not the liberal democracy that Rhodesians were promised. It was revolutionary consolidation. Then came the destruction of property rights. The Mugabe regime had initially proposed to purchase land from white farmers and redistribute it to black farmers. Western governments enabled this folly. 48 countries and international organizations endorsed the land program, saying it was essential for poverty reduction, political stability, and economic growth. In the early 2000s, Mugabe's government began to fast-track the land reform through violent seizures of white-owned farms. Commercial agriculture was shattered. Productive farms were taken over, often by Mugabe's henchmen rather than ordinary Zimbabweans, and the results were devastating. Agricultural production collapsed. Exports of tobacco, one of the country's biggest exports, collapsed. Zimbabwe entered one of the worst episodes of hyperinflation in history. In 2008, inflation peaked at an unimaginable 89.7 sextillion%. GDP per capita, a proxy measure for living standards, more than halved. Around 50% of the population now lives on less than $3 a day. The white population fled, and it fell by around 90%. Black Zimbabweans suffered too. Millions were driven into poverty. Many left for South Africa, Britain, Australia, and elsewhere. Life expectancy plummeted by 15 years between 1980 and 2000. It's become one of the most corrupt countries in the world, losing $1 billion a year to corruption. And Mugabe's wife earned herself the nickname of Gucci Grace and the first shopper of Zimbabwe. While the people suffered, the ruling black elite became billionaires. This is why, in light of subsequent events, it's hard not to have sympathy for Smith's warnings and the plight of Rhodesians. Whatever you think of colonialism or minority rule, Zimbabwe under Mugabe has been a disaster for everyone, except a tiny ruling elite and their cronies. At independence, Rhodesia had industry, infrastructure, functioning government, and productive agriculture. One generation later, Zimbabwe is now synonymous with land seizures, corruption, intimidation, hyperinflation, and collapse. The West was told that Rhodesia had to fall so that justice could rise. But what rose in its place was not democracy. It was a racist, anti-white, corrupt, and oppressive Marxist regime. Rhodesia is gone. The old Salisbury is gone. The Union Jacks have been torn down. The farms, the institutions, the confidence, the British civilization, all of it now belongs to history. But the questions raised by Rhodesia have not disappeared. How can democracy survive without the foundations that make democracy possible? Can a civilization endure if it no longer believes in itself? Is the pursuit of liberalism an unqualified good? Ian Smith's Rhodesia may have represented an untenable past, but Zimbabwe today has an equally untenable future. Rhodesia, decolonization, and the collapse of a once functioning and prosperous society is what happens when the West embraces liberal idealism regardless of reality. And it's a warning for all of us. Of Stompy Seppi and other boys.